All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I am Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, September 20th, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. With us as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our two Chief Deputies, Jonathan Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer. Our Chief Counsel is Michael Loffer, and today our standing in for the Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her is Margie Argel. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. We're conducting a hybrid meeting, meaning that we have an online platform component and then are here in person in the Cal EPA building in Sacramento. If you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you should sign up with our speaker card, either digitally and virtually, with instructions at the top of our agenda this morning, or if you're here in person, there should be a QR code and a way to sign up here in person as well. Once you're in, so you're either viewing us on our customary webcast or on the Zoom platform. Once you're on those, your camera will be off, you'll be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item that you've indicated. For those of you here in the room, good morning, good to see you all. Quick emergency evacuation procedures. Please observe the nearest exits. If there is an emergency and we are needing to leave the building, we'll file out calmly to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further instructions. When you do come up to the mic, please indicate your name, and if you are with an organization, the name of the organization. And lastly, if you do have your phones on, please do make sure they're on silent so that we can, especially in this more intimate room that we're in this morning, carry on our conversation. With that, we can get on to our board agenda. We did have a Superior Accomplishment Award presentation scheduled for this morning. We will delay that to a future board meeting. And so that then brings us over to public forum, which, any member of the public wishing to address the board on an issue not calendared before the board may do so. I believe we have a couple of public forum speakers. The first will be Sunny Wang. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Board of Directors. I'm Sunny Wang with the City of Santa Monica. I'm the Water Resources Manager with the city. I manage our water and wastewater utility. I would like to just speak on a subject. Am I able to share screen with a couple slides?
Apologies. No.
Okay.
But if you have slides that you can get over to our clerk of the board, you can email them quickly at comment letters at waterboard.
It's okay. I could just speak verbally.
And for future reference, just get them over to the clerk of the board, and we'll be able to share them here for if you need in the future. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for that clarification. So today I wanted to just make a public comment regarding the state policy on low threat underground storage tank case closure policy, as well as groundwater contamination cleanup work plans. And this is after discussing with staff at the state board level, as well as the regional board level. They had commented for us to come to the board meeting to make this request for potential updates to the policy. And this is in reference to resolution number 2012-0016. And the issue concern we want to highlight is the current case closure criteria does not fully address the contamination at the site, and also does not restore the groundwater basin for us to use as a drinking water supply unless additional treatment is provided by the municipality, meaning the ratepayers would have to bear the burden to clean up that last bit between the current policy and what's needed to meet drinking water requirements. So they asked that we have 4 requests to consider updating the policy. One is to update the policy to use drinking water analytical methods. Currently, the policy uses wastewater analytical methods, which does not have as low detection limits as drinking water methods. So we recommend using drinking water detection limits so that we can ensure these contaminants are removed from the groundwater basin so it does not impact future use as a drinking water supply. The second consideration is consider case closure only when 4 quarters of non-detect has been observed using drinking water analytical methods. In the past, we had debates over reporting limits where, for example, TBA, where the reporting limit was 50 micrograms per liter, whereas the notification level is 12 micrograms per liter for drinking water. So that leaves a huge gap in between where potentially you have still TBA contaminated the groundwater that does not meet notification level requirements. We also recommend continuing quarterly monitoring until case closure is granted. Right now, when a responsible party submits a case closure request, they stop quarterly monitoring. We will recommend that quarterly monitoring to continue until the case closure request has been granted, not when it's submitted. And then lastly, the last consideration we would like the state board to consider is aligning the closure and cleanup criteria with drinking water regulation. As we all know, we're in a drought, and every resource that we could draw on in the state for water is precious. So by aligning the closure and cleanup criteria with drinking water regulations, this ensures the responsible party that has contaminated the groundwater restores it to a state where we can use it as a drinking water supply, meaning looking at drinking water MCLs, notification levels as a criteria, as well as the Division of Drinking Water Policy Memo 97005 for impaired water sources, where we're looking at MCL equivalent, since that's what a municipality has to treat towards. And currently, as a city of Santa Monica, that's where we're treating to. We have several remediation efforts in partnership with regional board and state board in the past, but there has been some shifts in that where we feel that the same support that we had before, and we're successful in restoring our contaminated groundwater basin by holding the responsible party accountable, some of that partnership isn't there anymore. So that's the end of my public comment. If the state board could consider revising and updating the policy for those programs to more align with drinking water requirements in the reality we're in currently right now, to maximize local resources to the extent possible. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Really appreciate you elevating this, Mr. Wang, to the board. You know, we are actually here in the process of updating our yearly strategic work plan. And so ideas like this and knowing that it's on balance with a lot of other work we know that is currently going on, but importantly, the nexus, to your point, to how we ensure that we continue to be able to best use our waters and not leave it to local ratepayers. And the tank fund and its program is an important part. What comes to mind as well is, I know the sunset is coming up. It sounds like, you know, given the number on the last time the policy was updated, we're a decade out from it. Because of those things, I think could very well be a good candidate for work the board could do. I look to Mr. Bishop to see if he has any thoughts on some of your comment. And thank you. Really appreciate you elevating this to the board, especially as we think about our many priorities and how we pursue what are a lot of important projects out there. So
I would suggest that myself and my folks have some more conversation. The low threat closure policy is meant to acknowledge biodegradation of petroleum products, and it's meant to be limited in scope and size so that the plume doesn't impact drinking water sources. So it is not meant to restore groundwater to non-detect, which is what he's suggesting here. That's a monumental task that we're talking about. So I would like to understand the instance that he's concerned that our low threat policy is allowing degradation to impact drinking water supplies, because that's not its purpose, or shouldn't be used in that way. But it is not meant to make, it is meant to allow contamination to remain in the groundwater in limited plumes and areas so that remediation can occur over time. But I don't believe that it should ever impact a drinking water source. So I will have staff follow up, Mr. Wang, and we'll report back to you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Bishop, especially making sure that that's not the case. So thank you, Mr. Wang.
Thank you. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up Darren Story, and I believe that will conclude public comment. And Mr. Story, before you begin, just to flag, in case your points are about fees or in any sector, but on water quality or cannabis, it may be more appropriate for you to wait for item number here 8 to discuss, but glad to take your comment here at the top as well, depending on what you'd like to comment on. Thank you.
Yeah, I asked the clerk that, and she advised that this would be the correct forum. Anyway, yeah, my comment is regarding the cannabis industry in general and the fees. As you're probably aware, the fees were greatly increased last year on a lot of the operators. Unfortunately, a lot of the operators they've basically turned in their licenses and just gone back to what they were doing before, which is illicit. The illicit operators are becoming more sophisticated, but they're not becoming better farmers. And I would beg the board to reconsider the fees that they're pressing on the licensed operators, because we're increasingly becoming less and less competitive relative to the untaxed illicit market. And, we're doing it right. We're recycling water. We're keeping track of our water use. We're doing everything we possibly can to abide by the spirit and the letter of the intention of the law. However, as the fees continue to go up, they become unbearable, along with, other things out of your control, like taxation. But it's just going to push people back into what they're not going to go out of business, because these businesses, a lot of these farms existed for many years before Prop 64 and legalization. So they're just going to go back to what they were doing before. And I think that the exorbitant fee structure has also been something that's tipped the scales back towards people exiting the legal market and going back to what they're doing. So really like to work with everybody on this and encourage operators to stay legit and work together to control water use and come up with better plans. But, or fees that are just burdensome, it doesn't really help. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Story. Again, I think we'll largely take your comments here as part of our fees discussion on water quality item fees, water quality item fees, number item 8. And but then just generally know that we're always here to balance what is the challenge of needing to make sure we are resourced here to implement our programs, and that the water quality fees are a component of what are many factors I know putting pressures on the legal and illegal market. And so that right balance, how we make sure we fund our programs and have a mind toward the viability of the industry is important. And we'll have more of that discussion with item number 8. So thank you, Mr. Story. I appreciate it. Mr. Kane, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I just wanted to make a very quick comment in public forum. I do appreciate the efforts that the state board and staff have put in on the Scott and Shasta curtailments this summer. I know a ton of work has gone in. I know board staff was up there in July and August doing site inspections, and some enforcement activities came out of that. I just want to point out that headwaters of the Scott got some pretty decent rain over the last 2 days, and the flow meters on the Scott have not budged. And that suggests to me that there's a potential, at least, for some more illegal diversions and or irrigation going on up there. And I would really encourage enforcement to take a look at that situation, because there's been a lot of success in the Shasta getting close or even exceeding the standards at times, but the Scott is way below. And so I really appreciate more attention up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. I appreciate your comments. I know in our drought update, we have our enforcement staff here that can help update on our activities, both in that watershed and throughout the state when it comes to curtailments. So thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. With that, I believe it concludes our public forum. Over. Thank you. Appreciate it. And brings us to item number 1, which is board consideration of adoption of the minutes from the August 16, 17, and 7. No, just apologies. You'll have to update me on our meeting.
The clerk has not been able to circulate those yet, so
Okay.
we will hold those to the next agenda.
Both items. Okay. Or both meetings.
Oh, you should have September 7th and 8th, though.
Okay. Then we will look at the September 8th board meeting minutes here and consider for adoption on item number 1. Do we have any edits, amendments in the minutes and or motion?
I'll move to adopt the September 7th, 8th board meeting minutes.
Thank you, Board Member McGuire. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. That brings us now to our 2 uncontested items, items number 2 and 3. Looking over to Clerk, are those still uncontested or do we have anyone looking to speak? Great. I appreciate everyone's good work on these. We have a very lengthy agenda, so unless there's good reason, I think I'd entertain a motion for these two uncontested items.
I'll make a motion to adopt items 2 and 3.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye. Thank you. Vote carries, and the two items are adopted, and appreciate everyone's good work on them. The fact that they're uncontested really speaks to how good the work was. We will now move on to item number 4, our informational item, drought update and current hydrologic conditions. Good to see you, Mr. Ekdahl. Good morning. I'll let you actually get kind of settled.
Thank you, and Julie Rosardo will be joining in 1 second. Right. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Eric Ekdahl, Deputy Director for Division of Water Rights. I'm joined today by Assistant Deputy Director Julie Rosardo, who covers our enforcement and permitting branch, and will provide our hydro and drought update today. If you can go to the slides. Great. Next slide, please. We have our standard agenda. We'll go through a bit of a hydro update actually first, and then jump into our watershed specific drought efforts. Next slide, please. As we usually begin, we show our current status of major California reservoirs. As you can see, they are still significantly below average for this time of year and kind of overall. Next slide, please. We also highlight a couple of south of Delta reservoirs. Pyramid Lake remains still pretty robust, although the others, Cachuma, Diamond Valley, and San Luis, are dropping pretty rapidly, all at about 50 to 65% of capacity or average for this time of year. Next slide, please. Also highlighting Lake Mead and Lake Powell on the Colorado River. As of 9/14/22, a couple days ago, water level in Lake Mead was about 1,044 feet, about 95 feet or so above the minimum power pool. If we go to the next slide, please. Lake Powell, as of 9/14, was at 3529, again, about 40 feet above minimum power pool. These levels continue to decline, although Lake Powell has remained relatively steady, is my understanding, over the last couple of months due to the agreements that were made about keeping more water in the reservoir for the summer. Although my understanding is that that volume of water is now kind of depleted and it should start dropping in earnest over the next couple of weeks. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight a couple of interesting weather phenomenon. September to Remember. It's a terrible title, but it was all I could think of. We had a record heat wave, a hurricane remnant that delivered over 2 years worth of precipitation to parts of California shortly thereafter. And then over the last couple of days in Northern California, a record summer event for this time of year. Next slide, please. I'll show a couple interesting graphics. The record highs in Sacramento for that heat wave that occurred during the first 2 weeks of September. We set a new all-time record high for the city of Sacramento at 116 degrees. That broke the previous record of 114 set back in 1925. It was also the new highest temperature ever recorded in September and kind of shattered the previous daily record of 109. Similar records were set in Stockton, Modesto, and other parts of Sacramento and much of Northern California. Next slide, please. This slide attempts to show just how anomalous that heat wave was. This covers 1877 to 22. It looks at kind of average high temperatures in Sacramento. It's a histogram, nice normal distribution, showing kind of where things plot. And then you see the red bars highlighting just how far out of normal those couple days were. Just a note that this image comes from weatherwest.com. And next slide, please. And this is mean daily temperature percentiles the first 2 weeks of September. The dark red basically showing it was the hottest 2-week time period for any September on record for much of California, Nevada, Utah, and kind of the Colorado Plateau area of the Four Corner states. Next slide, please. Then you also had a hurricane hit Southern California, or the remnants of a hurricane rather, and it led to some rather interesting conversations where you never thought you'd hear someone say, I sure hope that hurricane hits us to help break the heat wave and part of the drought, but that was the scenario we were kind of in. However, the kind of rate of precipitation and just the intensity of it did lead to some significant damage in parts of Southern California. And so it's actually not the kind of rainfall ideally we'd like to see. It did, however, result in significant storm totals that, again, cover almost 2 years worth of rain for parts of the desert, parts of the state. Next slide, please. And then more recently, this was a slide that I think covers Sunday into Monday. We didn't have time to update it this morning, but it shows the kind of Northern California precipitation totals that we've seen with this rather unusual September event, which has resulted in some record September levels of precipitation, kind of more in the North Coast region of the state. The totals there for Sacramento picked up significantly after yesterday's thunderstorms. So it's increased here, and there's actually been significant precipitation over the last couple of hours and then forecast through the rest of the day in the kind of central Sierra south of Yosemite region. And it is kind of an unusual scenario. It's driven by a remnant, another remnant hurricane that actually is up in the Bering Sea, kind of resulting in some downward trajectory. There are other hurricanes or typhoons out in the Pacific. It remains to be seen whether they will have a similar effect in precipitation, other than to note that it is expected that temperatures will increase and go back above seasonal averages by the end of the week into the mid to upper 90s for much of the Central Valley. Next slide, please. And so with that, we leave on kind of the monthly temperature outlook, where we've had a very unusual September with record highs, record precipitation, a remnant hurricane, and we'll finish the month with above average temperatures forecast for much of the continental United States. Next slide, please. With that, I'll jump into highlights of our kind of ongoing curtailments. We do anticipate lifting all curtailments in the Sacramento watershed. If they haven't been lifted today or yesterday, they will be lifted today. And that is based on the precipitation we've seen over the last couple of days. We have staff rerun the methodology and model every day. And so it's been kind of continuously evolving. We are seeing less of an impact so far in the San Joaquin watershed, although it is a significant change even than just a couple of days ago when we ran the model on Friday. The San Joaquin curtailments were still to about 1853. With the precipitation we've seen, we've now lifted up into about 1900 with some variations for the Merced and the McCalmey River. The diverters are reminded to check the Delta Drought website if you have questions on the status of your specific curtailment. Next slide, please. In Mill and Deer Creek, there's no in-stream flow requirement as of July 1st. And a reminder that the emergency regulation was readopted by the board on August 16th and has been approved, I believe, or is anticipated to be approved on September 21st or 22nd. So shortly, next couple of days. Next slide, please. In the Russian River, the graph that shows kind of where we are in terms of lake level, we haven't seen a very significant impact in terms of stream flow, even though you saw that precipitation map like I showed with the kind of dark oranges and reds indicating heavier precipitation kind of right over parts of the upper Russian River. It just hasn't resulted in a tremendous amount of increased stream flow. And so if we look at public comment, and I'll touch on this again, just because we haven't seen the increase in stream flows actually doesn't mean that there are rampant illegal diversions. It's so dry, and the amount of precipitation that's been received has really not been substantial enough to drive increases in stream flow everywhere. So there was a little bit of an uptick, but not enough to substantially lift a lot of the curtailments. We did, however, lift curtailments for riparian diverters in the main stem and the entire Russian River watershed. Next slide, please. So here's a couple of additional bullets. Riparian reductions were lifted ahead of the expected precipitation. There are still about 600 appropriative rights that are still curtailed. Staff took another look this morning and still anticipate that those will remain curtailed. Although, again, if we see some sort of weird storm cells set up right over the upper watershed, we do reevaluate it day to day and we'll update accordingly. And a note that the voluntary water sharing program is temporarily suspended due to insufficient supply. There is a note overall that demand generally does decrease pretty rapidly in most of the watersheds in September. There's a little bit of an uptick in the Russian due to needs for kind of last minute irrigation of vineyard supplies. But again, we anticipate overall demand will drop pretty significantly in the next couple of weeks. Next slide, please. In the Scott and Shasta River, in the Scott, curtailments are in effect for all surface and groundwater. The September minimum flows are 33 cubic feet per second in the emergency regulation. In the Shasta, it was 50 CFS from September 1st through 15th, stepping up to about 75 on September 16th. We have also learned that fish have entered the Shasta watershed, so CFW has started to observe some Chinook returning to the watershed. The livestock prohibition is in effect September 1st through March 31st, and a note on local cooperative solutions. If we go to next slide, just a couple of graphs showing where we are in terms of flow. The Scott River at Fort Jones, as of this morning, flow was about 8.2 cubic feet per second, which is still substantially below the 33 that we were aiming for in the emergency regulation. Next slide, please. In the Shasta, flows were 73.6, so very, very close actually to that step up that we are aiming for as of September 16th towards 75 CFS. So we're almost there in the Shasta. Next slide, please. With this, I'll turn it over to Ms. Rosardo.
Thank you. So I wanted to give an update on our water right enforcement activities since the last board meeting and combine all of our curtailed watersheds into one group and report out on those inspections. Since the last board meeting, we've inspected 78 points of diversion in the curtailed watersheds, representing approximately 36,000 acre feet. In the Scott and Shasta River watersheds, we've been doing ongoing continuous watershed reconnaissance throughout on a weekly basis. We've also issued 10 formal enforcement actions since the last board meeting. Primarily, if you look online, and I'll give you those links in a moment, primarily we've been issuing actions in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds, although those aren't the only actions that are underway. We have a total of 7 notices of violation that we've issued, 2 cease and desist orders, 1 draft and 1 final, and 1 draft ACL or ACL complaint. Remember that these enforcement actions are issued for past violations. So this could range from something we found in the last 2 weeks to a case that we've been developing for months. This is really important to remember as we enter the winter season, and hopefully we do get more rain. So if you do observe wet conditions and you wonder why we are issuing enforcement actions, it's for past violations. Also note that another big part of our workload is ongoing settlement negotiations, which also are with various parties throughout the state in non-cannabis and cannabis enforcement. And those particular settlement agreements and settlement orders are enforceable orders. So that is a big portion of our workload. And I just wanted to mention the tremendous number. I think we have about 5 settlement agreements executed now and going through the order process. Next slide, please. I wanted to share some links to our enforcement actions. We've recently added a link online for the notices of violation that we've been issuing in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. We do take the situation there very seriously in both of those watersheds. And the focus of the past few weeks has been issuing formal enforcement. So that is primarily what you will see when you browse these 3 web pages. And I did want to address one of the items from public comment. We are starting to issue some of our formal enforcement actions in the Scott River watershed. Yesterday, I did issue an enforcement action to a diverter in the Scott River watershed with a proposed penalty for violating diverting the curtailment order, lack of a required water measurement device, and inefficient livestock watering. So to keep up to date with that and all the other actions that we've been issuing, whether they are notices of violation, cease and desist orders, or administrative civil liabilities, please keep updated to these 3 posted websites. Also, as Eric mentioned earlier, the current storm has brought some record-breaking precipitation. But remember that the distribution and duration of that precipitation is not sufficient to get us out of the drought in many of these watersheds. And some of these watersheds are still below the minimum required flows to support Fall Run, Coho, and Chinook. We anticipate flows to increase as the end of irrigation season nears, but we are going to continue to monitor the situation in curtailed watersheds for compliance with orders and other requirements. You also will be continuing to see formal enforcement actions roll out over the coming weeks and months. As a reminder, as you see these enforcement actions roll out, they are for past violations, and do stay updated to these links for the most up-to-date real-time information on enforcement that we've issued.
Thank you, Julie. I don't know if we want to pause quickly. I do have one more slide here, but I see some indications that maybe there are questions or follow-ups on the enforcement slides.
Yeah, thank you. Vice Chair.
I'd just like to hear some more information from both of you about the soil moisture issue. So, Ms. Rizzardo, is that part of your reconnaissance as you're out in the field, you and your staff? And then also, Mr. Ekdahl, how does that play into the water, into the methodology? What sorts of tools do you use in order to incorporate that into your analysis?
Great. Julie, do you want to maybe start?
Sure. So I mentioned in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds that we've really transitioned to watershed-wide reconnaissance. That's for multiple reasons, but one of them is to assess overall hydrologic conditions. And having been out recently in both of those watersheds, I can tell you the antecedent soil moisture conditions are really dry, especially in the Scott River watershed. So certainly, I think that does affect the situation happening. So when you see these very first rainstorms that we get, you may see more of that soaking into the soil than actually appearing in streams. So that is definitely what's going on with the hydrology, and it is a factor in what we look at, but it is not the only factor. That's where watershed-wide reconnaissance is so helpful, literally being able to drive the entire watershed in one day, looking at the overall situation of diversions, soil conditions. There's really just no replacement for getting out in the field.
And then in terms of kind of how the division factors in kind of antecedent conditions, the division itself doesn't calculate that dryness or doesn't calculate that soil moisture content, but we do rely on other entities that factor that into their forecasts of stream flow. So the division basically relies on the California Nevada River Forecast Center and sometimes Bulletin 120 from the Department of Water Resources, all of which essentially do complicated modeling to factor in humidity, average air temperature, soil moisture conditions, and factor that into a forecast of stream runoff. And then we take that forecast of stream runoff and integrate that into our supply demand models. And so that's what you saw in, say, the Delta, where we run that each morning. We're getting that forecast from the California Nevada River Forecast Center, and they've been consistently updating it based on the precipitation that they've seen in all these other factors, almost in quasi real time. And then we take that new data and put that into our model, and based on supply demand are able to say we anticipate this much runoff into the stream system, and so can base our curtailments accordingly. The challenge in doing so is, I think, this issue of aridification, which is a longer term question or a longer term challenge for California, where by 2050, it's anticipated that we're going to lose 10% of our water supply as a whole. That's millions of acre feet, just because it's hotter and drier, more arid kind of ambient humidity in the atmosphere. And that basically means that the soil dries out much faster and it stays drier for longer, so that when you do get precipitation events, rather than translating into runoff in the streams, it really just kind of goes into the soil to re-wet the system. And depending on kind of when those occur and the other temperatures that precede it and follow it, you may need multiple wetting events before you start to substantially see an increase in stream flow. It really depends on kind of local conditions. This is also the issue a couple of years ago, where there just wasn't the same kind of runoff that we saw into Shasta and Oroville, but primarily Shasta, where that kind of big bulk of the snowpack just kind of sublimated directly into the atmosphere. It's ultimately kind of the same driving conditions that do that.
And I just wanted to mention also, with respect to relying on those forecasts at the California and Nevada River Forecast Center, they have been very busy this last year, particularly in the spring and the summer, updating their models exactly for that antecedent soil moisture condition that you're talking about. So I think, I feel very confident working with them as partners, and some of the updates they've made just in the last 6 months have been tremendously helpful.
Thank you for that response. And thank you, Vice Chair, for the good question. I think what it really highlights is how we are really dependent on our partners, both at the federal and other state agencies, to conduct our work. We don't have to do everything on our own. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. But I think here the key is really pegging ourselves to what is actually available, and really getting honest, and here accounting for better through tools and with federal investment and partners and other states as well, to make sure that our water rights system can be based off of what is actually physically available, and start to live within the obvious constraints that we continue to have. So thank you for that, Vice Chair, and for the response on those.
Other questions? Okay, let's go to one more slide. I do have some additional information. I normally don't cover urban water supply conditions, but I did want to provide a preliminary update, stepping in for the conservation team here, that the early numbers or preliminary numbers show that with about 77% of the state's population represented, we have a preliminary savings of 10.7% relative to August of 2020. I believe it's 2020. We're hopeful that we're going to stay above that 10% threshold. The 77% of the population that I referenced earlier does cover most of the major urban population centers. And so we're optimistic we'll stay above that 10%, although it is still short of the 15% that the governor has called for. The precipitation that we're getting, it's not going to substantially change the drought, but what it can substantially do is reduce the need for kind of immediate irrigation. So if you are receiving rain, especially over the last couple of days, just a reminder to please turn off your outdoor irrigation and let nature do that for you.
Thank you, Mr. Ekdahl. As you said, with the September to Remember, we're definitely living in a time of extremes. But these numbers on conservation show how Californians continue to be activated in this challenge. It's not all on urban conservation that we're going to solve these challenges that we have. But here, these numbers represent a real good shift. And yes, it's not 15, but we continue to ensure that there is a sense of urgency here. I continue to feel it. The covering of the conditions that we are experiencing help to hit that home. I'll just remark, it's not lost that we're doing some incredible real-time work here in administering water rights in a way that we haven't before. And just want to thank the both water right holders and the communities, but importantly as well, folks in the program for doing this. I mean, being able to run these models quickly. I know there was a lot of concern as we adopted curtailments that we wouldn't respond in time, that we would actually really harm our ability to take water and store and respond to the conditions as they presented themselves, as they continue to whiplash back and forth. but seeing the ability to incorporate the new information to administer rights in a real-time way that is helping us here manage through difficult circumstances, and seeing the trust as well that's building. It's certainly not always all there, but building. I just want to reflect and thank you all for that, and know that we have a lot of work to do in the coming year as well.
Well, thank you. It's much appreciated, and specific thanks to the staff who are actually doing all of the hard work, and also, like you said, the diverters. I think it's been tremendously collaborative in many of the watersheds. I think with that, we can turn it over to Division of Drinking Water.
Thanks, Eric, and thanks, board members. Appreciate the time to be able to share what Division of Drinking Water has been doing with regards to the drought. Next slide, please. One of the biggest changes since the last time I gave the update is the number of drought orders. So actually, as of yesterday, we've issued 7 more drought orders, so up to 270. So the main bulk of the orders have been issued, with the changes of folks that mistakenly received one and still needed to get one, and they were in the original list, have all been sort of rectified, and we don't expect these numbers to change much more. So we have our Drought Watch, which is our basic default list of systems that don't have anything special going on other than we're just watching their data. And then you have the 34 drought warning systems. We did add one of the systems that came from drought emergency down to drought warning. That's Woodville PUD that got downgraded because they have a relief project that DWR is wrapping up with them that indicates they're not going to have any more drought issues. We have 5 systems on this drought warning list that do not have drought orders yet, and that's rectified as of yesterday. With the number of drought emergency systems, it has ticked up quite a bit. A couple of systems have been added. Lake Shasta Fines RV Park, which was on drought emergency last year, they did go dry. They were reliant on the county, Shasta County, to provide them with hauled water. Shasta CSA Sugarloaf 2, also reliant on the county to provide water, but now our urgent drinking water needs funding is providing hauled water directly to the RV park, and then the county continues to provide it for their county service area for the other water system. So, and 7 of these 12 systems have not recently reported. We typically have, on these smaller size systems, have issues collecting data. So they haven't reported, but we still believe that they are in an emergency status. Next slide, please. I wanted to take the time here to talk a little bit about Senate Bill 552, which is drought planning for small water suppliers, and talking about their required reporting. For those who are not aware, the SB 552 has requirements for communities less than 3,000 service connections and non-transient non-community schools to have an abridged water shortage contingency plan, or if they're less than 1,000 service connections, to have drought planning elements added to their emergency response plan by July 1st, 2023. That's one of the requirements that applies to these systems. The second set of requirements is requirements to upgrade their infrastructure to add drought resiliency standards. Specifically, I have 3 I wanted to highlight. No later than January 1st, 2023, they have to do 2 things. Implement monitoring systems to basically analyze the well levels at their sources, at their groundwater well levels, and they have to have a mutual aid organization membership. By January 1st, 2024, they need to ensure continuous operation during power failures and providing adequate backup electric supply. So that's the drought resiliency sort of infrastructure upgrades requirement. But the one I'm going to talk about here is the annual reporting of water supply conditions and usage by month. And so what we've planned is we've developed in the clearinghouse, we're under development right now. Development's underway to accept this source reporting data starting in the first quarter of 2023. This will include source information, and it also will include supply and delivery that we have traditionally collected in the electronic annual report. And we have plans to begin collecting that information and allow folks to enter it on a monthly basis, so that they don't have one giant report at the end of the year. And we're asking for basically the same fields that are in drought reporting, with the exception of some of the tabs, just to reduce the amount of reporting. So we're going to streamline it quite a bit for these folks by taking out some questions, but it's going to be very similar to what's already built, which means it'll be easier to modify once it goes live in first quarter of 2023. Next slide, please. So this is a data update. So I did get partial access to some of the databases that house the clearinghouse to start making some data determinations of what we've been receiving. So about a third of the systems with drought orders have not yet created an account in the clearinghouse. So obviously we've added quite a number of new users, and we're working through to them to help them create an account so that they can report properly. We have about 13% compliance, so 571 missing reports across 229 systems, but 50% of those missing reports are coming from about 43 systems. And again, these are very small systems typically that may not have the ability or the desire to report. Targeting missing accounts. So we're going to be doing some targeted sort of outreach for these missing accounts for the ones that are drought warning and emergency, to ensure that those folks are the ones that for sure are getting their reports in, and also targeting those that are past due for those that are on drought warning and emergency, just to make sure we continue to get information from those that we absolutely need it from, because of the number of systems that we're looking at now. For drought reporting, we had 10 water systems that reported the severe water shortage of 12 expected. And again, some folks are not reporting, so that's probably why that number is not exact. Next slide, please. Some other drought updates that I've been collecting is some of our enrollee numbers from self-help enterprises. So we have the number of homes on bottled water, 1,694 homes on bottled water, and 1,365 homes that are on tanks and hauled water. These are very high numbers. They're probably some of the higher numbers that I've seen in the reports that I've gotten from DFA. And similarly to that, we have our dry wells reported, 230 wells reported dry in the last 30 days, which is a 6% decrease from an already high number. I did look at some of the numbers. This is actually the highest quarter number of dry wells reported since the system launched in 2013. The last year that it peaked this high was last year at 607. And we have 647 dry wells reported in the quarter. And this quarter is not yet over. Obviously, there's 10 days left in this quarter as well. So just wanted to highlight again, this is the quarter when we see the most amount of dry wells, and we will continue to see that probably until beginning of next quarter. Next slide, I believe, is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. Really appreciate the systems approach here on trying to best evaluate vulnerabilities in our communities, but importantly, helping those communities understand those vulnerabilities for themselves first and foremost. And here, the drought orders are an important way that the Division of Drinking Water is able to do that. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Looking to colleagues if there's any questions. Board Member Firestone, please.
Yeah, I'll just say thank you again. And, disturbing numbers on wells going dry and risk. Encouraging that we're getting data, although we still are missing a lot. And it sounds like you all are really working hard in targeting those that are most at risk, with just the focusing on the warning and emergency systems to make sure we're really getting that information. I'm wondering for the, this high number and overall increasing this summer, I guess, particularly on the dry wells reported. I know that the board had reached out when some of the public water system wells water levels had dropped below viable levels to local GSAs, and I'm just wondering if we are or can continue to try to reach out to the local GSAs on these numbers in their region, just to make sure that they're seeing those trends and being, partnering with us on trying to make sure we can prevent as many of these as possible.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone. I think there's sort of two sort of approaches. One of them is a piecemeal, as we find a water system that seems to be impacted by unsustainable groundwater levels in their area, and targeting that. We've obviously sent one of those letters, I think you're aware of. And then there's also more of a widespread approach. We would have to work with ORPP to make sure that we have some type of systematic approach of, hey, these are the water wells that we have, this is their levels. A lot of that data has not typically been available for us to even tell them, who they should be concerned with. But I think we're starting to get to that point where we can share a lot of data with the GSAs that allows them to make even better decisions on who they should focus on, what are the public water systems that they have in their area, and then their levels that they need to maintain that they feel are sustainable, and how that impacts our public wells. I think we're very close to doing something like that. And we will continue to talk to RPP. I meet with them regularly enough where we can discuss something like that, of what that approach, does it look better piecemeal, or does it look better sort of on a broad scale?
Thank you for that, board member. Great question. And thank you for the response, Mr. Zuniga. Yeah, it's here, I think you said it right. It's about the decision-making that we're trying to help, support both importantly at that local level, but all the way up to the board. So I appreciate the really good question from the board member. Anything further? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zuniga.
Thank you.
And I believe that brings, if there isn't any further, I apologize. We have one commenter, and then otherwise looking to my colleagues if they have any input or questions. And then we can go to our commenter if not. And I'd like to call up Kaya Rivers.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
My name is Kaya Rivers, and I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center, highlighting the need to protect small disadvantaged communities' access to drinking water. While we have found that drought-impacted residents have been supported in order to access interim solutions, there have been barriers to access long-term solutions. Residents who have been supported to access hauled water and storage tanks face discouraging barriers during challenging times of their lives to connect to long-term solutions through a well repair or well replacement. After receiving support for interim solutions, residents have to complete many of the steps for a new well without any assistance during the process. More specifically, residents must carry the burden alone to find quotes from well drillers, and the individual households must take on the responsibility of finding a public water system that they could potentially be connected to. Both of these processes can be inaccessible to residents, especially non-English speaking residents who must navigate this process while also experiencing language barriers. We ask the State Water Board to direct more support to residents that have to navigate both of these processes. In addition to navigating this process, without any support, there is a backlog of residents who need new wells to be drilled, causing an extensive delay for well drillers to drill new wells. The extended time that it takes for well replacement to happen leaves residents to rely on hauled water, storage tanks, and bottled water indefinitely. We ask the State Water Board and independent well drillers to work together to facilitate and expedite this process. Because we know the process to access long-term solutions is long and inaccessible to many residents, we need to slow the root cause of those losing access to water. To ensure that less people avoid losing access to water in the future, we ask that groundwater is managed sustainably by reducing groundwater extraction. As the State Water Board reviews the revised groundwater sustainability plans alongside the Department of Water Resources, we urge the board to ensure that domestic well users are protected within these plans. We encourage the State Water Board and the Department of Water Resources to work together to ensure that drinking water needs are truly protected in these revised plans, or else welcome to make the necessary changes during the probationary period under the State Water Board's jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers. Appreciate the good comments and the continued collaboration and coordination with us to understand the challenges in our communities, and especially here, domestic well owners who I know, and it is something that we've brought up before, is something of a gap when it comes to some of the programs that we have that have means testing, or that here you may have owners of homes that have renters that have very different income levels and then qualifications that impact that. It is really concerning that, as we saw, we have thousands of homes right now being supported with interim, short-term emergency solutions that, to your point, need to be linked to the long-term. And I think what we need is, and have an opportunity to, is continue to discuss with the legislature just how great that need is and how best we fund it and how we deliver these services to our communities that need it most. So I really appreciate the points and the continued work around all of this. Board Member Firestone, please.
Yeah, I just want to add, because I've heard these concerns and appreciate your participation and work with communities. There was also a really good LA Times article that talked to some of the folks I think that you may work with and others that are experiencing these challenges. And I will say, because I know our DFA staff may not be here, but I was able to follow up with them, and as with really all of our programs, we rely on local implementers, and that's why we get our funding contracts in place with technical assistance providers, emergency assistance providers. We can't be, our staff doesn't have capacity to do the work all themselves. And so, just to know, I know we're following up with particular cases that we've heard and try to connect with our technical assistance and emergency assistance folks in the San Joaquin Valley. As Chair said, there are income limitations right now currently to work through on the long-term solutions, at least for drilling new wells. Although maybe less so for the consolidation into more permanent, larger systems. But I guess I would say, for me, hopeful on the horizon is that we have both a new, relatively new, we've been using a much more expedited long-term solution, urgent needs pathway, like is happening with Tulare and Exeter to get emergent and working with our partner agencies to try and get kind of immediate interconnections where that's feasible. And also, or I guess not immediate, but it's accelerated. And then also just to say we have limited capacity on the ground. And I know all of the folks that are working hard on the ground are extremely dedicated to trying to serve communities in need, and the scope, and especially with the drought, is just continuing to exceed, I think, what folks on the ground are able to ideally serve. And so one of the things that we do have that we are moving forward is expanding our technical assistance capacity and bringing on a number of new technical assistance providers that can help. Now, I know that there's a particular need on well repair or replacement that isn't your typical water system consolidation or drinking water connection. But just to say, I think that there is a lot more capacity coming, that we are following up with the individual cases that we hear of with local technical assistance providers, and just continue to thank you and others for advocacy around this, and helping us make sure that we're able to address the urgent needs on the ground.
Thank you so much for that information, Board Member Firestone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rivers, and thank you, Board Member. Always front of mind, certainly our communities, even as we, in the immediate and emergency, especially, and then as we look at the long term in these programs. And I think we have a lot of opportunity to figure out what that right balance is and how we deliver it. So thank you. Other comments or questions from board members on the hydro update? I'm hearing none, and that item is closed, and appreciate everyone's good contribution in the update. I know there's a lot going on as we continue to adjust to whatever it is Mother Nature may provide for us. Next, that brings us to our next informational item, which is on the Central Valley Water Board's Irrigated Land Regulatory Program, an update on implementation of Order WQ Water Quality 2018-002. Appreciate the regional board coming and providing this update for us. We'll give a moment for folks to get settled here on the panel. As we're settling in, I will note we are in a different meeting room today. We're in next door to our usual meeting room, and appreciate that things are a little more cozy in here.
like the characterization of a more intimate setting.
Yeah. I'll note as well, actually, this morning, I had the pleasure of being able to participate in House Transportation Infrastructure Committee, Subcommittee on Water, and reflecting on the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act. And non-point source pollution was identified as something that nationally people are really trying to grapple with, especially with our partners in agriculture. And so this program, is a point of pride. It is not an easy issue that we have here are addressing, but it's needed nationally and otherwise, and appreciate everyone's cooperative contributions to a pretty impressive program. So with that, let you start.
Thank you much, Chair Esquivel and members of the State Water Board. I know the history of the Clean Water Act is certainly something that's near and dear to my heart. I mention often to the board members that even the 1972 amendments were about the seventh try that Congress took starting in the 1940s to get the bill actually passed and functional. So when we adopt a regulatory program like the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program or CV salts or something of that nature, we'll give ourselves a little bit of leeway to get it right on the second try or third try. And what we have before you today is really the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program update that was adopted after several iterations of this program, first addressing surface water, second addressing groundwater, and third really addressing the challenges that were addressed by the State Water Board in its consideration of our regulatory program. Non-point source pollution certainly is the big gap in the Clean Water Act and the gap that has disproportionately burdened the Central Valley. Our regulatory program for irrigated lands is trying to rectify that particular deficiency by really regulating the millions of acres that have been contributing to things like the nitrate deficiencies, but also, on the other hand, contribute to the vitality of the Central Valley's economy and its communities as well. So without further ado, I will let Sue McConnell take over for the presentation. I'm also accompanied by Adam Lapitz, the Assistant Executive Officer, who's the executive sponsor for this program, and Bob Ditto, who will be describing a bit of the compliance and enforcement efforts related to the drinking water program, which really has taken off under his guidance and under his diligence. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to you, Sue.
Patrick, good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and members of the board. So as Patrick mentioned, this is the annual Region 5 Irrigated Lands update on the implementation of the State Water Board's Order WQ 2018-02, which I'll be referring to as the petition order since it was issued in response to the petition of the East San Joaquin waste discharge requirements. Next slide, please. So this is an outline of the presentation. We'll start with just some program background. And this year, for the first time, we'll include the enrollment update, as Patrick mentioned, before we touch on the major petition order milestones. That's going to include discussions of the on-farm drinking water well monitoring efforts, the East San Joaquin surface water monitoring external review, and I've got some exciting news about some of our actions in response to recommendations that were made to by the external expert panel. We'll discuss the groundwater protection measures and the anonymous field level reporting. Next slide, please. So the goal of the Central Valley's Irrigated Lands program is to ensure that discharges from commercial irrigated lands do not impact beneficial uses of the state's waters. We do contain about 75% of the state's irrigated agricultural lands, which is roughly 6 million acres. Activities on those lands are regulated by 9 general waste discharge requirements, or WDRs, and growers are assisted by 14 agricultural water quality coalitions. Next slide, please. The general waste discharge requirements are mostly geographically based. There are 7 geographic and 1 commodity-specific general WDRs for growers who participate in coalitions. The California Rice Commission is the commodity-specific coalition. They're shown in yellow on the map. The Rice Commission was exempted from the nitrate groundwater protection requirements because rice operations have unique cultural practices that minimize the potential to discharge nitrogen. There's also one general WDR for growers who might choose to be regulated individually. We don't have any growers participating in that WDR right now because it is a more costly option, and the growers would be responsible for conducting their own monitoring and reporting. So for the coalition-based WDRs, there's typically one coalition per WDR, except for the Tulare Lake Basin, which is shown shaded in gray on the map, that has 7 coalitions. So coalition-based WDRs have requirements for both the coalitions and their grower members. Next slide, please. Growers are ultimately responsible for compliance, first by obtaining coverage, and then complying with the WDRs by implementing management practices that are protective of water quality and preparing plans and submitting reports on those practices. The plans and reports are template-based. Some stay on the farm while others are submitted to the coalitions who then compile the information for the Central Valley Water Board. Next slide, please. The coalitions represent the growers. They help the growers understand what's required by the WDRs and what they need to do to comply. They act as intermediaries between the growers and the Central Valley Water Board, but they do not enforce the waste discharge requirements. Instead, they have other responsibilities. Next slide, please. Coalitions are responsible for fulfilling regional requirements and addressing water quality issues. They conduct regional water quality monitoring, and they help growers implement the outreach to growers to implement management practices that are in accordance with management plans to address water quality issues. They must cooperate with the Central Valley Water Board and provide us information needed to assess the compliance status of their grower members. Next slide, please. So this is the East San Joaquin Coalition, the focus of the petition order. It has about 700,000 acres and 3,000 members. It was the first irrigated lands general order that was adopted in the Central Valley region. The general WDRs were petitioned to the State Water Board, and you responded with the issuance of the petition order. The petition order updated, revised the East San Joaquin Coalition's waste discharge requirements, included requirements for the Central Valley Water Board's Irrigated Lands Program, as well as Irrigated Lands Programs statewide. One of the requirements of the petition order is that we provide triannual updates on our enrollment effort. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Bob Ditto, who is our compliance and outreach chief, who will give you an update on our enrollment efforts, as well as our efforts on the drinking water well monitoring, which, as Patrick mentioned, he helped develop. Next slide, please. Sorry.
So good morning. As Patrick mentioned, I'm Bob Ditto, the Compliance and Outreach Unit Supervisor in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. I'm here today to give you an update on our enrollment efforts and the drinking water well monitoring program. So I'd first like to take a look back when the East San Joaquin order was adopted in 2012. Based on our 2012-2013 annual fee data, we had approximately 4.7 million enrolled acres in our program. The shaded red areas on the map represents enrolled acreage. Next slide. Jumping forward into the 2019-2020 fiscal year, we gained over 1 million acres, which reflects about a 24% increase in acreage since 2012. This was primarily due to our enrollment efforts and the coalition outreach. Next slide. Based on our more recent numbers in 2021 and 2022 fiscal year, we see a slight decrease in enrolled acres. This can be due to rice acres not in production, the drought, land conversion, retirements of a farming generation, and reduced water deliveries. We also recently exempted the Goose Lake area and manage wetlands from our program. The Goose Lake area is a closed basin in the northeast portion of our region, consisting of irrigated pasture and alfalfa operations. Low impact farming operations require little nitrogen with no application of pesticides. Staff work with UC researchers to determine there is no potential for nitrogen impacts to groundwater. Based on this and other factors, the Central Valley Water Board determined Goose Lake was not a good fit for our program. Next slide. This graph summarizes our enrollment acreage since 2012. Enrolled acres based on annual fee data is on the vertical axis of the graph, starting from 4,500,000 to 6 million acres. The horizontal axis is by year, starting in January of 2012 and ending in January of 2022. As you can see, there was a dramatic increase from 2012 to 2017 due to our implementation of our general orders, our enrollment efforts, and the coalition's outreach. Then we can see 4 years of relatively small changes in acreage. The past several years, we have seen a decrease in our enrolled acres, as shown in the previous slide. Please keep in mind that rice acreage has a large influence on enrolled acreage, as production can fluctuate from 250,000 to 550,000 acres. Next slide. I would now like to describe how we determine who needs to be enrolled in our program. We use the Department of Water Resources, hereafter referred to as DWR, land use data to help us determine the amount of agriculture in our region. The DWR land use data is available to us as a statewide file, which makes it easier for us to conduct a comprehensive analysis of our region. We then add the county accessor parcels, coalition membership parcels, identified dairy permitted lands, exempt parcels, and parcels covered under other WDRs to help us determine potential non-filers. A non-filer is an owner or operator of commercial irrigated lands that has not yet obtained regulatory coverage. The result of this process is a map that shows parcels that can be considered potential non-filers because they do not match parcels with known regulatory coverage. Next slide. So first off, the purple on the map represents the estimated commercial irrigated lands not yet enrolled. Before we move forward with our estimation of what is left, I'd like to talk about the data uncertainties when we look at the final numbers. For instance, we know the DWR land use estimates include some non-irrigated lands. During our last process of identifying non-filers, staff identified over 100,000 acres of non-irrigated land. Member parcel information we received from coalitions are not always correct. Due to formatting and other issues such as county parcel splits and combining, not all the member parcels were accounted for in our analysis. And lastly, some parcels covered by other programs are not accounted for. Staff is coordinating with our dairy unit to refine our map and remove any missed parcels. Next slide. After our review, we are estimating there are approximately 6.2 million acres of commercial irrigated lands in our region. We currently have approximately 5.5 million acres enrolled, which leaves about 700,000 acres spread over approximately 40,000 parcels to inspect. Next slide. Based on the information from the previous slide, here's a breakdown of the remaining acreage and how it relates to the size of parcels remaining to follow up with. As you can see from the table, the largest percentage of overall acres is from parcels larger than 40 acres, but is the lowest percentage of the remaining parcels. The parcels below 40 acres have the most parcels to follow up with. Our path forward is to follow up with the larger parcels first, then move into the smaller acreages. Next slide. I will now provide an update on our drinking water well monitoring program. The petition order allowed us to implement the drinking water well monitoring program within 5 years. We decided to implement the program immediately starting in the East San Joaquin Coalition in 2019, then moved into the areas most impacted by nitrate and groundwater. In 2020, we began outreach in the Tulare Lake Basin. Then in 2021, the San Joaquin and Delta, West Side San Joaquin, and the Grassland Drainage Area coalitions. Just this year, we started the monitoring program in the Sacramento Valley, Rice Commission, and the Western Tulare Lake Basin coalition areas. Next slide. We developed outreach materials for members, updated our website, and created the required notification template in multiple languages to be given to users for wells that exceed the drinking water standard for nitrate. We also created member information form for members to use to help certified laboratories get their information into Geo Tracker, the state's groundwater database. Next slide. Here's an example of what is in Geo Tracker and how it is displayed to the public. The dots on the map represent well locations by latitude, longitude, or the centroid of the APN. The red dots denote a well location that has a sample result that exceeds the drinking water standard of 10 milligrams per liter nitrate plus nitrite as nitrogen. Next slide. If you click on a well sample location, information on the sample result and the sample data are shown. No member information is displayed as required in the order. Next slide. To evaluate how many members are participating in monitoring their drinking water wells, we collected the data from the farm evaluation report that was required to be submitted to the coalitions in 2021. Based on this data, we appear to be getting a high percentage rate of compliance in most coalition areas. We did receive around 130 phone calls from the Western San Joaquin members indicating they were using bottled water, and Sacramento is in their first year of monitoring. Next slide. In the Tulare Lake Basin, we can see percentages of wells being sampled over 100% based on the farm evaluation data. We are still researching this issue, but it could be due to some confusion on the requirements of which well need to be sampled. We will be following up in coalition areas to confirm data and ensure compliance. Next slide. In conclusion, as of September 1st, 2022, we have over 15,000 total samples with over 11,000 wells that have been sampled. There are approximately 32% of well samples that exceeded the drinking water standard. In comparison, Sacramento, in their first year of monitoring, is at 17%. As stated in the order, the purpose of this program is to identify wells that exceed the drinking water standard and notify the users of the potential health risks. As you can see from our high percentage, we have been extremely successful in receiving notification from members whose sample result exceeds the drinking water standard to ensure the users have been notified of the potential health risks. Thank you, and I'll now turn it back to Sue.
Thank you, Bob.
Can I just ask a
Please.
Follow-up question before, because there's so much good stuff in here. While it's on that topic, have you been able to understand whether the those that have nitrate levels over the MCL are getting some kind of replacement water? It sounds like a few have said they're already self-supplying or receiving bottled water, but I know when this was adopted, the idea was that was expressed was that the expectation was that they would be able to get replacement water, and now we have a number of programs throughout certainly the San Joaquin Valley and Tulare County that provide bottled water or point of use. So I'm just wondering if you have any data or information on how many of those that have tested over the MCL have been able to get replacement water. Thanks.
Okay.
So after our conversation, after the last update, we have been providing information in the executive director's report on the number of folks who've identified that they are providing replacement water. So those numbers are provided every couple months in the executive director's report as a part of the Irrigated Lands update. Mm-hmm.
And I will say, as you mentioned, there's a number of programs that are providing replacement drinking water. I think from our standpoint, there's a few settlements, there's certainly safer, there's CV salts. The big challenge for us, just to be blunt, is to merge this data set of the 15,000 wells that are sampled here clean up the data in collaboration with the management zones, figure out where there's an overlap between this information and the priority 1 management zones where there is an obligation to provide replacement drinking water. And as that program rolls out over the next year and a half or so, make sure that all of the wells that test over the standard, at least in the priority 1 basins, are being provided with replacement drinking water. So it's a huge effort, and I think you're seeing some of the, as you know, there's a handful of programs that stood up at various times. This was actually one of the first, and so we're trying to reconcile that with the management zone program right now. Also, bear in mind that this is unique, as kind of Sue alluded to during the presentation, in that this is not a program that the coalitions are managing. This is a grower by grower responsibility to upload their information to the publicly accessible Geo Tracker database. And that means it's a little bit more complicated to reconcile that data set with the management zone. So it's kind of like, you broke it up on the front end, and then we're now working with them to reconsolidate that information as they develop the drinking water program. But huge effort. 15,000 wells, I think, is better than, I won't say anybody thought, but certainly is a success where, for where I stand today, looking back, I think that's an exceptional effort that was underway.
Yeah, I mean, I think the number of wells sampled is really impressive, and I appreciate staff's work, and I think there's a lot of success in that. I know there's some that are further along than others, but overall, just really incredible numbers. Just in the next, whether it's this update or CV salts, maybe a better place, just helping to understand whether, what percent of numbers or anything around just understanding whether those that are not just tested, but those that are over the MCL, which is really what we care about, right?
Yeah,
are getting replacement water.
Absolutely. And I will say, that there's a number of steps that the management zones have to take, right?
Yeah.
And a number of documents that they submitted to the regional board for comment. First and foremost in our comments back, saying you're on the right track, keep going. For most of them, there's an outlier or two, but they're all kind of on track still. First and foremost in those letters was we have to figure out how to reconcile these two programs and make sure that any vulnerable person or community that's potentially drinking nitrate impacted water is made whole under the CV salts regulatory program. So that's where a lot of the efforts are being shunted over time. We'll absolutely report both in this program and both in CV salts. Stu McConnell and Ann Walters, the respective program managers for irrigated lands and for CV salts. That is, I think, number one on your priorities. I think we assigned it for the upcoming about 2 years to make sure that works. But thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate that good question and focus from the board member on implementation. To your point, knowing that there is different spheres of influence, dollars, and ultimately responsibility here, but we can't leave it to individual households to figure that out for themselves. And so, we definitely, it is about the handoff in once identifying a household that has contaminated water to then those other solutions, which to your point, may be any number of different programs that are out there. I think we have an ability, and here it sounded like maybe the coalitions can better help, although a personal responsibility we know to each grower to help us, since they are at this pivot point, consolidate that information, make it usable, and connect the dots a little more. So I just really appreciate the good points from the board member.
For orientation, I'm going to touch on the petition order timeline, which have been discussed in detail in previous updates. So starting in 2018 with the adoption of the petition order and then the approval of the 3 new templates. Next slide, please. In 2019, as Bob mentioned, we started the drinking water well monitoring effort in the East San Joaquin Coalition. Next slide, please. The coalition-based waste discharge requirements were also updated in 2019 in compliance with the petition order. Next slide, please. And then later that year, our executive officer approved the East San Joaquin Coalition's nitrogen efficiency outlier methodology. And we started the external expert review of the East San Joaquin Coalition's surface water monitoring framework, which we'll cover in more detail in the following slides. Next slide, please. So we contracted with the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project to facilitate this effort and to form a stakeholder advisory group. That group helped convene the external expert review panel who held a number of public meetings, as well as a field trip to the monitoring locations for the East San Joaquin Coalition before developing their findings and recommendations in a final report. At the bottom of this slide is a link to the external review website where you can find videos of the public meetings, all of the presentations and comments, as well as the final report. Next slide, please. So the panel found that the surface water monitoring program is appropriately designed and implemented to meet the overarching program goals. And specifically, the panel endorsed the overall monitoring design, the data collection and analysis methods, the adaptive nature of the program, as well as the use of the monitoring data to inform management practices. The panel also included some recommendations for improvement of the program, including refinement of analytical methods to get at more biologically meaningful concentrations of pesticides. Next slide, please. So I'm very happy to report this spring, we were able to obtain accreditation for a number of analytical methods to monitor for imidacloprid, which is a widely used insecticide. We worked with the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program and its Technical Advisory Committee. And I want to give a shout out to the State Water Board's Quality Assurance Officer who helped us with this. Now we have new analytical methods which are required in the Irrigated Land Surface Water Monitoring Program, providing a lower, more environmentally meaningful detection level for this pesticide. Next slide, please.
Yeah, there have been many benefits to the Division of Drinking Water being transferred to the board. Certainly, one of the front of them is our sensitivity more to communities and the quality of their drinking water and those systems. But the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program is actually really important to be able to better have. I think of the microplastics work, I think of our PFAS work, and here, other emerging contaminants that it's nice to have that ability to continue to assess, develop the standards, and here make better decisions from it. So thank you.
I know that was a great process, and Christine Sotelo just was amazing to work with. So another success story, we did update the pesticides evaluation protocol recently with the updated list of pesticides registered for agricultural use with the most recent aquatic life and human health reference values. We coordinated with the Department of Pesticide Regulation, released the revised protocol for public input. This was the first update since the development in 2016, but we do plan on reviewing that protocol annually moving forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so just moving back to the timeline, in 2020, the first irrigation nitrogen management plan summary reports were submitted. And then later that year, the East San Joaquin Coalition took that information and submitted the first anonymous field level data. And the 13 coalitions who are subject to the requirements jointly submitted the groundwater protection formula, which I'll discuss more in the next slide. Next slide, please. So the petition order requires the development of a groundwater protection formula to calculate values and targets for nitrogen loading. The coalitions proposed the use of the soil and water assessment tool calibrated for the Central Valley in conjunction with grower reported data. The soil and water assessment tool is a public domain model which quantifies the impacts of management practices on large, complex watersheds. It's able to account for weather, land use, soil, slope, crop growth, irrigation, nutrient loading, and other factors. After significant opportunity for public input, the formula was conditionally approved.
Ms. McConnell, if you don't mind me asking,
of course.
what what was the participation like from groundwater sustainability agencies in some of this? You know, how aware are they of the development of these types of formulas, their easy applicability and incorporation, to my mind, into their GSPs, their groundwater sustainability plans, or any of the water quality, nexuses here that I know are really important for them to begin to own? Are we seeing participation? I know there's a lot of overlap between CV salts, between our folks. I know, it's a lot of the same, but, real intentional engagement from the GSAs. Are we seeing that?
Sure, that's a great question. We've had irrigated land stakeholder meetings dedicated to just the fact, the overlap of the two efforts. I would say that, we're doing our best to coordinate, right? There's probably more work to be done.
Opportunities for improvement.
I think Sue's putting it pretty diplomatically, but I just to be fair, the GSPs have been largely focusing on the quantity aspect of it and trying to figure out, well, if we get a lot less kind of water taken up, more water going in, and essentially Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, CV salts takes care of the rest is kind of how they've been approaching it. I think to the extent that we've been trying to elbow our way into those conversations to say, look, this might require more sophisticated participation than is currently being required. I empathize for them. They've got a huge challenge in front of them. And that said, I do think that the program that we're setting up through the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program should handle a lot of the water quality issues that they're confronting. But just to be blunt, I would like to see additional engagement on those areas. And I think that'll happen as this program matures. But to answer your question, I don't think that there's been the level of strategic engagement that I would have liked between the GSPs and this, despite the fact that there is considerable overlap. And I think it's largely due to the fact that the GSPs are so kind of overwhelmed with managing quantity and target aquifer levels and things like that.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that. I will say that the interconnectivity between the work doesn't happen on its own. And so, to the extent that, yes, these programs are churning, they're trying to address the quality side of things. It doesn't automatically translate to good decision-making, not if there isn't the cross discussion. So anyway, thank you. I appreciate the pause and exchange on it.
Next slide, please. So moving back to the timeline, farm evaluations that are compliant with the petition order were submitted in, like Bob said, in 2021 for the first time. That has a reporting frequency of every 5 years. The coalitions provided nitrogen remove coefficients for crops that cover over 95% of the Central Valley's irrigated acreage. INMP Irrigation Nitrogen Management Plan summary reports for all coalition members were submitted for the first time in 2021. And the coalition-based WDRs were updated again, this time to include CV salts requirements in 2021. And then also the groundwater protection values were submitted, and we'll talk about that in the next slide. Next slide, please. So the coalitions used the approved groundwater protection formula to calculate the values, which are the estimated nitrogen loading due to current farming practices. Those values are township-based, and they were submitted within the timeframe that was required. And for more information, we talked quite a bit about this at the last update, and for more information on the values, there's a link at the bottom of the slide that that'll direct you to the Central Valley Water Board's present board meeting where we talked about the values. Next slide, please. So last fall, the first anonymized data by field member and township with anonymous field member and township identifiers were submitted by the coalitions. Next slide, please. And this summer, the groundwater protection targets were submitted for the high priority townships, which we'll discuss more in the following slides. Next slide, please. So the groundwater protection targets are the estimated nitrogen loading to comply with receiving water limits. The coalitions are proposing to link the Central Valley Soil and Water Assessment Tool to a UC Davis groundwater flow tool. The development of the groundwater protection targets is meant to be an iterative process. That's what the petition order required, that we review it every 5 years. Next slide, please. So we did talk about the development of the groundwater protection targets during both the April and July Irrigated land stakeholder meetings. We've also held smaller meetings with agricultural and environmental justice stakeholders, as well as met with Dr. Thomas Harder, who helped develop the groundwater tool, the UC Davis groundwater tool. It's the non-point source assessment tool, or NPSAT for short. The groundwater protection targets report was released for public review, and we did receive 2 comment letters last week from environmental justice and environmental organizations. We plan on meeting with the stakeholders and Dr. Harder to discuss this more, and we will be bringing the targets and staff recommendations to the December Central Valley Water Board meeting. Next slide, please. So the groundwater protection targets, as I discussed at the last update, is one of the 3 interrelated components of the management practice evaluation program. So the 3 components include management practice assessment, where we look at whether the existing and new practices are protective of groundwater quality. There are the values and targets. The values provide the estimated current loading to groundwater. The targets provide the necessary loading rate to achieve compliance. And then the groundwater protection management plans, which include information on practices that are needed, to achieve compliance, and the timelines and milestones associated with implementation of those practices. Next slide, please. So another groundwater management element required by the petition order is the development of acceptable ranges for multi-year A/R ratios by crop. That would be a nitrogen use efficiency without mass loading of nitrogen and the related time interval. We've been having conversations with the environmental justice and agricultural stakeholders who actually support a multi-year A-R amount by crop. Developing that as an acceptable range. That would provide a nitrogen removal efficiency, which better approximates the potential leachable nitrogen. So because it provides the nitrogen mask and the area and time. So we just started having conversations with state board staff about this, but we're going to continue to have conversations with stakeholders, involve state board staff, and develop an appropriate method for meeting this requirement. So wanted just to bring this to your attention.
I just understand that. So you're saying that in our order, we just used A/R and an A-R is more appropriate, or can you clarify what you're
So the requirement in the petition order is the development of acceptable ranges for multi-year A/R ratios. And we're looking at multi-year A-R. And the petition order talks about A-R as useful and valuable information, but the requirement is for the A/R ratios.
So I would just remind the board that we got the A/R from an expert panel's recommendation, and we did commit to in the future reconvening an expert panel once we had the data in. So this would be an appropriate thing for that expert panel to look at as part of their charge.
Next slide, please. So sufficiency of the anonymous data submittal. This was an issue that the petition order requires that we address during this update, as well as every update every 2 years. So the anonymous data is being used to identify nitrogen efficiency outliers, develop the groundwater protection targets, establish acceptable ranges for multi-year AR amounts by crop, and to verify crop grower trends and performance. Irrigated land staff is reviewing the anonymous data, and we do find it to be sufficient for program oversight and progress. As required by the petition order, we'll continue to evaluate this and report, bring our updates. Slide, please.
On that, quick question on anonymity of data. What does it mean for ultimately the way the program is enforced? I mean, obviously we're working with our, if there are outliers, the coalitions are intermediaries, they're working with the direct grower. But as the program continues to mature, and I know right now we're very much in a help everyone comply, let's like achieve these goals by like bringing folks along. There's still, whether it's the AR ratios or other things, some still yet unknowns in development. But what is the thought of, what is the impact, I guess, on any sort of potential enforcement as we continue to?
Sure. So we have been reporting on enforcement in the executive director's report, and much of our enforcement is right now focused on enrollment and reporting. So getting the irrigation management plan summary reports submitted by the growers, right? We are planning on getting back in the field for on-site on-farm inspections. And, we have, in the past, we've identified growers who haven't submitted the reports as high priorities for conducting inspections. And now we're going to look at outliers, as higher priorities for inspections. And go ahead, Patrick. I feel like
a big, huge question, right? So I think to take a step back, one of the rationale, or the main rationale for the anonymized reporting, the township level reporting, really was based on essentially the scientific and geologic conclusion that the way the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program is regulating nitrate the goals of the program can be achieved, at least in the interim, over the time period that we're in right now, by looking at that township level impacts to water quality, recognizing that there are hotspots throughout the region. How do we reduce the aggregate loading township by township by the development of, number one, getting everybody into the program, which is kind of Bob's big effort, make sure that the drinking water wells get monitored. Then, as Sue's describing the trajectory of developing the formulas, the values and the targets and working towards those targets, that should result in significant nitrate reductions at the surface. As we, and really where the drinking water is concerned, it's an aggregate of a lot of those sources combining, working its way through, the Vado zone and into the domestic wells. Developing protection standards for that is the kind of complex effort, the little three-way diagram that Sue is showing. And I think at that stage, we do have to have an honest gut check and see whether anonymized reporting is actually working to reduce, number one, reduce those nitrate loadings, and number two, make sure that there is the level of accountability that we need within the growers working within the program. I think at this stage, we have been doing very diligent type of enforcement with our enforcement priorities, which have been the enrollment and the drinking water sources, and diligently working on the technical aspects of developing the formula values and targets. As we continue to implement the program, I think we're going to have more serious kind of discussions about whether that is succeeding or not. I think, to be honest, those discussions will also be kind of geographically defined too. What works in one area of the state might not be the same answer that works in another area of the state. It really depends on the types of responses we're seeing within the groundwater within this program. That's kind of one of the reasons why we've got 14 different water quality coalitions, even more if you count the sub-watershed groups. But that's the undertaking. So at this stage, I am absolutely kind of confident that the reporting that is being done right now is sufficient to meet our regulatory endpoints. That's the kind of hard questions I ask Sue, Adam, and Bob almost on a quarterly basis. And they've been saying absolutely yes. But at some point, we are going to be asking for more. And whether the numbers tell us that we need to ask for more with respect to anonymized reporting or not, I think that we're going to wait some time to make that determination as the result of these type of efforts come in.
Yeah, thank you. And please, Vice Chair.
Just one
yes.
thing to add to that. I think what much of the information that we get and is anonymized, our staff have the ability to get that information unanonymized to a certain extent and do the enforcement that's necessary. So I think, from someone on the outside and looking into the program, it's a little, you don't get to get as deep into the data as we can. So if, for example, you had a concern with, say, an A/R ratio of a certain grower over a certain number of years, so we have had this discussion already, but we have the absolute intent and ability to dig in and go visit that farmer. And so I don't see really this data system that we have now inhibiting any of those type of operations.
I appreciate that. And I also appreciate that there isn't a program out there nationally, out there anywhere like this. And the relationship is an evolving one. And there are issues of trust. And, we'll later have a fees discussion, which, will come up with a lot of the same themes that we're talking around insofar as how do we best resource a program that works? What are the ways we all in common see the outcomes? And I know this was, as we went to adoption, for me, one of the things that, I don't want to enshrine a lack of trust with us. And then on anonymity of it, sometimes I feel it kind of does that. But I think what I hope it does as well is just shows that, we are giving care to what is the successful implementation of what is not an uncomplicated issue, both, scientifically and sometimes and politically, for sure. Vice Chair.
Well, I just want to, first of all, this is a good discussion to have and sort of a reminder, for me, my sense being out in the field with growers, the anonymity is so important that gets them to a place where they can embrace this program. And I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Palupa, about the program in aggregate and improvement for the townships. But I'm a little concerned about the outlier piece. So, Mr. Lapis, just because you have that ability, I think we need to maybe have more information on that as to what are the coalitions doing, how are they treating outliers. I'm a little rusty on this, but as I recall, go out, have the conversation. That was the whole point about, coalitions. Not having a regulator show up at the farm, but someone from the coalition to say, hey, you look like an outlier, and, have that initial conversation. But if it persists, it was my recollection that at a certain point, those outliers would be turned over to the regional board. And I think we could use more information about how is that process been going and what do those numbers look like?
Absolutely, and I think we have access to, I suppose, the numbers on the three matrices that were used in the irrigated lands order, so we can see whether those numbers are trending upwards or downwards, and who the heck is this outlier that keeps showing up year after year? Is the coalition appropriately addressing that or not? Are things that Sue has the ability, and then again, if there's not a sufficient response there, Adam's absolutely right. We can follow up with the next steps. And, I think, again, from a vantage point of a program that has expansive reach, Bob's team is relatively small, even though it projects its force pretty mightily. We have been focused on making sure that the groundwater protection targets become in place, that there's development of those, that we will get the nitrate load reductions down, and that the team will analyze the results of that project and then make an assessment of whether changes to the anonymized system are in fact required. At the current juncture, I know we get comments from the environmental justice and environmental community saying, well, it's been a few years now. Time's up. We're not seeing the results. I think, I do urge patience. I urge patience with the caveat that we are diligently trying to make sure that every person who may be drinking nitrate impacted groundwater will get replacement drinking water. I think that's the big caveat there. That's what gives us the ability to say we can be a little patient in terms of allowing this program to move forward. I think that's the whole design of CV salts, is to say, well, as long as we take care of the sensitive receptors, we can embark on a longer time frame here. It's likewise with this program. I'd urge I urge my board, when they're making their considerations of this program and its process, to let's keep going with what's working right now. And continue to check in. We're still relatively new in the implementation of the East San Joaquin requirements. 2018 to 2022, that's just a few years. Clean Water Act is still working on problems after 50 years. So we're going to continue to be diligent about this, provided that we do set up the drinking water replacement program and make sure that no individual person is going to be impacted by these nitrate discharges while we allow this process to take place.
Well, absolutely. It just seems to me that top priority, as you say, getting drinking water to communities, and then working on the groundwater protection targets, the aggregate. But then in terms of the individual piece, the accountability piece, and considering just the importance that the ag community places on anonymity. And I think an important piece of that needs to include accountability. So in future reports, I think it would be helpful to get more information on that.
Absolutely, will do.
Thanks. And then I had another question on Mr. Harder's work on the non-point source assessment tool, and where does that fit in with the development of the groundwater protection targets?
The proposal is to link the CV SWAT, or the Soil and Water Assessment Tool, to the non-point source assessment tool. So those two would work in conjunction to get the nitrogen loading that's needed to meet the receiving water limit. So that is a component of the modeling process to get to the target calculation.
Can I just, once you're finished, add a little something to that? So the CV SWAT tool, as Sue went on earlier, is I look at it as the landscape scale tool, and it uses basically geophysical parameters, individual grower information, soil type databases, just about everything from the top of the land of the soil type up to estimate how much nitrate is leaching below the root zone. And that model was calibrated to actual crop yields. So what they did is they did that CV SWAT modeling, and that was the groundwater protection formulas, right? I'm getting the titles wrong, maybe.
Unit. Right.
Right. So the next step is, okay, well, we know now, or we have an estimate of the amount of nitrate that's leaching below the root zone. Now we got to figure out how much of that nitrate is actually going to be, is that going to be problematic in groundwater? And that's where Dr. Harder's tool comes in, and they link that essentially flux of nitrate to his tool, which actually links up information like groundwater, pumping from giant irrigation wells, groundwater flows, all the information that happens below the ground, and they essentially tries to figure out, okay, how much of that nitrate is winding up in, say, someone's domestic well, or has the risk of winding up in someone's domestic well in that area. So, this is a huge undertaking, and I'm not aware of anything like it out there. We started this program back in 2012, and we basically said at that time, look, there's going to be a groundwater component to this program, and everyone was always saying, we have no idea how to estimate the actual leachate in the landscape scale that we're talking about here, millions of acres. And this is we've come a long way, but I do believe that it's there's a lot to be done, but I think these two models linking is a really huge step in the right direction.
Thank you.
Yeah, just really exciting, the continued growth of our ability to really assess, understand, and hear, comprehend the dynamics that are driving these issues of pollution around nitrate or salts or whatever they may be. And as you spoke about, the role of pumping and how much and where, again, calls to mind how critical the groundwater sustainability agencies understand that for themselves. and understand how they're moving around their own contaminants within their groundwater, and, see how you might self-organize around some solutions to better address this. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the discussion today. This is really helpful for me to just understand, get these updates and understand how far you're progressing really in a relatively short amount of time, given the challenge that's before us all. So, I think about the other times where you come and give us updates, and that includes on CV salts annually. So I was wondering, we're talking about Sigma, we're talking about all the developments in the Irrigated Lands program. We're talking about moving forward rapidly with CV salts as well, and development of the management zone implementation plans. So I was wondering if you could just help connect the dots for me a bit and just talk about how those plans are coming together at a high level, and how all this work that you just described in irrigated lands dovetails with those management zone plans.
No, absolutely. And I think that's, we're at the stage where it was just recently the regional board received the proposals for the management zone, the final management zone proposal. So the list of all the dischargers that are going to be working together to develop the final management zone implementation plans. Every one of these is another staged version, which will be due, about 180 days after we kind of assess the thousands of pages we just received over the past couple of weeks, digest those and understand the maps and the interrelations there, and then actually start adopting permits for all those nitrate impacted facilities, and most importantly, time schedules for all of those facilities to come into compliance. And a lot of that will depend on what is happening in the Irrigated Lands regulatory program, and to a lesser but also significant extent what's happening with the dairy program. So it's kind of those three components are moving forward under the CV salts umbrella to kind of address the nitrate impacts on the spatial scale of the management zone. So there's about 5 management zones that are working together. Irrigated lands, that's the largest nitrate source, and then there are and the other nitrate sources will kind of fill in the bucket with smaller stones, so to speak. And then that whole package will come in front of the board probably about a year and a half from now, understanding that 6 months we'll get the plans, digest those, do some CEQA, which will always be fun, and then get those proposals before us. So essentially what's happening with the Irrigated Lands regulatory program is they're coming first with their planned development of nitrate load reductions. That's the majority of the nitrate that's impacting the management zones. And that will be filled. And then the next step is to fill those in with additional requirements for all the other permanent facilities. And I think about this stage, it's about a couple hundred. I cringe at that a little bit. It's a couple hundred permits that need to be updated very soon, with time schedules that will then be packaged together in the management zones to move forward, while at the same time, every one of those permittees is funding right now early action plans, but they will transition to drinking water plans for each one of the management zones to make sure that anybody whose well tests above the nitrate standard has a reliable source of drinking water while they're working on rectifying these discharges. So that's kind of the big picture. And looming in the background, as Joaquin mentioned earlier, are the Sigma agencies, which are kind of watching all this develop. And certainly they all have tags to both CV salts and the Irrigated Lands regulatory program in their plans, saying, if we manage to do the water supply component and they manage to do the water quality component, everything will be all right, 30, 40, 50 years from now. Certainly it'll take a little bit more engagement effort in the years to come to make sure that that actually comes to fruition, and that the data sets, frankly, are talking to one another as we develop our plans. But that's the big picture. There's a lot of dots to connect.
Yeah, there are. And again, thank you for that really helpful explanation. I think as we go forward here and we have these annual updates, the more that we can tell that story and bring these issues together, because they are so interrelated, at least the more helpful it will be for me, and I hope the public as well, in understanding how complex the challenges that you're tackling are.
I will say, in about 2 years' time, as we kind of incorporate especially in Priority 1 areas, which are the most nitrate impacted areas of the valley, as we incorporate these two together, the Irrigated Lands program and CV salts, it'll probably mostly be one update, or at least for nitrate, it'll be one update. Salts is whole nother thing. But the main update will I mean, the Venn diagram is slowly converging to a circle in those in the at least in the priority 1 areas. And so that's what it'll look like as we move forward.
Can I just add one thing? On the question on the GSAs, I don't know if there is a number of commenters today, but when these management zones were setting up, there was an effort I tried to attend as many of them as I could. And there was an effort to get someone from a GSA on those management zone boards throughout the valley. I don't know how successful they were. It was a challenge for them at the time, but certainly, any of them that are here or commenting or able to could probably give you some sense of that if they are.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you, board member. Yeah, our founding is premised on the inextricable linking of quantity and quality. You cannot actually separate or tease out the two. And so bridging that back, knowing that there's here some chasm between that on the groundwater side, I think is going to be really important. So thank you, board member, for that. Board member Firestone.
Yeah, thanks. And actually, if it's easy to go to slide 40, I thought that was really helpful visual. I always really like the visuals. It helps me. And this to the board member McGuire's question, it's very hard to keep everything straight. I wanted to just first clarify, so the groundwater quality management plans, is that something that is going to be required and hasn't yet been submitted or developed, or where does that fit in timeline-wise?
Yes, groundwater quality management plans have been developed for all of the coalitions for high vulnerability areas. So once groundwater protection values have been included in the groundwater quality management plans, the groundwater protection targets will also need to be included in the groundwater quality management plans once they're approved.
Okay, and that's that kind of iterative, and that seems to be like a really good kind of nest of a management plan within the CV salts implementation plans. It seems like intuitively, but is that not?
That would honestly, your answer right there, that would be the answer to the final exam question of, did you understand what we talked about? So you're exactly right. The groundwater quality management plans, as we update the targets, as we derive the time schedule under CV salts, that's where that will be housed. That's that component right there. So you're absolutely right. That is, okay. That's where that will live, so to speak.
And then really my question is, I know you are still in the process of meeting with folks and evaluating and then ultimately bringing to your board later this year the recommendations on targets. And I know that's an iterative process as well. Some of the stakeholders shared their letter on it, and I just wanted to again, I know you're in the process on this, but just understand. So the whole goal of the groundwater protection targets is to look at what would the loading need to be to achieve compliance, to not be contributing or exceeding to water quality objectives. So, do you feel like there's still work to do in trying to make sure that what you all are able to approve or bring to your board for approval, I guess is the better thing, for later this year, that there's that you're able to bring targets that could estimate the first stab at those loading rates needed to achieve compliance? And do you feel like that's going to be more complete? I just, in the letter I heard concerns about, or read concerns about, how much that's covering of the coalition lands. And secondly, I think some of the maybe concerns around holding off on establishing them until there's more data. But maybe this is just from reading the letter, and I was just wondering if you can comment to the extent that I understand this is still in process and not before your board yet.
No, it's I think at the end of the day, the East San Joaquin actually says it's my signature that needs to approve them. So still dragging it in front of my board to make sure that they've got my back on that. But I do think that there are additional conversations that are ongoing to make sure that we understand the magnitude of the load reductions that are being proposed in the proposed targets. There's real world ramifications, how the targets are set and the process by which the coalitions will work to achieve those targets does have real world implications on actual people drinking water out of actual wells. So I think, Sue's team and Adam are looking very hard at that information, understanding that, we don't have a full and complete data set. We have to act on what we've got, even if it isn't a complete picture of the entire valley. Some of the frankly, some of the components that are missing, so to speak, are missing because there are areas where, nitrates are not that big of a problem, and that's a good thing. But there are also tougher conversations about how we will protect those individual wells that may be in the middle of heavy agricultural areas and that would not receive protection in the near term underneath the proposed targets. That's really the tough question that we're going to be asking. Now, not all wells are going to be protected in that first 5-year interval. How do we make sure that we are going to be on a trajectory to protect everybody over the long term? Or, what are the ramifications to agriculture going to be with the imposition of whatever the targets are? Again, we just got the comments last week, so I don't want to say I've got all the answers, but those are the conversations that we will be having over the next couple months and taking before our board in December.
Great. And then just so I understand the reasons why targets might not be established for all acreage is because it's only looking at is it only doing it for the high vulnerability areas where you have groundwater management plans, or that's the only place that has to develop groundwater targets?
That's correct. The order requires targets in the high vulnerability townships.
Thanks.
Board member. We have a couple of commenters we can go to, and I think first would like to call up Nathan Kane, who will be followed by Kaya Rivers, and rounding us out here in the room is David Corey.
Good morning, still morning. My name is Nat Kane. I'm the Executive Director of Environmental Law Foundation. We have been in front of the board talking about ILRP several times over the last, 6 years maybe. And I think today is a really important moment because we get to talk about these groundwater protection targets for the first time, having seen the draft. And I know that Central Valley Board staff isn't done looking at the draft and hasn't made a decision yet, but I just want to put some of these issues in front of the State Board because I suspect that we may be back here in a little bit to talk about them. And I want to give a lot of credit to Central Valley staff, to Sue and her team, because what the coalition initially proposed for these targets back in early this summer was to not even have a target that was protective of water quality. They were going to develop only what they called an interim target that was based on just a percentage reduction in loading that had no actual tie to water quality. And all the credit in the world to the Central Valley Board staff for nipping that in the bud and requiring the coalitions to actually produce a target that is tied to achieving water quality objectives, or at least meeting receiving water limitations under the order. That being said, we have serious issues with the targets document as it has been submitted. And hopefully the board is aware, we have been focused on this issue of secret data and anonymous reporting for quite a long time. And this makes our issues with the anonymous reporting violating the law extremely concrete, because the actual results of this target document are only requiring approximately a 20% reduction in nitrogen loading for the approximately 70% of the townships with high vulnerability areas for which the coalitions even calculated those values. So, and put that in comparison to the academic literature that this board relied on when it established the ESJ order back in 2018, which said that reductions are going to be more in the 75% range. And the tough thing here with the data being secret is that maybe the coalitions are right. Maybe only a 20% reduction is enough to meet receiving water limitations. I find it highly implausible that that's the case. But the truth is we cannot vet that number, and the board cannot vet that number without public data. This is a process that has been run in secret, and now we've finally got the number that the coalitions say they have to meet, and it is implausibly low. And I find that very troubling. And I really call upon board staff as they look at this document to give it a really good hard look, really shake the tree. And I think that if you do, you're either going to come to the conclusion that this target document has to be disapproved, or that the data underlying it needs to be made public so that the board and the public can evaluate this document. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. I appreciate your comments and contributions. Next, I'd like to call up Kaya Rivers, who will be followed by David Corey, and we have 2 additional commenters after.
Hi, good morning again. My name is Kaya Rivers, and I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center, and along with Clean Water Action and Leadership Council, I will be highlighting the need to protect small disadvantaged communities' access to clean water. Clean Water Action, Leadership Council, California Coast Keeper Alliance, and Community Water Center have been engaged with the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and directly negotiated with agriculture interests, the Central Valley Board, and state board staff for the creation of groundwater protection targets. And these were included as a requirement of the order that was adopted by the State Water Board. Our organizations have written a comment letter expressing our concerns regarding the proposed groundwater protection targets, and you all should have received a copy. And after reviewing the groundwater protection target document, we have found that the proposed targets do not comply with the requirements of the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Order as approved by the State Water Board. The proposed, the proposed groundwater protection targets, instead of providing a number that represents the level of nitrogen loading that is protective of groundwater, suggest interim targets that the coalitions estimate will only result in approximate 16% reduction of nitrate relative to current loading. This proposal does not represent the intended use of the groundwater protection targets as expressed by the state board and should be rejected. Additionally, the report should not use data uncertainty as a reason not to set targets. Instead, the report should include a section that identifies specific gaps, a work plan, and timeline for reducing it. Also, in violation of the order, 104 high vulnerability townships were excluded from the establishment of the groundwater protection targets. And this decision ultimately results in the exclusion of 99 public water systems and 721 domestic wells from the protection targets. This exclusion further compromises the ability of proposed groundwater protection targets to protect drinking water, especially those of disadvantaged communities. Finally, the Regional Water Board has stated that the lack of resources to ground truth the proposed groundwater protection targets in order to ensure that the model used provides complete and accurate data that will be protected of groundwater quality. The Regional Board to fulfill its responsibility to protect water quality, it must be able to verify both the model inputs and results. And we hope the State Water Board ensures that the Regional Board staff has the resources it needs in order to ground truth the projected impacts of the groundwater quality targets. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments again today.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers. Appreciate your comments and continued contribution to the programs. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up David Corey, who will be followed by Bruce Hochschild, and wrapping us up will be Jennifer Clary.
Here you go, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, David Corey representing the San Joaquin Valley Drainage Authority. We're the body the coalition for the West Side San Joaquin Watershed Coalition. I just wanted to let you know that we're here, we're listening, we're involved. Appreciate the presentation by staff and the many questions from board members, and the fact that you guys are engaged in understanding this. It's a very complex issue that we've spent months and months and years really to try and come up with a really good program. I think that implements the needs and the needs of the order and the needs of this board. Wanted to let you know that the growers and the coalitions are committed to continue to implement the program and are doing that right now. I think we're very proud of what we put together, the targets, the values, all of that. I think it's beyond what we would have envisioned when we first came up with this idea in a small room before the state board. I mean, I'm very proud of what we put together. And we're also very committed to continuing to work on these issues moving forward. There's going to be a lot of adaptation going forward. We'll work with state board staff, with the EJ community, and with this board to make this thing a success like we have in the future. I mean, if you have any questions, I can try and answer them, but I just wanted to let you know we're here listening and we care.
I really appreciate that commitment to the success and hear a common vision of success for this program, and knowing that there are complexities. And I appreciate the feedback we're hearing on the targets. It's still a moving, discussion, but the openness and the relationships that have been developed around all of this discussion is really appreciated. So thank you, Mr. Corey. I appreciate those comments. Thank you. Morning.
Good morning, Chairman Esquivel, members of the board. I'd asked for 3 minutes. I might need 30 more additional seconds. First of all, great pronunciation of the last name. Always appreciate that. I also want to follow David Corey and talk about some appreciations and then give some Sac Valley perspective on some things. So first, Chairman Esquivel, first of all, kudos to all of you. Some of you know I serve as an elected official in a city of 150,000 people, right? Who has its own water, has its own electric, has its own issues. Just to put that in perspective, we have more registered voters in that city than Colusa and Glen have people, okay? But you have a variety of things, and your attentiveness and your how conversant you are on all these issues. I truly, truly appreciate coming from the seat of an elected official and having to respond to my constituents as well. And Chairman Esquivel, I think you phrased it well when you mentioned trust. Next year will be the 20th year of the beginning of the Irrigated Lands Program, which started with some premises on, discharges to surface water that have been borne out throughout the valley and proven through data what the water quality actually is. I was in the Pitt River recently, and it's hard to dissuade them of the belief that on-farm drinking water well testing is really just going to end up taking the water to Southern California. So building that trust takes time and takes attentiveness. I had to throw my body in front of 2 regional board staff members who were giving a presentation, on it. And I also want to express appreciation for Sue, her characterization of the coalition's role. Outreach and education is our role. Regulation is not our role. And, I was just in the Shasta watershed, which has a lot of dry wells, and we'll get to that in a second. But, frankly, I'll just put it frankly. They said, tell the regional board to do their job. It's not our job. So that gets to my second appreciation for Bob Ditto. We've been working very closely with Bob on that fine balancing act, recognizing resources, recognizing we don't want to staff Bob up to 20 people that ends up in our state water quality fee, right? So we're finding that fine line. Board member Firestone, as I was walking up, I heard your comments on dry wells. NACWA, where I work, Northern California Water Association, this year, recognizing that was coming, put together the North State Drinking Water Solutions Network. We met 3 times this year. We're meeting with folks at OES. We bring in, we have across over with some of the GSAs. So we're very actively involved. You know, we have the North Valley Community Foundation out of Glenn County. That's very, very, very bearing a lot of great results. Also, we have at NACL, we have a groundwater task force where some of this crossover that you're asking about GSAs occurs. So just wanted to point that out. Yeah, I mentioned the landscape's a little different. In the Pitt River system, they have about 9,000 people. I will say that, what we're seeing with the early results, Bob mentioned that Sac Valley is just in the first year. What we're seeing in our early results of the on-farm drinking water well sampling, and I go to Geo Tracker addictively to see what those results are. There are a lot of lavender dots on there, which means we're compliant with the drinking water MCL. And where there are not, that's pretty consistent with what we see in our groundwater quality assessment. Member Firestone, you were asking about the groundwater quality management plans. Well, the cornerstone to all of this is the groundwater quality assessment report, where you go out and you determine susceptibility and vulnerability. You overlay the agricultural landscape. But we're seeing, consistency with that on-farm drinking water well sampling, our groundwater trend monitoring. SAFER has about 10 days ago, they did their domestic well and small systems. They produced the 2022 map, shows aquifer risk assessment. We're seeing consistency in all of these things that then, David Guy. Let's find where we need to work and get better. And that's what we're doing in the Sacramento Valley. And we appreciate the fact that you recognize that the hydrologic region of the Sacramento Valley, the San Joaquin and Tulare Lake are pretty different. But regardless of that, we're, like David Corey said, we're here to continue to move this along. And it is state of the art. Nobody, in Nebraska, it's a resource management. Okay, I got some nitrate in the ground. Let's use it on the corn. Okay. Here we're on the cutting edge. So thank you, and I appreciate the time today.
Thank you for the good comments. And yeah, it's not lost on me that regrettably you have communities like significant cities like Des Moines, Iowa, that have to shut down their drinking water intakes for months at a time during the summer because of just unchecked pollution going into those rivers, particularly around nitrates and phosphorus. So thank you. I appreciate that. And last, I'd like to call up Jennifer Clary. Good morning, still.
There we go. Sorry, trying to unmute myself. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for holding this hearing today. My name is Jennifer Clary. I'm the California Director of Clean Water Action, and I've been working on the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program for about 20 years, but on groundwater only for about 15, because that's about when you guys started looking at groundwater for the Irrigated Lands Program. I really want to thank everyone who's working on this, but I also want to point out this is not a new program. This is a new part of an existing program. So it's almost the 10-year anniversary of the adoption of the East San Joaquin order. So I think what we're looking for now are some concrete improvements in water quality. And we appreciate the well testing that's going on that was ordered by the state board in this order. But I do want to talk about targets because that's what we're working on right now. And when we were negotiating the petition back in, I think it was 2018, we did this. We really wanted to have a common shared understanding of what compliance looked like, so that when we hit that 35-year number that you set for in the CV salts basin plan amendment, that we all agree that we're meeting the targets. And so when we look, the groundwater protection targets are a really important piece to us. And that's one reason why we said we would be okay with aggregate information, because we were going to have these targets that we could all work towards. The difficulty is, there's two difficulties. One is that the agricultural coalitions provided a number that's not a target, but a strategy. Like there's a target we have to meet, that this is our strategy for the next 5 years, and that's not what we want. And the second issue is that the water board has said that they're unable to ground truth the data that comes out of the model. So we need to fix two things. One, we need to have a target. It may need to be, we may need to work on it, and the order actually says that. So if you go back and read your order, it says we recognize that this methodology may evolve over time as the third party in the Central Valley Water Board gain experience with its application. They're not saying we're postponing the targets. They're saying, well, we understand that these targets are going to evolve. So I want to kind of clarify that. And then I also want to be sure that, gosh, I've lost my train of thought, that as we move forward, we're going to be able to ground truth those numbers, and that we can count on the board staff to actually look at the numbers that are coming out of those models and say, you don't have to be exact, but just say, okay, based on the data going in and the monitoring going on the ground, that this is a number we think is appropriate. So we want to see that. And I think that's our biggest concern right now, is understanding how that's going to work. And finally, I really just want to thank Kaya for making all of our points, and thank all of you. And I'll be back in front of you next year, I'm sure, for the same item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Clary. I appreciate your long contributions as well. What I feel really fortunate for is we have a lot of leaders in this space on all sides of the issue, certainly, and continued eye toward making sure that we're having something that is living up to the incredible task and challenge that we have in front of us. And what I appreciate and why we have this informational yearly is it's iterative, and these moments to reflect, take a step back, make sure we're really best understanding where we are and meeting the goals of this program are just really critical, and where we can improve, most importantly, and being very open and honest around it all. Really appreciate the good discussion. That wraps up.
Can I ask just super quick follow-up? I know we have a long day, so and just so I understand, on this question of vetting or ground truthing the proposal, can you just speak a little bit? I saw on one of your slides that you have more meetings with stakeholders and Dr. Harder in particular before you're moving forward, but can you just speak a little bit to how the kind of vetting or third-party review would work?
Yeah, and I'll let Adam go a little bit more into the technical details, but we absolutely, one of the focus of the December board meeting will be on the methodology that we will use to ground truth the models and the data. But I don't know, Adam, if you want to elaborate a little bit more. But
I can a little bit. I think what we're looking to do is, hearing these comments is really good for us today. I think we're working through this, but certainly with any model, we want to be able to ensure that it's calibrated properly, and that there is a way of just what you said, ground truth, what's coming out of that model, and that can be done in a number of ways. Linking up these two models has never been done before, to my understanding at this point. So that's something that we'll have to look into, and like Patrick and Sue were saying, will be part of the discussion in December.
Great, thanks. And just another thanks to all the stakeholders and leaders and staff that are really, I think, have developed a innovative and collaborative and ambitious program to try to really tackle this really challenging issue that is not for California alone, but as usual, I think we're on the leading edge, and just appreciate the commitment of staff and leaders to make sure people in the meantime have access to safe drinking water, and the huge amount of work and thought and discussion that goes into everything. Thanks.
Hear, hear. Thank you, board member. Other colleagues, any questions, thoughts, anything to wrap us up with? Great. Thank you again. Really appreciate this update. And that concludes then item number 5. It brings us to about noon now. And I could either give us a short break and then have a late lunch at 1, or just go ahead and take our lunch. What we have next is a tranche of items on our fees, our drinking water fees, our water rights fees, our water quality fees. Let's go ahead and give ourselves the benefit of a refresher and go ahead and just take a full lunch, and we'll come back at 12:30 and I think launch right in. And from there, be able to handle our work. That sound good? All right. It's been a long morning already, I know, and good discussion around both our hydrologic update, but importantly, this irrigated lands regulatory program. Again, so cutting edge. Really appreciate everyone's work. I'll break you to lunch now, and we'll return at 12:30. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. We'll just wait a moment more before we begin here. Thanks for the patience. I think we can go ahead and begin as we do have a quorum and our fellow board colleagues will be joining shortly. And we have a pretty packed schedule. So I say we go ahead and start in on item number 6, which is consideration. And here, the next 3 items will be regarding fees and our programs, a yearly celebration that we get to have and to contemplate on our fees and here figure out how we best balance the needs of the programs on fee-based organization we've inherited. So item number 6 is consideration of the proposed resolution for the drinking water fees. And I'd like to then hand it over to Mr. David Ceccarelli.
Thank you, Board Chair.
Or John Russell, I apologize. I have
That's
here,
okay. That's okay.
David will present, so I just.
David will do most of the heavy lifting for this presentation. So with me today is David Ceccarelli. He's the fee branch manager, the fee and revenue branch. My name is John Russell. I'm the deputy director of the Division of Administrative Services. If we could have the first slide, please. Before we get into the actual presentation proper, I wanted to give you a 1-minute update on Fiscal. This little summary will be relative to all of our fee setting agenda items today. And there's a lot of information on this slide, but if you pay attention to the last row on the table, what we're trying to convey is we've made year-over-year improvements to our processing time. Basically, our year-end closing is our milestone that we use to heavily set fees because it's our final accounting of the previous year. So it tells us how much revenue we had for that year, how much of a leftover funding we've had, any deficits we had, anything like that. So we do rely on it heavily for the next year's budgeting of our fees. As you can see from the table, we've been very behind in our closing, and that was entirely expected. It's taken our sister agencies 2 to 3 years to implement into Fiscal. So we're not ready to unroll the mission accomplished banner yet, but we are very close to where we want to be. For this particular year and closing of last fiscal year, which is the FY 21-22, which just closed in June 30th, we're probably about 80% complete right now. This slide was put together a couple weeks ago, so we're even further along than we're showing now. Our typical year-end closing time would be August to September if we were totally on time. So this year we're going to close in November. So we're quite a bit closer than we were last year where we closed in June. And then as we go forward, once we close last year's fiscal year, we'll start closing this year's months, and we should be totally caught up by around February. So this time next year, we will be totally caught up. We'll have all the data that we need that everybody, including myself, have been asking for from our accounting shop on where we are with our past year, where we are financially and fiscally. Going into Fiscal, like I said, we knew it was going to be, at least initially, a white knuckle ride, because that was one of the biggest things that we weren't going to know is our balances for any of our funding from anywhere near close to real time. So we are getting there, but like I said, we're not ready to declare victory yet. And then it'll be like a garden where you can't just plant it, have to tend it and make sure we stay on top of it. So that's just a really high overview. As we get nearer to being on time, I'd be happy to come back and give a more detailed accounting of our accounting, if you will. But for now, that's just sort of an overview of how the scale plays into our fee setting process.
I really appreciate that. I know that it has been an incredible challenge to transition to fiscal, not just for ourselves, other state agencies. We're amongst here, I think, are solely the most complicated agency to have been brought into the system, given the number of accounts, the complicated nature of both our fees, but then also the amounts that we receive for infrastructure and other things. So all that to say, I just really appreciate what I know have been a lot of long hours, weekends, work through COVID circumstances as well that also didn't make this transition all the easiest. And so really glad to hear that next year we'll be caught up. I know it sometimes comes up as a challenge, whether it's in reimbursements or even just in our year-to-year budgeting. And so here, just thank you. I know it's been with a lot of good work and a lot of long hours from our folks in the program that we've been able to get to this point. So thank you.
And with that, I will turn it over to David.
Thank you, John. Next slide. Next slide. I just want to give a kind of a recap or an overview here of our staff presentation for this item. First, well, of course, the introduction and comments there that John just provided. Stakeholder outreach. We'll have some discussion on the safe drinking water account, the budget cost drivers, the proposed fee changes, comments received, closing comments, and then we'll open it up to questions. So we can move actually to the next slide and then the next slide after this. Thank you. So just wanted to, the stakeholder meetings were held after each iteration of the governor's budget was released. All meetings were via Zoom and webcast. So our first meeting was in March 9th. That was after the Jan 10th budget that was released. And then the May revise came out and we scheduled a meeting on June 10th. And then finally, when the budget was enacted, we met with the stakeholders on August 5th. And these meetings are going to correspond with our upcoming items for water rights and water quality also. And, as part of these meetings, we have discussions on our budgetary cost drivers, our revenues, our proposed fee adjustments that meet our budgetary expenditures. We have open dialogue with the stakeholders. We help answer any questions, concerns, and of course, we encourage feedback on any of our proposals. And we try to get our stakeholders involved in the processes when it comes to developing our fees. So next slide, please. So this slide here represents the Safe Drinking Water Account budget cost drivers. And the Safe Drinking Water Account is the account/fund that supports our drinking water activities. As you can see, our budget allocation, so our fee setting budget from 21-22 to our fee setting budget in 22-23, there's a net difference of almost $5 million. And that's a 14.3% increase. And so what's driving that? Well, one, we had roughly $2 million in state operation costs. Again, employee compensation, healthcare, retirement, all of these control sections that come from the Department of Finance. And then we had 3 approved BCPs, totally nearing $2.5 million. And that had to do with, one was the lead and copper rule revision and regulatory development. There was the San Diego primacy delegation agreement termination. And then thirdly, there was the drought planning for non-transient, non-community water systems that was associated with SB 552. There were also 2 other adjustments in our cost drivers. Section 4.05 was an expenditure reduction. So the Department of Finance directed all state agencies, including the Water Board, to look at ways of reducing the overall budget by 5%. And so part of this direction, our budget office got together, looked at all funds and found areas of savings. And so savings in things like travel, equipment, temp help contributed to the savings. So the negative 455 there, $450,000, that's the share of the drinking water account. And then pro rata was reduced this year. I do working with kind of the Department of Finance in the last couple of years. Pro rata has leveled out at the Water Board. So we knew some adjustments were coming, so they reduced our pro rata rate. So our cost for this year went up $3.5 million and is roughly 10.2%. And then next slide, please. So in addition to that, as part of the Water Resilience and Drought BCP last year, we held 6 positions as of last year's BCP, and we did not increase fees to cover these positions. So we held off and we deferred them to this year. So to adjust fees to support those positions, it's roughly about $1.4 million or a 4.1% change. So the adjustment from the last chart you saw, and then of course this 4.1%, is the 14.3% of the cost drivers. So the safe drinking water account budget went up 14.3%. Next slide, please. So staff is proposing to increase all drinking water categories by 14.3%. Important to note that this is based on the most updated revenue expense reports and performing projections for prior and current year. So this 14.3% goes towards just covering the expenditures. And I just wanted to kind of point out that we are anticipating that we'll have a prudent fund reserve in the safe drinking water account, and none of this increase goes towards driving to a reserve. So on this screen here, we just provided some examples of some of our categories. So like a minimal community water system with less than or equal to 59 service connections, that community water system current fee would go up from $500 to $570, so a $70 net change. And then our average 5 largest community water systems in the state, we wanted to provide an average there of what the fee would look like. So there's kind of just a net difference of those proposals around the community water systems. Next slide, please. And then to follow that, we provided examples for the non-transient, non-community water system, plus the transient non-community water system with the current plus with the increase. And then, of course, with the wholesalers that pay a base fee plus a per water million gallons of uses of water. Next slide, please. So we didn't, again, we had 3 stakeholder meetings, didn't receive any feedback at the meetings and/or kind of comment letters on this item. Just kind of in the past, some of the general stakeholder feedback is, the year-to-year fee increases are too high. But, we just want to keep in mind that the majority of these increases are coming from the approved BCPs from this year and last year to cover those costs. So we're basically just covering our costs based on the approved appropriated budget change proposals for our drinking water programs. Next slide, please. So again, I just to mention that just to follow up that these adjustments again are just to cover the cost drivers in 22-23. Looking at again the accounting reports, revenues, and expenditure reports, we've identified that we will have a prudent reserve, so none of the adjustments in this proposal are going towards building any type of reserve. And then next slide, please. So at this point, we'll just open up the questions if anyone has any questions at this point.
Mr. Ceccarelli, I believe we have one commenter, but first going to any board members with any questions around what we heard. Okay, seeing none. Mr. Gore? No rush. No, if you mind. Yeah, thank you.
It is now. Robert Gore from the Gualco Group on behalf of the cities of Fresno, Roseville, Long Beach, and Antioch, who offer no objection to these fees. On behalf of the Modesto Irrigation District, which does have a small lab, we'd like to raise a caution that number of labs has dropped 20% in a year. That'll put upward pressure on fees. There was a concern raised that a lot of the laboratory testing results have to be resubmitted. There's a lot of technical problems. That may be a concern. It also may be something that deserves a bit more of attention in terms of communication and collaboration. Regardless, the MID will continue to work enthusiastically with the water board. It just is something the board should be aware of because this is evolving. It's a first in the country, and it deserves some focus as appropriate. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I know adoption of the TNI standards, continuing to help our labs are really important, and there is an excess here with fees. And appreciate the flag that there's concern about challenges that we know we've talked about here around ELAF. So thank you. Appreciate that. I don't have any further questions on this. As you know, we see and we'll continue to see here in our fees discussion. It's really the state costs that are driving things. Those are around compensation and negotiations around pay, et cetera, things that are outside actually the scope of this board's work. And then otherwise, budget change proposals that the legislature and the governor have passed down to us as priorities, and hard for us as a board to then just say we should disagree, although we have an opportunity to by not funding them in our fee discussion, which is always creates an interesting tension for us. For me, it is all very reasonable and I'm very supportive, but I look to my other colleagues if there's any discussion or motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt item 6, emergency regulations amending the drinking water fees.
Thank you, board member.
I'll second.
All right, Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Okay, Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous, and the resolution adopting the fees for drinking water is adopted. Thank you. Next, we can go to item number 7, which will be a similar discussion, but this time on our water rights fee schedules.
Thank you, Chair. First slide, please. And the presentation will follow the same general outline as the one just absent the fiscal. So with me still is David Ceccarelli, and I remain John Russell. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So I don't have many introductory comments, so I'll combine the introductory comments with the stakeholder outreach. So next slide, please. We did again hold 3 stakeholder meetings, one after each iteration of the governor's budget. We heard several general areas of feedback. One was cost of compliance. Eric Ekdahl and his program staff are working on that. The other we heard is, why are we proposing any fee increase at all this year, simply because the state has such a huge budget surplus overall. Obviously, that's out of our purview or our control. For the legislature allocates the budget to us. So, and this year we did get quite a bit of general fund, but it was all for local assistance projects out in the communities. Very little of it was for staffing. So that was one of the things we heard. And again, it was out of our control. We don't have any control over how much money the legislature gives us, particularly general fund. And the third thing we heard was quite a bit of discussion about our reserve. And we will get into more detail in the reserve discussion in the water quality, where we really heard a lot of presentation, where we really heard a lot about it. But basically the concerns there was, why do we need a reserve? Why should it be a particular percentage? And then how are we generating the money for that reserve? And what do we use it for? So with that, I'll let David kick off the nuts and bolts of this presentation.
So next slide, please. So as we did with the state drinking water count, here's the budget cost drivers for the water rights fund. The water rights fund helps support the program expenditures in the water rights program. And the net difference between the cost drivers in 22-23 to 21-22 is an increase of about $2.4 million, or a net difference of 7.2%. So kind of breaking down that 7.2%, the state operation costs were $2.6 million. Now, what's important with this is that of that $2.6 million, 2.5 of it was from the water rights data modernization project that was approved in last year's budget. It was basically, there was $30 million appropriated, with $25 million being general fund and then $5 million for ongoing staff costs to support 12 positions. Of those 12 positions in that $5 million, $2.5 million is being supported by general fund, and the other $2.5 million is here in the water rights fund. And as you scroll down there, well, there is the section of the 4.0, the expenditure reduction that I mentioned in the last presentation for the savings in this fund. And then there was a slight increase in pro rata. So the net difference again is about $2.4 million and a percentage change of 7.2%. Important to note just right now that, again, that 7.2%, which we are proposing on the fee increases for fiscal year 22, is again only covering these costs, and we recognize that there's a prudent fund reserve in the water rights fund right now, and we're not adjusting fees to cover any reserve in the water rights fund. So next slide, please. So our proposal is to adjust permits, license, and pending applications by 7.2%. This increased the per acre foot charge from 0.099 to 0.106 per each acre foot greater than 10 acre feet. We are not proposing to adjust the base fee. And then in the Clean Water Act, the 401 Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, we refer to as the FERC program, we're adjusting the per kilowatt charge. So the projects that are undergoing a licensing, we'd be increasing from 0.669 to 0.717. And then projects that are issued a license, the increase is from 0.329 to 0.353 per kilowatt. Next slide, please. So as we do each year, we adjust the fee cap adjustment. We increase the caps on the fees for water rights applications, change positions involved in the transfer of water pursuant to Water Code Sections 382, 1435, 1701, 1725, or 1735 fees by 4.3% based on the California Consumer Price Index. So based off of the Department of Industrial Relations' calculation on the California Consumer Price Index of 4.23%, we're increasing the cap from 579,952 to 604,484. And my understanding is that no one is hitting the cap currently. And then we have another proposal, is that staff is proposing a new fee of $1,000 for watershed-wide petitions necessary for implementing voluntary agreements to provide regional sharing of water diversions. So this new fee structure for watershed-wide petitions necessary for implementing voluntary agreements to provide regional sharing of water diversions. The proposed fee structure will allow for implementation of watershed-wide programs in the absence of emergency regulations in the future. The proposed fee levels are set at a level to incentivize participation and will be reevaluated during the first 2 years of the implementation. The initial fees, as proposed, are $1,000 for petitions, for the petition or petitions necessary to implement each voluntary agreement. The proposed structure also provides a means to discount these petitions when concurrently to other temporary urgency change petitions not part of the agreement implementation. The initial discount will waive agreement petition fees, again to be reevaluated in the first 2 years of implementation. And then next slide, please. And then finally, we are proposing it's a cleanup. It's basically a correction to the CC&R section 1062 A1G. This had to do with the update of the fee to match the proposed fee changes regarding a filing fee for the 5-year underground storage temporary permits. The proposed changes were discussed in June and August of 2020 water rights fee stakeholder meetings, and staff received no comments. Due to the inadvertent error, the changes were not included in the staff's proposal at the September 15, 2020 board meeting. And basically, the division had gotten an application that came in, and we at that point noticed that one of the base fees was not entered in or typed into the regulations. So this is basically just a cleanup for the underground storage temporary permit. fee. Next slide, please. So the one comment we received from Charles White from the Imperial Irrigation District, and his comment has to do with the fund reserve, and it's a combination letter that has to do with the water quality and the water and any addressing water rights also. And he reflects two tables in there. One is similar to the table that we showed here in our cost drivers, and I wanted to clarify to Chuck and on this comment that in his comments that the 7.2% increase also included, as part of that, went towards a reserve. And that's not the case. The 7.2% is basically covering our cost drivers, which are primarily from the data modernization approval, and that there is no included percentage in that 7.2 that goes towards building a reserve.
Quick question on that. And even going back to, I know, our drinking water discussion, what is the current reserve on our drinking water, roughly, if you can, just so that, because I know as we get to our water rights discussion where, there is, or rather water quality, where there is a concern around reserve, just kind of knowing, where are we generally keeping the other programs will be helpful.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm gonna state this as approximation because of, again, only having reports up to 2021 and it being in the ballpark of around 10%.
That's appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome. The next slide, please.
So that concludes our presentation. Pretty straightforward. If there are questions, though, we'll be happy to answer them.
Thanks, appreciate it. Looking to colleagues if there are any questions, and then absent those, we can get to our folks that are commenting. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. You mentioned in the beginning at some of the stakeholder outreach workshops, there was a discussion about cost of compliance, which you mentioned Division of Water Rights is working on. So I don't know if you have an update today, or I see a number of Division of Water Rights staff here, or that might be for a future discussion, but I would be interested in hearing anything about that if there is anything to report.
Yeah, I really don't have any update. Maybe Eric can provide something, but I would be happy, speaking for Eric, to come back at a later date and provide whatever update you want.
I can add a quick blurb that the cost of compliance discussions primarily so far have focused on water quality. We have had some discussions with stakeholders earlier this spring and earlier this winter rather, where the main question was actually about groundwater recharge permitting. And it quickly emerged that the question there wasn't so much cost of compliance for water rights, but rather how do we do expanded education and outreach related to groundwater recharge permitting? And we've kind of taken that conversation offline in a separate direction.
Thank you.
If I'm mischaracterizing, I'm sure the stakeholders here will let me know.
Thank you. Thank you both. Absent any further questions, let's go ahead and go, and always time for more, but let's go to Danny Merkley, who I believe will be our only commenter on the water rights fee item. No, apologies, there's probably two then.
Thank you, Chair and board members. Actually, I'll pass on this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Merkley.
Save you a little bit of time.
I really appreciate that, Mr. Merkley, and I think we'll save a lot of that conversation here soon for the water quality fees, I'm sure. And then so we'll call up, and we do have several other folks. Bob Gore, who will be followed by our last commenter, as I understand here, then Charles White. Mr. Gore.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Robert Gore from the Gualco Group on behalf of Kings River Conservation District, one of the largest fee payers, water rights. We appreciate, by the way, the work of staff with all the fee payer and stakeholder programs. Again, this year it's been very well run and wonderful. Also, as I go back, Sue McConnell and Walters are wonderful folks with the ILRP and Central Valley Salts, as long as we're complimenting staff. We look forward to working with the water rights folks as we develop the program, especially with reference to any sort of pending realignment that's probably going to roll out over the next decade. But we also would like to make sure that we get more information in a timely manner with full recognition of the historic drought and the crisis that befell us all. This was the sum total of the data we received. It's insufficient. And with a 7.2% increase, more information, more transparency, more dialogue, more collaborative sessions would be a good thing. Again, with full recognition of what was happening behind the scenes for all of us. And it's something we're well aware of. And thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Gore, and look forward to following up on what data would be nice to have part of those presentations. So thank you. And we'll wrap up with Charles White.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm going to reserve most of my comments to the next item on water quality fees. But I did want to mention that there is this growing concern about the 5% reserve that a number of parties have raised concerns about. I'm with Manat and I represent Imperial Irrigation District. And while it's true that you didn't add or propose to add 5% on this year, there is a 5%, as I understand it anyways, built in from previous years, which is still being passed forward to create this fund reserve. And I'll get into more detail at the next item, but you know, there is some concern about what the legal basis, what the authorization from the legislature is to allow this fund reserve to be built in each budget year. And I have to give my hats off to Dave Ceccarelli and John Russell. They've done a great job of being able to give us the understanding. It's just that when this issue came up at the last meeting that we had back in August, it was raised, but there was no real description of where you believe you have the authority to put these 5% fees on for a reserve in every single budget year. So anyways, I'll come back later on this one. We'll get to water quality, perhaps talk in a little more detail, but I just do want to give hats off to your staff. They do a great job, and we just don't have an answer on this one issue yet, and hopefully we'll get that resolved at some point in time in the not too distant future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. White. I look forward to what will be, I know, further discussion, particularly on the water quality side. I'll note, we're very explicit when we're having any amount that's actually going to build a reserve. There's no automatic 5% that's carried over year to year in our discussions. It's actually a monitoring of what the reserve is, how best to make sure it remains there. I mean, a couple of years now being here for 5 years, we've actually not raised fees and dipped into the reserve. So it's managed separately. It's not an automatic 5% each year. And the authority to do so is, you know, look at any business, look at any, we can recoup our fees for the program. And a reserve is an important component of that. No program out here or business has ever run without a reserve, as I understand. So we'll have further conversation certainly on it, but I wanted to make sure made very clear there is no automatic 5% that's somehow automatically building up in reserves. We're very explicit when we're needing to do so, and recall so in the years of my discussions here. So thank you, Mr. White. That wraps up our commenters for the water rights fees. Board members, any questions, comments, thoughts? As we may be ready for a motion.
I'll move to adopt the resolution.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the water right fees are adopted. Thank you all. Next, moving along, it brings us to item number 8, the last in our tranche of yearly fee adoptions. And this will be on water quality, which we have somewhere around 10 commenters, I believe, currently. And so just to flag, we'll have some significant discussion on this as we do every year, and I'm glad to. Who would like to kick us off, Mr. Wiles or Mr. Russell?
It's me again. So it's David and
Always
I.
glad. Thank you, Mr.
And
Russell.
joining us is Phil Wiles from our Office of Chief Counsel. And as Chuck alluded to in the last comment, this is we will have a little more discussion on the reserve Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The format's the same with, as I just indicated, a little bit more discussion on the fund reserve. Next slide. And next slide. So again, we did hold 3 iterations of the stakeholder outreach. Again, we heard pretty much the same issues that we had heard in the water rights. That is cost of compliance, the overall state budget surplus. Why can't that go towards our fees? And then there was a significant discussion for the first time in the 7 or 8 years I've been doing this on the reserve. So David's presentation will get into that in more detail. So with that, I will hand it off to David.
Next slide, please. So first of all, I just want to start with the waste discharge permit fund budget cost drivers. The fee setting budget in 21-22 compared to 22-23, the net difference is about $1.4 million, which is less than 1%. So the overall budget in the WDPF went up, like I said, roughly less than 1%. And this is due to, we have the state operations down there. So our state operation costs went up $4.2 million. And there was a slight decrease in pro rata. There was one small BCP in the WDPF. It's referred to as the shared technology refresh from Cal EPA. The total BCP was actually $247,000 with the bulk of that going to the UST cleanup fund, the underground storage tank cleanup fund. But the waste discharge permit fund share was $36,000. And this was to improve agencies' information technology, security posture, consolidate enterprise information technology, security, risk and compliance activities, refresh outdated audio and visual equipment, and procure and maintain new hardware and software. So again, a smaller amount, but of course, very important to our organization. And again, there is the control section, and there was a adjustment of $2.7 million in the WDPF, and this is ongoing basically. So it's not like this is going to go away. So the net difference basically is $1.4 million and less than 1% is the adjustment in the budgetary expenditures in the WDPF for fiscal year 22-23. Next slide, please. So these next 2 slides here are the waste discharge permit fund program budget detail that we provide to the stakeholders. This chart shows fiscal year 22-23 fee setting budget versus our revenue forecast for each of the water quality programs. For fiscal year 22, all programs except cannabis and the water quality CERT program, revenue is exceeding budgetary expenditures. And so that last category, you'll see that how we're generating more revenue than we are on our actual fee setting budget. So next slide, please. And so this slide basically represents the revenue adjustment for a 5% fund reserve. So basically that 4.8 million revenue adjustments is needed to 1, support program cost, and then 2, support a 5% fund reserve. And again, these 2 slides, this program budget detail, this is what was discussed and provided to the stakeholders throughout the stakeholder meetings. So next slide, please. So I wanted to get into and have a discussion about fund reserve. And one, before I kind of start about kind of defining some of these practices, one, I just wanted to mention the process to determine the fees for this year, including a 5% reserve. And as John mentioned earlier in the drinking water presentation with the fiscal and the reporting, we were able to look at fiscal year 18-19 through 2021 revenue expenditure reports as a result of these years being closed. At the same time, although the books were being closed, reports are being generated based off the closure of these books. So I took a chance. I evaluated fiscal year 18-19 through 2021 revenue expenditure reports and I had to prepare projections for fiscal year 21-22 revenues and expenditures. And through this analysis, the ending balance for 21-22 was trending below 1%. Considering the risk factor this fund may fall into a deficit, this proposed option was developed to generate an additional revenue in fiscal year 22-23 with a 5% reserve. So one, let's just talk about kind of prudent budgeting practices. So one, our fund reserve is a budgeting principle to help us be more conservative in the face of all the inherent uncertainties associated with projecting our revenues and our fund balances. The fund reserve helps to ensure that we receive enough revenue buffer, the economic and programmatic uncertainties that we cannot avoid in budgeting. In other words, we use a reserve concept to set our fees at a level that will actually result in receiving the revenue we need to correspond or match to our annual fund budget as enacted by the legislature each year. And then another way that we could do this is, one, like as an example, is to add an automatic assumed 5% level of predicted non-collection into our budget. Our standard fund accounting practices, we do not start with a zero balance. We start with the ending balance from the previous year. And depending on that beginning balance will determine how we proceed forward on adjusting fees. And I'll kind of get into some examples here in a minute. And reasons for projected revenue and fund balance uncertainties. Well, revenue isn't always guaranteed to be collected in the fees. Revenue isn't always guaranteed to be collected in the year fees are set. Economic downturns result in fewer permit applications and less revenue than projected. Adjustments of water quality permits are being processed during the fiscal year. So permits may be canceled or adjustments which impact fee revenue. And these are things that we don't know at the time when we're adopting fees. Anticipated projects coming online may be delayed, which results in revenue being delayed. Contracts that are funded through the Waste Discharge Permit Fund, and many of these contracts are multiple years. And at the end of the contract period, there are times when contracts aren't fully spent, which results in contract fund balances being put back into the fund. And then new programs, as we all know, over the last several years, we've had new programs come into WDPF, and they bring in new permit holders, but it takes time for them to file their permit applications and pay their fees, which delays the revenue stream. And then kind of as John mentioned, our accounting systems, they don't give us real-time information on our fund balances. When we do get up to fiscal and we get up to speed, we will have more, kind of monthly updates. But it's not a real time. As soon as someone sends in a check that we know that this payment and it's all calculated into our fund balances. And then finally, like assurances. One assurance that we can say is that money spent from the WDPF is only used for authorized program operations. So nothing is being used for fines and penalties or any of our non-WDPF programs or general fund items. So we, again, as we kind of mentioned earlier in our other programs, we target a reserve amount based on the individual funds. Next slide, please. So we did look at a couple of examples, and under the Government Finance Officer Association, they recommend 2 months of operating revenue, or about 16.7% of an annual revenue. The Center on Budget and Policy Priority recommends at least 15% of the budget. And then various states' rainy day funds. There's a cap as a percentage of general fund. And we kind of listed a few states here, everything from California at 10%, Nevada at 20%, New York at 3%, Oregon at 7.5%, and Texas at 10%. So next slide, please. So I wanted to just put this together and just kind of point out a few things here. This slide here represents our revenues that we've received and what we projected from 10-11 through 2021. So just kind of highlighting in some of the last 3 years or so, when we come to the board, we do project what we believe our revenue is on all the factors of working with the regions and program staff, and like in the stormwater construction sector to look and see if there's like new building permits being pulled and so forth. And as you can tell, our actual revenues don't always hit in that year. And then at the same time, some of the revenue comes in late. We work on collections. Sometimes some of our debt, it takes 2 to 3 years for us to collect on. So I just wanted to kind of show a representation here. What I do find interesting, though, is that the net difference over the last 10 years from what we projected to our actual revenue is off by about $500,000 over a 10-year period. So next slide, please.
So, and just really quickly, the state treats revenue a little bit differently than private companies. As soon as we send out an invoice, that's treated as revenue for us, as if we've already got the money in the door. And we know from historical experience, we're never going to collect 100% of that. So that's what that table is showing is, some years we collect a little bit more based on our estimates of revenue. Some years we collect a little bit less.
And if I can, just because I think it's a really important slide and data to really make sure we're absorbing when we are thinking about how the board is operating its programs, the appropriateness of a reserve fund, and here how close actually we have been. And just really proud of that record. It's why in the 5 years of my time on this board, I just have continued confidence in this fee discussion that we have, that we, yes, need to get better, but it's not, those are impressive numbers. And I really appreciate the professionals and work, and I know the complexity that goes into managing these programs, especially when we have things like FisCal and other challenges. So just thank you.
Thank you. And so one of the things that we heard from stakeholders is, why are we doing a new reserve this year? And we want to dispel that notion that this was something new that came up out of the blue and we've doing. So David has a couple slides here that discusses, actually just pulls language verbatim out of our agenda items back to 15-16. Demonstrate that this was nothing new. It really was our standard practice for quite some time.
Thank you, John. And so, yes, I wanted to just pull a few examples. I've been in the program roughly 12 years discussing these fees. And so I went back and basically, just looking at the links that are on our board's webpage and pulling the agenda items, I just wanted to give a couple examples of, how we've used the reserve in the past. And so for one example here in 15-16 agenda item, that in fiscal year 2014, our ending balance was appropriately like $19.4 million with a fund reserve of about 15.8%. So as a result of the revenue exceeding expenditures, staff proposed to keep the fees at the 2014-15 level, which allowed the WDPF to meet budgetary expenditures and maintain a prudent fund reserve. In addition, for programs which revenue was projected to exceed expenditures in 15-16, or which revenue exceeded expenditures in fiscal year 14-15 and is projected to exceed expenditures in 15-16, staff proposed a one-time fee reduction. So these one-time reductions in this year were for land disposal, MPDS wastewater, MPDS stormwater. Next slide, please. And so in our 16-17 board adoption item, again, the following year in 15-16, our ending balance was appropriately approximately $11.7 million with a fund reserve of approximately 9.1%. Staff proposed to use the fund reserve to offset minimal fee increases required to do the insufficient revenue, allowing the State Water Board to keep fees at the 2015-16 levels, meet budgetary expenditures, and maintain a prudent fund reserve. Next slide, please. And then at our board item in 17-18, again, our ending balance the year before in 16-17, our balance was approximately 16.6 with a fund reserve of approximately 12.3 million. And so staff proposed to use the fund reserve to offset fee increases required due to insufficient revenue, allowing the State Water Board to keep most of the fees at the 2016-17 levels, meet budgetary expenditures, and maintain a prudent fund reserve. Next slide, please. And so this also kind of recaps. I pointed out three items here. What I wanted to kind of point out here too is if I look at fiscal year 13-14, we had fee increases for all programs. And what we noticed going into 13-14 that there was, without adjustments, there was a risk for the fund to go into a deficit. And so what we proposed to the board and what was adopted was that we had fee increases on all programs. We eliminated the projected deficit, and we also built in and assured a prudent fund reserve in 13-14, which again, we were able to kind of move on into the next fiscal years and use the offset fee increases. So the majority of these years here, we use the reserve to offset fee adjustments. So again, as John mentioned, the notion of having a reserve isn't anything new into this program. So next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to have Phil jump in. Okay. So this goes back to our budget details. I just wanted to touch on program percentage fee changes. On average, these fee increases, all programs are 4%. Outside of the water quality certification program, we're proposing that all categories for the water quality certification program increase by 13.1%, except category H. Category H is the projects associated with SB 901. We do an analysis of our costs. There was, of course, a proposed BCP several years ago. We worked with PG&E and Southern California Edison on this. We actually adopted the fee, and a couple years later actually reduced it because we were generating enough, well, based on the power lines and based on the dollar amount, we reduced that. So based on our calculations, we're not proposing to adjust that portion of it. Fee staff and program staff are working together to, of course, monitor the 401 cert workload. We've noticed that there were some trends during COVID where projects closed down. There were projects that moved from individual permits to journal permits. And some of the larger projects had been reduced in size, and this all results in a lesser amount of our revenue stream. So we do recognize it, and we are, working with staff to try to identify points of how we can help minimize these fee adjustments moving forward. Next slide, please. And as you might have seen on the last slide, in the stormwater program, revenue is exceeding expenditures. Based on our trends, a majority of that is coming from from stormwater construction projects. We're currently in a period where we've been receiving a lot of application revenue for construction in the state of California. So it's generating sufficient revenue to support program budget and their share of the fund reserve. There are some difficulties forecasting revenue because it's an application-based program construction. And we'll reevaluate next year to determine if a fee reduction is appropriate. We've had this probably about 7 or 8 years ago. We were in the same situation where revenue in the stormwater program exceeded in a couple of years. So in the second year, we took steps to do a reduction. I will state though that we were in there's been a year where we saw an uptick in revenue in the construction, and in the following years, a pretty big drop off where then the revenue in the program had a shortfall compared to its program expenditures. So I just wanted to kind of definitely mention this, that staff is continuing to monitoring the revenue levels for the stormwater program. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about, we do have 2 proposed fee changes to our fee regs. At the September 8th board meeting, DWQ brought an item consideration adoption of the proposed statewide construction stormwater general permit reissuance. As part of this, there are requirements for the statewide programmatic permitting for broadband construction. So as a result, we got together with staff, we worked with Caltrans, and so we came up with a fee for the linear, underground, and overhead broadband lines. Caltrans will be the primary fee payer, so they would be paying a base fee of $10,000 and then $52 per acre from our understanding from Caltrans that their statewide acres is roughly around 900, between 900 and 950 acres. It is set up where each year they could submit a notice of intent to amend their permit so they could reduce their fee as they start to complete the project over the years. And then we also recognize there may be smaller industries are coming into the program. So we also set a regional-wide programmatic permitting fee, which just a base annual fee of $10,896, and this amount is the same amount as a large construction project. Next slide, please. And then the additional proposed fees change has to do with the cannabis cultivation. We refer to as other permitted discharges. This category was inadvertently eliminated in 21-22 when we put together individual categories. And so this mainly is the covered discharges of on-site waste treatment systems. The proposed change will reinstate the application fee and implement a new annual fee in line with the waste hauler fees as the workload amount is similar. So last year, the categories we adopted were waste hauler, municipal sewer, and conditional exempt outdoor sites. Again, we took out inadvertently the on-site waste treatment systems. And so we're just putting it in and refer to it as other permitted discharges. And we've noticed that specifically in Region 3, there's about 50 of these projects. And they've been asking also about, because in the cannabis portal, there's an area for them to sign up, but we just don't have a fee associated with it. So there was definitely some interest in us adopting a fee. So next slide, please. And then as we do on an annual basis, we take a look at the federal surcharge rate. And so this year there is a reduction. So the increase in the rate of the reduction goes from 8.8% to 9.4%. Next slide, please. And so this basically takes us to our stakeholder feedback. Mainly, most of the comments that we did receive had to do with the fund reserve. And so again, we're more than happy to discuss that in more detail. I think, John, if you have something to add to this.
No, we really, that was the primary discussion this year, was the fund reserve. And I imagine that some of the comments you'll hear from touch on that too. And so we'll talk about it a little bit too.
Maybe this is that time. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, board members. Phil Wiles, been Assistant Chief Counsel with the Office of Chief Counsel. And I do appreciate the board taking kind of a deep dive into the fund reserve issues. I hope it's helpful for the stakeholders to get a better understanding. So David and John did a great job kind of going behind the scenes in terms of how the fund reserve concept is the kind of the conservative budgeting approach they use to deal with all the uncertainties about projected revenues. There were some questions in the comment letters about, well, what's the board's actual statutory authority to use that approach? So I wanted to address that really quickly. Maybe not really quickly. I wanted to address it. So I think, let me start I think any discussion about the Waste Discharge Permit Fund should probably start with the 2018 California Supreme Court decision in which the general approach that the board uses for setting the Waste Discharge Permit Fund fees, where the board aims to set the fees generally at the program level, not at the fund level, but at the program level. But we don't make any, there's no pretensions that we're setting it precisely at the program level, but that's what we're aiming at. And the California Supreme Court upheld that approach. You'll see that that's a small issue in some of the comment letters that we received for today as well. In doing the analysis, the Supreme Court did, I want to point out, explicitly recognize that there are explicitly recognize the imprecise nature of projecting future permit revenue. So I think should be pretty well understood that these are revenues, they're predictions, they're forecasts. David went into a fair amount of description about why we simply cannot accurately identify what the revenue will be in any given year. And the one chart that showed the last 11 or 12 years is a pretty good illustration that it's just frankly not possible to precisely hit the revenues in advance. The question about the statutory authority is both the Waste Discharge Permit Fund statute, the Drinking Water Fee statute, and the Water Rights Fund statute. They all require the board to set the annual fees, and it's the words vary a little bit, but not significantly, but to set the fees at an amount that is equal to essentially the authorized expenditure level. And so what the staff has done historically and the fees that the board have adopted historically is to use this concept of a reserve to make sure that we don't ever hit the fund at a below zero balance, and that we take into account all of the uncertainties associated with projecting the revenues. As David mentioned, there are other approaches the board could use. He mentioned, for example, assuming a set percentage of uncollectible revenue. That would be another approach the board could use. But in the end, essentially, the legislature didn't specify any particular approach to make sure that we are recouping our projected. We're setting our fees at a level where we will recoup revenue adequate to meet our expenditure authority. And so, this approach, other approaches also would be within the board's discretion in order to meet its statutory authority to make sure that we are collecting the fees that we need to meet our expenditures. I do think there's a couple of really important points, maybe some misconceptions that we can clear up. As Chair Esquivel said, this is not an annual thing. Any over collection that comes in any given year then is used to offset the collection for out years. So, to the extent that the fee payers are involved in paying fees over the course of several years, the fund reserve essentially acts to wash out other years. We don't add 5% each and every year. Instead, we use it to balance how much we need to collect the next year. That, in fact, is expressly recognized by the legislature in all three of the statutes for setting fees for the board. The legislature does acknowledge that we may undercollect, we may overcollect. And so I think it's definitely within our statutory authority to use some mechanism, some prudent conservative approach to try to make sure that we're receiving the funds that we need to carry out the program. I'll stop there unless there are questions. There may be some more questions out of the commenters.
I appreciate the thoroughness of here responding to what we heard in our discussions as we went to develop our fees here, and just the thoroughness of the overview. I have no further question. I look forward to hearing what folks still are concerned about and how we can best address those concerns. Looking to my colleagues, so in case they do. Board Member Workin, please.
I appreciate the transparency and the thorough presentation. I just had one follow-up question. Mr. Wiles, you spoke to the setting of the fees at the program level versus at the fund level versus the program level. I was wondering if Mr. Ceccarelli could expand on how you determine within the fund, the various programs, how you go about determining how to set the fees annually.
So we start, we're close to, and that's kind of what the budget process is. So when we get the January proposed budget, we work with our budget office, and so our budget office basically gets a total WDPF amount, and part of the work plans that go over to the Department of Finance breaks down all of our programs within the WDPF. For example, all the fee payment programs that you see, like stormwater, WDR, and PDS, including programs like basin planning and team deal and so forth. And then all the indirect costs and overhead gets loaded into that. And so based off of that, our budget office is working with program staff to figure out like the resources for each of those programs. And so based on that, I get a breakdown of the WDPF that basically shows here's the stormwater budget. And then based off of that, then we start to prorate like our foundational programs that go into that program. I think we've mentioned this before that 70% of the fees collected go towards the direct program cost, and then the other 30% is towards foundational. So we start prorating how much goes into each of those programs. At the end, I have a breakdown of all the fee-paying programs and the cost of each of those programs. And programs like stormwater and PDSWDR are our largest programs. So within a $180 million budget, those programs will run around $40 million or so. And so when I have the budget cost drivers up on the screen, those programs basically are showing me how much revenue I'm going to need to support those key programs along with all their foundational costs and all their other indirect costs. So the numbers basically they come from the Department of Finance. And so, and internally we work out, BCPs that get added in. We figure out those costs. We get direction from the Department of Finance on costs, indirect costs, so forth, any salary savings. So it gets all built in. And then I built that into each core program. That's how I come up with determining how much revenue we're going to need for each of the programs. And just I've gone through this process with the stakeholders in the past, and I can make it another practice going into next fiscal year's fee setting process where we lay out. It's a in the WDPF, I'll say there's probably 25 to 30 line items, again, because of all the different costs from IT costs to each of the small divisions have a small cost into this. Our fee programs, our fee setting staff are part of the IDC rate. So that gets all rolled up. And so I walk through the stakeholders, all the different costs that go into that, like swamp and gamma gets in our monitoring programs, that portion gets rolled up into the programs. So I will take an opportunity in our March meeting of next fiscal year to maybe open up with the stakeholder meetings to kind of go over that process with the stakeholders.
Thank you, board member. And thank you, Mr. Ceccarelli, for that offer. Yeah, I think, better just spelling it out, mapping it out for folks, hopefully will lead to the continued kind of faith and trust that we're doing our best here to balance and our lots of data to support how it is that we come to justify what it is that we're requesting, and only as much as we really need. Other board colleagues? And otherwise we have about 10 commenters and we can begin to work through them. Let's go ahead and call up first Danny Merkley, who will be then followed by in person here, Jared Voskel.
Thank you, Chair.
Afternoon.
Voskel, and board members, Danny Merkley with the California Farm Bureau. I want to start, and I do this, I think, pretty much every year, but I think it's important to reiterate that as of this year, I've been working with the Fee and Revenue Branch in various capacities for 18 years. They've always been very transparent with me, very open, willing to answer questions, and I appreciate that. And each year they try to do a little bit better. They're looking at doing something more next year, and I appreciate that. We have been advocating for more general fund help with the fees, and we will continue to do that with the legislature and the administration. We feel there's a number of pieces that go into the fees that benefit the general public, benefit the state, that the fee payers are paying for, and especially in years like this where we're trying to procure any water we can to stay in business, to continue to grow some of the most healthful food and farm products in the world, and yet our fees keep going up, and seems to be our availability of water continues to go down. And then lastly, let me just comment on kind of the future, where we may be going. I'm a bit concerned as Sigma continues to move forward and we see maybe upwards of 1 million acres of irrigated land come out of production. Wondering, can we expect then the fees to increase on those that are staying in the program? Or are we going to be looking at the ability to maybe downsize the program some, as they're looking at less and less irrigated acreage to be monitoring and working within the programs? I know it's maybe not really a fair question, a little bit loaded, but it is something that we think about a lot. So with that, I'll close and thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Merkley. I appreciate the tough challenge that so many of our communities are facing, and the balancing around these issues. As you noted, being with us here for 18 years, and I appreciate the advocacy that folks are here highlighting how our programs do provide a lot of public good and public benefit that deserve to be supported. But it was 10 years ago that the board was transitioned to a fee-based organization, having been 2/3 general fund supported, generally 1/3 fee back then. And it's a decision that, again, was consciously made, and it creates challenges for us here, a lot of tensions, and especially as we just heard earlier this morning, where the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program is about 10 years old, is here and developing and needing support, and is the source of why we continue to have seen, and I know often quoted, the growth of the fees in particularly for ag and the water quality side these last years. So how do we balance that? How do we make sure we continue to actually have the outcomes I think we heard this morning we all have in common is tied into here around how we resource this work. And so just thank you. I appreciate the good faith and continued leadership and trying to figure out that, and the acknowledgement of the good work of our folks in the program. It means a lot, Mr. Merkley. Thank you. Let's move on to Mr. Jared Voskuil. And then afterwards will be Tim O'Brien and then Karen Cohen. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. Jared Voskuil on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents 125 agencies and municipalities that provide wastewater collection, treatment, water recycling, and resource recovery. Our members pay WDR fees for their collection systems and for their treatment facilities. If they're small, WDR fees, and if they're large, NPDS fees. We want to thank John and David on staff for all the time they've given this year and in prior years, walking through the various fee increases. They're always accessible and readily available to speak to us, and they don't hesitate to go deep on complex accounting matters, which I'm sure they're tired of repeating themselves, but it is appreciated and needed. There's several items I would like to address, and just at the top, we really are hoping board members are able to listen to stakeholders' comments today to see if there's a way we can move forward that's a little bit more maybe in between the two positions that we're both kind of desirous to see fulfilled today. Within the context of where we're coming from, there's been a 50% increase in fees approximately for sanitation agencies since the 2018-2019 fiscal year. And it's in that backdrop that our requests are being made today. The presentation that it looked like David showed with his analysis of fiscal and there being about a 1% margin right there, that was the first time we've had that discussion. We've asked for that for several years, and we were told in prior years we didn't have this information from fiscal. And so this year we said, well, let's get that information as stakeholders so we can speak through this as stakeholders and then reached the decision. But here the adoption is the first time we're getting that. So respectfully, we would like to have this conversation continue next year, but have more stakeholder involvement to really see this so we can workshop it and find a way forward that's ideal. There was also an analysis kind of showing the 10-year fund reserve. And that also was maybe something that you all had, but for us was novel. We hadn't seen that before. I think the difference was about $500,000 is what it was showed there. And it's good to see that. It's helpful to have those analyses. But absent having those as stakeholders, we've been requesting it and unable to assess the fund condition and determine a path forward. And so seeing it now is helpful, but we would like to have a more broad discussion. And then towards the fund reserve and establishing that, I think there's a few requests here. On one hand, if it wasn't reestablished at all, it would lead to a small decrease in fees for fee payers, and that would be very symbolically important in the context of a 50% increase. But I know that there's reasons explained on why that's being pursued for fiscal prudence, and we're not in disagreement with that overarching goal and principle. And so I think our thought is, well, could we have a less than 5% increase? Could it be smaller? Could it be a 2.5% increase? As you're all aware, we've been actively supporting with the legislature, them increasing their funding. We're going to be renewing that work in the year ahead. So if we had a smaller increase this year and then the work or the support with the agencies and the legislature on getting that contribution from the general fund, maybe that would be a way that fee payers don't have to pay that directly. If that path isn't ideal, doing less of a fund reserve, and you do want to do the 5% fund reserve, I think for us as stakeholders, then the request is if that's fiscally prudent to establish that reserve, it would also be fiscally prudent to restrict the contributions to that reserve from each of the fee programs to only being sent back to that fee program, such that it would prevent a wastewater fee payer taking their 5% fund reserve going to irrigated lands or going to the cannabis program. And so that's the request where I feel like if this is the way forward, when I've talked to our member agencies, they don't want at the local level, at a board level, making contributions to go to programs that ultimately aren't going to have any nexus to their program here and the way it's administered at the board. If that's something that could be pursued, I think that would be ideal for our stakeholders if the reserve is going to be established. But I think our fundamental request is that maybe wait just a little bit longer to pursue the reserve or do a smaller amount than the 5% in this first year. And so to close, I think hopefully you'll hear from other stakeholders about the importance of this matter and finding a way that we can structure this so that the reserve, if it's established, is in a fiscally prudent way, but not just fiscally prudent for the state, but fiscally prudent for local agencies. So you don't have local agencies administering local programs having to pay reserves that go to another program that has no nexus or connection to how they're operated. So with that, I'll close and thank you for your consideration.
Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Vasco. I kind of feel we're still really almost fundamentally talking past each other. We're not establishing a new reserve. We've always managed the program with a reserve. It's really around ensuring that that still is the case. And maybe there's a policy discussion amongst us about a different way to manage those, but the board isn't establishing a reserve. The board has worked off a reserve for a number of years now, as I think we just covered. On the issue of other programs, covering other programs, the only case here is where there's foundational costs that are shared amongst them. That's the only shared cost amongst the programs, and is why you saw a range of different percentage increases, because it is dependent on the program, not wastewater agencies subsidizing cannabis or some other. So I want to make sure those two things are clear and fundamental. Mr. Bishop, did I get anything wrong?
Well, I want to clarify that we as a service look at the programs within the WDPF. That's not a requirement. We could divide it up in another way. We do that to try and bring the fees to close to what the program costs are within that. Our requirement is to meet the WDPF through fees. So I think one hand that isn't a guarantee that the fees are a fee for service and that we only spend money from one to another. I also think that it's short-sighted. You saw in those past documents that we had less revenue in some programs and more in others that we used the fee reserve to cover over time. They were not. That would have meant that stormwater would have gotten in 1 year a huge refund, and other people would have got a very large increase to cover that. We used it over the WTPF to smooth out between. We're not perfect in our predictions, and I also think that remember that at the beginning of COVID, we used our fund reserve to not raise fees. We actually also reduced our staffing in that years because of the uncertainty in the projection of the budget. And so it's not a one-way street where we always add to the reserve and we always increase our costs. And so I think it's a little bit disingenuous to say this is just a continuous blind deaf ear that the board has to the stakeholders' concern.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bishop. And Mr. Voskuil, yeah, look forward to continue to exchange. If you would like to say something further, by all means.
Sorry, I just wanted to respectfully respond to those things. I think when I said established reserve, I misspoke. My impression was there was a reserve to about 12% of the fund up till 2017. And then after that, we lost kind of a sense of where the reserve was. And so I think when I was saying established reserve, I guess maybe it would have been more appropriate to state built back up the reserve. I don't know where the reserve existed since, but that was one of those questions we'd ask, where is the reserve? Because could we use the reserve instead of fee increases in prior years? But then in terms of this item, I appreciate the historical context in terms of how that fund has been smoothed out across programs. I think I was viewing it through a lens of when you see budget change proposals and only one program's directly affected, the thought was if there's budget change proposals in subsequent years where that reserve would go towards it. And that was that thought where maybe there's cross-pollination between programs. But hopefully that helps with a little context and hearing your explanations.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that, Mr. Voskuil. And yes, I think we made pretty clear because of FisCal, we've not been having as granular an understanding of that, but still being resolving it. Mr. Russell, do you want to respond then?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about the transparency. And Mr. Voskuil is right. Around 2017, we did go into FisCal. We lost quite a bit of the transparency that the stakeholders were used to. So with us closing last year in November now, we'll go into the next budget setting cycle here in January and February when we meet with the stakeholders with a return to that full transparency that they've been used to. So that is one of the areas that, it's not that we didn't give them the data because we didn't want to, it was just that we physically couldn't give them the data.
Yeah, and now that we're, again, going to be caught up and able to provide that timely as part of our engagement. And so appreciate the understanding around that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Voskuil. Next, would like to call up Tim O'Brien, who will be followed by Karen Cohen, and then Mr. Bob Gore.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name's Tim O'Brien. I submitted a comment letter to you. I hope you've had an opportunity to read that letter.
Next slide, and I believe you also submitted some slides, and our clerk has them up here for you.
Yes. Next slide, please. My first point is that the fee program in general lacks transparency. The fee schedule implies that fees are based on the threat and complexity of the discharge. However, CWICS contains a fee codes field, which is not viewable by the public. Those fee codes can reduce or eliminate the fee payment requirement. In fact, it's impossible for the public to determine which dischargers are actually paying annual fees. The CWICS Public Reports Portal should be modified to show all relevant database fields to provide transparency, and it certainly should include fee codes, and the amount invoiced to the discharger. Next slide, please. My next point is that the fee program lacks an analysis of spending. Over the years, there's been dramatic fee increases that have greatly exceeded inflation rates. I compared the fee schedules for fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2002 and noted that the fees have increased by a factor of 18.7. That corresponds to an inflation index of 1,774%. The chart on the left shows the summaries of fees over time. It's apparent that the fees have risen dramatically. The chart on the right compares the consumer price index, which is shown in red, to the fee inflation rate. And it's apparent that the fees have greatly exceeded the consumer price index. These fee increases indicate a lack of management and fiscal control. I recommend a third-party consultant investigate and make recommendations to improve management practices. Next slide, please. There is a fee schedule provided for enrollees of the winery general order, and I believe it violates Water Code Section 13260 because it inadequately funds the regulatory, foundational, and administrative programs as required by the section. There's a rule of thumb that about 1/3 of the the fee amount goes to the program. Based on the winery fee schedule, and these numbers have changed just slightly since there's a slight revision to the winery fee schedule, the regulatory program portion for the smallest wineries is $250. That corresponds to about 2.3 hours of staff time. For the largest wineries, it provides $6,300 or about 58 hours of staff time. That level of funding is inadequate for permitting, monitoring, enforcement, inspection, management, and all the other functions of a regulatory program. Allowing the special fee schedule will drive future fee increases for other dischargers in the program. It's also notable that those winery fees are less than those paid by small domestic wastewater systems, which are considered a much lower threat and complexity than an industrial food processing wastewater discharge. Next slide, please. There's been inconsistent regional water board threat and complexity ratings of winery facilities. The threat and complexity ratings are based on criteria in the fee schedule, as well as site considerations, basin plan requirements, enforcement history, etc. Larger wineries are inherently a higher threat and complexity. Numerically, however, there are many more small wineries than large wineries, so it's logical that most wineries are lower threat and complexity rating. The regional water boards have not been consistent in applying the ratings. I reviewed the ratings for wineries, and we have a summary chart for the following slide. But what it shows is improper site classification, which shifts those program costs to other dischargers. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of regional board discharge threat and complexity ratings. Each of the regions is color-coded, and on the left you can see the count of the number of sites is a logarithmic scale. If you look at region 3, the Central Coast region, which has quite a number of relatively large wineries and a relatively strict basin plan with numeric groundwater standards, they've classified every winery in their region as either 3B or 3C, the two lowest threat and complexity ratings. Now, on the far right of the chart, there's a null rating, and those are facilities that are incompletely classified. I'll talk about that next. Next slide. SWRCB contains errors which prevent proper fee invoicing. Now, as we've said, fees are based on the discharger threat and complexity rating. However, an incomplete rating of threat or complexity prevents proper invoicing. Approximately 7.3% of wineries are incompletely rated. They return a null value for either threat or complexity. Failing to invoice those dischargers transfers those program costs to other dischargers. The State Water Board should require data cleanup for all dischargers, not just wineries, which is what I limited my evaluation to. Next slide, please. The winery general order fee schedule will result in significant shortfalls. My calculations are if we just transitioned the existing permitted wineries to the general order, you'd come up with a $2.3 million shortfall. Expanding the implementation of the general order and existing fee schedule will result in an $8.1 million shortfall for the 2,070 wineries envisioned in the general order. Now, my analysis was conservative, and I assumed the highest winery fee amount for any winery not presently classified as a threat of 3. Of course, the shortfall could be much worse if regional water boards misclassify threat and complexity or dismiss the fee requirement entirely under the fee code. If that shortfall occurs, other dischargers will have to pay increased fees. Next slide, please. My recommendations to the State Water Board is modify the CWIC's public reports portal to show all relevant fields, retain a qualified third-party consultant to determine the causes for the dramatic fee increases and recommend fiscal and management control practices, correct or eliminate the winery general order fee schedule. State Water Board should lead a project to correct how threat and complexity ratings are applied by regional water boards and correct CWIC's database errors that prevent proper invoicing. Interested parties who would like to see my underlying analysis can obtain my 30 August comment letter. That document is available as described on the State Water Board meeting agenda. Those are all the comments I have. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you as well, Mr. O'Brien. I appreciate some of the recommendations around transparency and needing improvements on maybe some of the threat assessments. I think some of your assumptions, especially looking at the 20-year kind of horizon on fees and making an indictment around that, has a lot to unpack, and maybe some wrong assumptions in the way that we run our programs, particularly around some of your points on wineries. But I'm not going to get too much, I think, into them, but appreciate your letters on it. Unless Mr. Bishop, you had anything you wanted to add?
I would just note for the board's attention that comparing the increase in the consumer price index or inflation skips the major driver that we have, which is BCPs and changes in our programs. And so it's not really a realistic comparison.
Yeah, and/or expansion of those programs, as again, we just talked about this morning on the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program alone. So anyway, thank you, Mr. O'Brien. I do appreciate the engagement and points though, and especially around the transparency and just trying to, I know, hear from a spirit of trying to improve our process. Next, I'd like to call up Karen Cohen, who will be followed by Bob Gore and then Debbie Webster. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Oh gosh, I apologize. That's a massive head. This is, I have to stop looking. I'm Karen Cowan. I'm the CASCA Executive Director, the California Stormwater Quality Association. So my first note here is, and I apologize significantly to staff if they've shared this before, but today was the first time that I saw that the 4.4% overage was actually going to result in, rather than decreasing fees 4.4%, that it would be a 0% and unchanged for this year. And I know that this comes really quickly when the final budget is done. So again, apologies if staff noted that before, but I do want to note that that is a rather large buffer overall, because that also is after the 5% is taken into account for the reserve. So it starts sort of with a 8.9%, 5% over to the reserve, and there's still that 4.4% overage in the forecasted projections. And the stormwater fees, I think John sort of alluded to it, that some years there's swings here or there. The last 2 years, there were increased fees in the stormwater fees, but the 6 years prior to that, there was some overages and resulting in discounted fees or unchanged fees for stormwater. So I'd say in recent history, the over revenue has sort of been more of the reality than the under forecast. Having said all that, I understand that the whole program is definitely not a fee for service. We certainly want the water boards to have the resources they need to do what they need to do. And in fact, we've had lots of conversations lately about things that we would all like to do together to work on solutions, and resources always being the constraining factor. So, from that perspective, again, I would, not that we can say that there's a 4.4% additional overages, and perhaps that can go to other programs, but it would be in this lovely game we play of where the money comes from and how you all get to set priorities and where funding goes. It's not a complaint that we don't want those resources to be there so much as wouldn't it be great if we're acknowledging that there aren't resources to work on the things we want to work on, if there's extra funding that could go into those programs. So it's almost cumulatively, I'm not really, I guess, asking for a change per se, so much as recognizing all of the various constraints that go into the systems that you all have in making your decisions. And again, noting that trying to balance all that between where the fees are collected and where the resources go. And again, hopefully having the resources for staff to work on the priorities that they view as priorities. And then my last note is, as everyone said, sort of with the transition to FisCal, it's been a little hard to sort of digest and understand the last few years. So I do look forward to looking at that now that that information is available. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And shouldn't have been surprised by that, but when it comes to the 4% and what it means for just the non-increase on stormwater as opposed to a discount. But looking to Mr. Russell or others wanted to comment.
I was just going to mention, of course, these budget cost drivers that were showed in the presentation that shows the overage of the 4.4% in stormwater. This is the same chart that we showed back in at an August stakeholder meeting and our June stakeholder meeting. We had recognized throughout the process that stormwater was over collecting. And as kind of the slide mentioned that, well, one, we show that we're not proposing any fee increases for stormwater. But at the same time, we are looking at it, monitoring it. So in year two, if we still have that overage, that there's an opportunity to look at options of doing some type of maybe 1 year reduction.
Yeah, we hold 3 stakeholder meetings or more during the year. The first one is largely conceptual. We're in the middle of our financial year and we don't have a whole lot of hard data to present. We know what's in the governor's proposed budget, but we don't have our internal data. And then as we head towards the end of the close of the fiscal year, obviously our financial data firms up a little bit. So the second and third, and particularly the third meeting, is when we really can figure out what the fee increases will.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Bob Gore, who will be followed by Debbie Webster, and then Chris McLaughlin.
Good afternoon again, Bob Gore from the Gualco Group, adding to the previous entities, the California Association of Wine Grape Growers. We look forward to working with you and with staff to finish the evolving winery order. Also, the Soquel Water District, Zone 7 of Alameda County and Kern County Water, for the following comments on the water quality fees. We look forward to collaborative discussions with the water quality staff beyond fees to establish program development and full interaction. We'd hope to schedule the first workshop as opposed to the fee session, but a program workshop this fall. I've talked to Deputy Director Mogus about this. Some of the topics, so the board has an idea, could be general funding, incentives and partnerships like CARB's Carl Moyer program, DWR's FloodMar, the SWEEP program at CDFA, ongoing assessment of legislative bills to create awareness of costs and impacts. We've become fee payers, the default funding sources, and well, we can introduce a bill, no problem, they'll pay for it. We need to work together to provide some level of education about what that means. We need continuous evaluation and alignment of program revenue and expenses, not BCPs. We understand those are confidential. Got it. But on a generic basis, we can do some discussions about the next couple of years and where we're headed, like any organization. Creating and funding research programs like those at CARB, wonderful programs. Establishing customer service help desks to answer questions and resolve individual issues for permittees. With all due respect, your website Anyway, a help desk would be helpful.
Do you think the water quality fee payers would be willing to entertain a fee increase for a new website?
Well said. We'll put that on the agenda. Establishing consistency across the regional boards, in particular with ag lands. And we'd like to have, and join the Farm Bureau in this, and especially the wine grape growers, a dedicated session for the ag lands program. You know, the water quality fee payers, we can all meet, but a lot of the ag lands topics are cul-de-sac, and really, to preserve everyone's time commitment, should be addressed separately. And also, as Danny noted, SGMA and Secretary Ross as well, SGMA and the Drought are reducing the fee paying base. This needs to be adjusted. We've brought this to the board for the past 2 years, but I think it's reached a critical level and should be addressed by both fee payers and staff. And one final comment: the reserve. It was good to hear that it was a bit of a black box. We hadn't heard a lot of what we heard today, and it illustrates again the necessity for these meetings. Generally, a 10% reserve is a good idea, by the way. It's a prudent management tactic. And as both Jonathan and David mentioned, it is a bit of a double-edged sword. It's been used to help fee payers as much as it has to be a repository. So anyway, again, thank you for listening very much.
Thank you. We really appreciate the good comment, and I'm always willing to listen. But I will note, we have many convenings and are very open and being innovative, being open to thought. This morning's discussion on the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, that informational item, a very good example of specific programmatic engagement around those topics that you brought up. So there's many opportunity. And here, I know there's a desire to better understand this balance, again, of how we accomplish what we're doing. But, the board needs to be able to recoup its fees. We've been pushed into this position a bit, and I appreciate the understanding. So thank you. And maybe we can fund a new website together. Next, I'd like to call up Debbie Webster, and who will be followed by Chris McLaughlin and Charles White afterwards.
Well, thank you, Chair Escobar and board members. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you this afternoon. And I just want to echo some of the concerns and questions and ideas that have been communicated to you today by other speakers. I also want to go ahead and really send my appreciation to staff. They do a lot to reach out to try to educate us on different aspects of the fees, what are some of the major drivers in other areas. I think one of the things that I learned today, and still has me a little bit confused at the same time, is that when we're talking about a reserve fund, we're not necessarily talking about it. It seems like it's being treated more as an operational expense slush amount rather than an actual reserve because of and you're shaking your head. So I think that there's a little bit of
I don't know. You'd have to explain a little more what you mean by a slush fund.
Well, it's like the unknown. Rather than being a what I would normally consider a reserve fund, being more like a bank account. And do we need to take out of this account in order to meet our expenses and not? And we know why we're taking that money out. It sounded as if instead of what the legislature set as the income budget, it becomes what the fees end up being as the income budget. And then we're working from there so that we don't know what happened to the prior year's expenses. So like last year, I know that the order said that the fees that we paid had an aspect for maintaining a prudent reserve. And so we're looking at, again, another 5% on top of this. And the question there becomes is what happened with that reserve? Why don't we have that reserve? Or if it's an operating expense, just to try to understand the back and forth between what is anticipated and what is lost. What really was it? And so I think that was one of my questions, and I'll put the other question out there while we're there, because it looks like there's a couple people that are ready to respond, which is great. Is there was also a discussion about there was uncollectibles, and I think Mr. O'Brien talked about different funding. I know when in the Central Valley, when we were looking at the SWRCB database and trying to identify those that needed to participate in our priority and optimization study for salts, that a lot of time and effort was spent on trying to correct and obtain good contacts and correct, whether something's in operation or not. And so I'm wondering, what does the board do in order to make sure that those fees are paid, that they're maintained, and the like? So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Webster. I'll just look straight to our folks here.
I'm going to start, and then I'm going to turn it over to these folks. I think there's a misconception that that we just don't know what happened to the money, and we just have this fee so that we can pay because we don't know the difference is between what we estimate the fee income to be and what it actually is. And so we want to reserve in there because we never get that right. 10 years, we've shown that we either go over or we go under. We've never gotten it exactly right, and we're pretty close. I'm actually very impressed by our fee setting folks on how close they are. So it's not a slush fund. It's not that we don't know where it went. I would say that, well, I lost my train of thought. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys on the uncollected, but my recollection is that's very small.
Yeah, the overall, we trend around 98% collection rate on, when you look at a program that's $160 to $180 million. And as John mentioned, accounting practices, we book the revenue, and then a couple years later we'll come by and then there will be amounts that weren't collected, basically. And what I mean by that is, though, we take internally, there's referred to as the State Administrative Manual, which basically gives all state agencies the playbook of collecting on debt. And what it states is that you have an issuance of an invoice, and then there's a set of collection letters that go out after that. And so we have a system in place where we have a timing where 60 days after. And let me just state by that we work with like program staff or regional boards. If there's an issue where they're maybe working internally on maybe a permit with them and they don't want us to send out a collection letter. So we have a process in place to determine when those collection letters go out. So we send out 30, 60, 90-day letters, and the letters, the strength of the language gets a little stronger after each letter. They become kind of a notice violation at the end. Our internal staff make phone calls. We do internal kind of research, Google search, internet search, try to contact the parties. Our system, one of our processes, you see us here adopting the fees, but part of my staff, what they do is they're like a call center. And so we have basically 50,000 invoices that go out on an annual basis. So when these invoices go out, our phones start ringing off the hook. And so we answer phone calls. We go through the whole, how to make a payment type process. But basically after, let's say, a 6-month process of these letters going out and we're unsuccessful, what we've done is we've secured 2 collection agencies through contracts that we work with the collection agencies to go through a process they take further steps. They've been successful on collecting some of that debt. With that said, basically after almost like a 3-year period of our internal collections, if we have to get like the AG's office involved and maybe on larger debts, then we do that and we work with OCC on things like that. So we've done that also in the past. So we do have an extensive process, but with all that said, what the state controller's office has told us is that, after 3 years of demonstrating that you've been able to try to collect on the debt, we can write the debt off our books. And that doesn't mean that the discharger isn't subject to the fees, because there may be some extensive kind of still going after them. And we've worked with Franchise Tax Board, Board of Legalization on interagency intercepting when there's taxes and things like that. So there's that process of looking at that also. So we've had steps in that place also. So I just want to say we do have an extensive collection process, and many of small projects that come on board for just a few months, they walk away, and sometimes we don't recover that cost, and we'll go after them. And at some point, we have to realize that all the staff time we're spending on, is it worth it on this amount? So we have to kind of make that determination also.
Thank you for going in depth on that. And yeah, 98% is quite remarkable. Thank you, Ms. Webster, and thank you for the responses from folks. Next, I'd like to call up Chris McLaughlin. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Escovel and members of the board. Chris McLaughlin with the Western Agricultural Processors Association. Our association represents tree nut hullers and processors for the 4 major tree nut commodities grown in California. A number of our members are WDR permit holders and are directly impacted by these proposed fee increases. I wanted to take the opportunity to thank staff for their helpfulness with questions our organization comes to them with. I know I struggled during my accounting classes in college, and so having them be able to answer questions for us and go over all the details is very helpful. I don't think I still fully understand it to the complete extent, but we're very thankful to have staff to help us go over it. Our organization has participated in the stakeholder process for several years now, and through that time, we've obviously seen the ebbs and flows of the accounting process. This includes, as discussed, the increased revenue collection offsetting costs for the following year, and years where proposed increases were necessary to meet the proposed costs that were being evaluated. While the proposed fees on paper only display an increase of 3.8%, that accumulates to thousands of dollars in increased fees per permit holder, With the addition of these proposed increases, our members have seen an increase of 15% overall on their WDR fees in the last 3 years alone, if my accounting and math serves me correctly. Our association has highlighted for years that fees associated with these programs are significantly higher than any other permit fee for any of the other government agencies that require fees for compliance. So I would echo the prior commenters in finding efforts to offset increased fees through the various options they presented, whether it be general fund requests or any of the other asks that we can make. We ask that these fee proposals be reevaluated, and I'd like to thank you for your time.
Appreciate it, Mr. McLaughlin. As an English major, I depend on the incredible expertise of our folks as well. So thank you.
Yeah.
And look forward to, I know, what is going to continue to be, as now the sixth time actually that I would think I've adopted fees. I think there's something fundamental that I hope we can get to, and I think there's a shared commitment to try to do so. So I appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call Charles White, who will be followed by Jean-Pierre Catiavella. JP. Mr. White.
Okay, thank you, Chair Escobar and members of the board. I'm back again from the last one. I do want to try to explain our concern that I did express in writing to you on September 15th to your clerk to the board. And it seems like there's a bit of a dancing around on the key issue that I'm trying to raise, and it's not out of disrespect for John or David. They've done a great job over the years. In fact, I probably could see if I could beat Danny. I think I may have been participating in these things for 20 years. And there's no question that you've had this fund reserve concept that has been kind of a backbone of, I think, virtually all your fee programs. But it finally got us to looking at what is the authority that the legislature gave to the board to set fees. And there's the one section in particular, Water Code Section 13260, that basically states in parts that the board shall set a fee at an amount equal to the revenue levels set forth in the Budget Act for this activity. It doesn't say budget level set for this activity in addition to a fund reserve, a prudent fund reserve. It just simply says you only can set fees equal to what the legislature has budgeted. And then it goes on, the same section. If the state board determines that the revenue collected during the preceding year, not the current year, the preceding year was greater than or less than the revenue level set forth in the budget deck, the state board may further adjust annual fees to compensate for the over and under collection of revenue during that preceding year. I'm adding that preceding year there, but the clear reading, plain English. And I used to work for the State Water Board when there was a board member named B.J. Miller who was constantly trying to do plain English interpretation of the relative statutes and regulations that the board implements. And it seems to me that the clear reading of this section in the water code is that you can set fees in the next year to cover shortfalls in the preceding year, and with the implication that you have to borrow from some other source during the shortfall year, and then you can make it back by setting the fees. So, and I don't disagree that under normal circumstances, the fee reserve that you've done for forever, that does make sense. The problem fundamentally is that the legislature, in my plain English reading of the statute, didn't give you that authority. It only says that you can go back in arrears in the next fiscal year to make up for shortfalls. And so if that's what the legislature said, I don't see how you've been able to go on for so many years and doing this, particularly when we're kind of facing, Imperial Irrigation District, which I represent with Manat, is facing all kinds of difficulties this year, and not the least of which, well, and perhaps the least of which is the fees, but there's so many other challenges facing in this drought year. And the idea that we're just going to have this, go ahead and put on this 5% fund reserve, rather than just simply go with what the legislature's adopted in the budget, and then if you have a shortfall, make it up in the following year after borrowing funds from other sources. That seems to be the plain English reading. And I can't, having worked with B.J. Miller on the State Water Board for many years back in the day, I can't imagine B.J. would certainly have any different reading than what we're trying to understand. And Phil Wiles did talk to me before this meeting, and I said, all we're looking for is a rational written description of how you can justify this fund reserve based on what we think is the plain reading of the statute. And Phil, in his introductory comments today, seems to think he has a reading of that that's different, but I haven't seen that explained to me in any way, shape, or form that would satisfy my concern that it's a misreading of the statute. So that's all I have for now. I would like to see something in writing, if we can, to explain how this fund reserve is in compliance with Water Code Section 13260. And so we can hopefully continue this discussion and further. And maybe you want to go back and have that section of the statute amended to allow for a prudent fund reserve, and see what the legislature says about that. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time today.
Oh, thank you, Mr. White. I appreciate it. And these are important discussions. And to my ear, there's nothing that precluded what we do. But I'll look it over at, I'm also not a lawyer amongst the economists or hear other things. So I'll look over to Mr. Wiles.
I'm also an engineer myself, not a lawyer, even though I work for a law firm, but I've been working with the water board and water code for many, many decades. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. White. Mr. Wiles.
I am a lawyer and I'm not an accountant, nor am I an English major, but I don't think there's anything I can add to what I said earlier, but I would be more than happy to give Mr. White a call and kind of go through again sort of how we interpret what it means to set the fees equal to the amount that we're allowed to spend. I don't know if it'd be useful for Mr. White or for others, but there are some pretty significant disruptions that would occur for the regulated community if we were to shoot low and under collect on a fund basis. And without getting into it, things we would have to do would be things like leaving vacancies unfilled toward the end of the year. Some of those things do have knock-on effects, like extending permit processing time, not providing all of the things that some things that you heard that the stakeholders actually want the boards to be able to provide to them. So I'll be happy to talk to them a little bit about that and the sort of the practical realities of trying to hit exactly at the expenditure authority with these projections, these estimates.
Thank you, Mr. Wiles, and thank you again, Mr. White. Do appreciate the engagement around these things. Next, I'd like to call up Jean-Pierre or JP Catiavella. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm JP Cataviella, representing Dairy Cares, a coalition of dairy industry groups and companies here in California. I have comments along similar lines of many of the commenters, and so I'm going to streamline quite a bit. I recognize and through the workshops, the wisdom of building a prudent reserve. And I also appreciate that this is being discussed seriously in a year where no large fee increases are being considered for, at least for our sector and for many of the sectors. That said, my clients want me to convey to you the economic difficulty that they're facing this year. I'm not going to give you 15 minutes on that, although that would be easy. And I suspect you know a lot of this already. But for dairies, just to cut to the chase, the biggest cost that we have is feeding the cattle. And feed costs have just absolutely skyrocketed in the last couple of years. The current cost of alfalfa hay, for example, is between $425 and $464 a ton. To give you a sort of comparison between 2017 and 2020, those costs range between $225 and $285 a ton. So when you see an increase of one of your basic inputs going up by 2/3 when it's already close to 2/3 of your cost, you can do the math pretty fast to figure out how hard people are being hit by that. Another sort of data point is we're proud of the fact that we feed almond hulls to our cattle. This would otherwise be a waste product in the state. Instead, we upcycle those to create nutritious dairy products. The cost of almond hulls in 2020 was $93 a ton. It was $130 in 2021. This year, we're going between $250 and $300 a ton. So again, very, very high costs. I don't have a solution for your dilemma, but I would recall back to the comment of Phil Wiles earlier in the meeting that other approaches are within the board's discretion. I'm not suggesting you don't build toward a reserve. I am wondering if this is the year to try to get it all, and whether the board could consider another approach that would move in the direction you want to go to, but perhaps give us a chance to recover. I think we're all hoping, among other things, that it will rain, but also that feed prices will start to fall back to earth, and some of these fuel prices will start to fall back to earth, and that maybe we can get a chance to catch our breath before we build that reserve as much as the state would like. But I very much respect the staff analysis. I respect the position you all are in, and just want to make sure you understand kind of where we're coming from. So thank you very much for the opportunity to tell you about that.
Thank you, Mr. Catiavella. I'll just say, I know that there are a lot of challenges, as you said, right now, in so many of our communities and in the ag sector, especially given the real impacts on drought to the bottom line of so many small farms, particularly that come to mind, and or dairies. And so just thank you. I know that these are difficult circumstances, and here for this board know that these decisions and how we play a role in what is a complex set of, as you noted, pressures on the sector is front of mind. But there's a risk of simply doing something symbolic that doesn't get to the fundamental issue here, which we've done before, where we, especially in the middle of COVID, we're very aware of just the economic disruptions, everything that was happening, and forewent raising fees and cut staff. And yet it won't solve. And here we are still, and this year, still with some of these fundamental tensions. And so just thank you. I know the request is to do something a bit symbolic again this year, but I think regrettably, it won't actually get us to what is the real need, I think, in some of the balancing and how we ensure that, especially smaller growers and smaller operations who can sometimes least afford, for sure, these increases are better supported. And that'll be a discussion with the legislature and other partners. So I just appreciate the perspective and the need to make sure and raise up all voices into this. So thank you. Bruce Holdeschelt. I pronounced your last name better, Holtschelt. There we are. Good to see you. Take us home, if you are. And Bruce has left the room. Okay. And we have Emily Rooney then. Thank you. He wasn't here to hear me butcher his last name.
Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and members of the board. Thanks for your time today. My name is Emily Rooney. I'm president of Agricultural Council of California, and Ag Council represents about 15,000 farmers across the state of California, from small farmer-owned businesses to some of the world's best-known brands. So our members are the farm to fork people. Our folks usually are, most of the time, we do on-farm work, but we also do post-harvest and processing work as well. So as a result, our members are participating in Irrigated Lands Program, WDR, the CAF program, and so many others. Like so many other of the commenters, we've been at this a long time with you guys, and we did submit written comments as well. I will say that we've met a handful of times with the team at the State Water Resources Control Board to kind of turn this rock every single way we can to try to understand what we could be missing and other options to seek some relief in this area. And I think one thing has just come pretty crystal clear, and there's no immediate solution to this problem. Anything that we explore, whether it's like Bob Gore mentioned earlier, carb-like programs, pilot projects, anything in this space are going to take multiple years to get off the ground. And we would have to pilot projects, determine results that work for all the parties involved, and that sort of thing. So the only thing that I just keep coming back to is the need to find some short-term general fund relief. And we have worked with your team to understand the foundational costs that kind of stretch across all of the programs, as well as what a 10% reserve would be like. And so we've made a request last year, and we were unsuccessful to get general fund dollars into the State Water Board for a 3-year foundational program offset, and then also a 10%, a one-time 10% allocation for the reserve. We will be back at it this year, and that's all I really wanted to voice here today, is that we are now going to be ahead of the game, ahead of the budget process. I'll reach out to staff again to make sure our numbers are good, and see if we can get the ball forward, moving in the right direction this year. As you all know, ag is under a tremendous amount of pressure between SGMA, all of the inflationary costs and supply chain and issues that are just all over and impacting our industry. So these costs are getting very real, and obviously very just adding to the burden of what's going on in the current environment. So we will be back at it. We know that this is a challenge. We also know that this is extraordinarily complex, and there's no way to get immediate relief. So we will just be back at it with you guys again this year. So appreciate all the information you all have provided for us, and we continue to work together. We look forward to continuing to work together again next year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rooney, for just really your leadership in working with us to understand the complexities of the program, but then also to truly lead and help us imagine what a different balance might look like, and help us advocate for it, and for, as just a basis, agreeing that these programs are important, that they provide real quality and benefit to the public and so many of our communities. And so that means a lot. And so I just thank you for that, and united here and trying to better figure it out. So thank you. full board colleagues. Any questions? I know that was a lot of discussion, and I really appreciate the unpacking of what the reserve is, our authorities even around it, how we've managed it through the last decade, what it means to have our revenue projections, and then also our ultimately how close we are on the program. Better spelled out. I hope, especially now that we're coming out of the fiscal fog, can live up to, I know, what was a quality of standard on some of that data many years prior to that, and appreciate everyone's patience as we work through, like many other agencies, the difficulty of some of that transition. But what I hope as a systems person here is that fiscal really makes it worth it and helps unpack and create more of these transparent data streams for our community and for these important programs. And no more front of mind than the water quality program in a warming climate with HABs and all that we will continue to have to manage. And these sources that are degraded, yes, but are going to continue to be a really important source of water for all of our communities in the future. So that being said, I just look to my colleagues if any other points or a motion.
Yes, I'd be prepared to make a motion, but first off, just want to say a few things. First of all, want to thank staff and all the stakeholders for just the investment of time that goes into this annual meeting that we have. And I think that despite ongoing concerns and, just general challenges that we maybe can make some adjustments, but we're not going to be able to fix the overarching concern. And that is, just challenges in tough times, focusing, what I know best, and that's agriculture. And I think that some of the commenters, said it well, in particular, JP Catavela, about, these are just looking for some breathing room. But I agree with you, Chair Esquivel. If we did something, it would be largely symbolic, and I feel, almost disingenuous, and really where we need to stay focused. And when I say we, that's collectively in this partnership that we've developed under the leadership of some of the commenters here today, in particular, Emily Rooney. I think just continuing those conversations, continuing to provide information that the stakeholders can use to go across the street and talk to the legislature about it so that we can get some relief that is much more than symbolic. I do think that there are those foundational programs that deserve general fund support. In addition, I think that we need to consider going further, and I appreciate the call out by Mr. Gore about comparison to what they have at the Air Resources Board. I think we need to have a water quality incentive program here at the Water Board. We need to have a research program. And so there's lots of opportunities, but very little that we can do. So those conversations need to occur at the legislature. And as far as the reserve, I do appreciate, Mr. Wiles, your commitment to have some further discussions offline, but I think the appropriate place for those is in the staff workshop. That's the opportunity to drill down and, and I'm sorry for any mishap that occurred this year. Some thinking that, it came in late. That reserve has been around a long time. And I think at times fee payers really benefit from that reserve. And so in this instance, it's a challenge that we've got to, recoup for some of the loss that occurred as a result of COVID and other things. But, you've got to take the good with the bad on a fee reserve. And I think that on balance, it's been helpful in years where we've been able to dip into it to make some adjustments where, maybe moving around the edges a little bit can help to make a difference. So I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to make their comments as well, but I'll be glad to make a motion at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And just thank you for being such a strong and consistent voice for bringing over the tools that were at the Air Board, similar tools that you have seen as a regulator really benefit our ability to do more, to engage with folks. And it is ultimately, and I think that's what we continue to circle around, about the resources and how it's funded and who amongst all of us is funding it. So Thank you. Board member, any other board members?
Yeah, thank you very much. This was a really great discussion today and highlighted just how many challenges there are before us. With the drought, with everything that we're facing in the industry, I am certainly mindful of all those issues. And I think this is my 4th year now of voting on fees, and it doesn't get easier any year. I hate to see the types of increases that we're seeing here, and it is what it is. So I definitely echo your comments about continuing the conversations to look at creative ways to fund these types of programs and needs going forward, because they're certainly going to continue. So when it comes to the reserve, I think, I love the term prudent. I think prudent is the right one to use for the reserve. And I note that even what you're recommending here, the 5% is lower than even what you're seeing in the other funds and the drinking water and water rights funds right now. And then I appreciated Ms. Rooney's comment too about advocating for even a 10% reserve. So I think, in as much as a 5% reserve does add to the fees this year, it is in a sense striking a balance of, meeting in the middle in terms of maybe where this should be ultimately in the longer term. So, I'm comfortable with the reserve that's proposed. At this point. What I do think we can always improve on, we have a great stakeholder engagement program. It starts earlier in the year. It starts before you even really know how the year is going to shape up. So I appreciate, getting those dialogues going, especially when, there's a number of good comments today that you start working on drilling into a bit. But to the extent that there was information shared today for the first time, I think the stakeholders appreciated some of those charts, where you had the 10-year history and you had the budgeted versus actual revenues and the ability to compare those numbers and see what the trends look like. That was very helpful. So let's learn from this. Let's take some of those things that you shared today that are actually potentially useful tools to help bring forward into future stakeholder discussions as you get fiscal under control and start to get that information. Let's remember this as a learning opportunity and start to build sort of that portfolio of this is what our financial report looks like every year, be able to share that with stakeholders. So it's a very predictable and consistent and transparent process. I think we're there. We've come a long way, but I think we've learned a little bit today even about some additional information we can continue to grow, especially as the books become more clear, and being able to, I think, clearly report on where the accounts are, maybe even on a program level, is something to consider going forward. I know that the fees ultimately are set at the fund level, but I think the more that you can drill down and be able to share the details on each program and how they performed year over year is just going to be helpful for stakeholders to understand, how this is working and your rationale for setting the fees. So I concur with your recommendations today, but just wanted to share those thoughts.
Board member for the good thoughts. Further, and if not,
then I'll make a motion for this item.
I'll second.
You both, Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all as well. And the item is adopted. And look forward to what we hear soon, the next cycle on the fee discussion, and to iterate, because I think there's a lot of good consensus here around how we can continue to improve. So just thank you. With that, let's take a break. And we'll take a 20-minute break, provide ourselves a little time, and come back here at 3:10. Thank you, everyone. And when we come back, we will continue on to item number 9, which is a consideration of proposed resolution adopting regulation modifying water right ownership notice requirements. And then we have a tranche of informational items thereafter. So thank you, everyone. It's been a long, good, productive day so far. Thank you. See you here in 20. Hi, everyone. We're at 3:10. We come back now. Thanks for everyone for the nice break. We're now ready to move on to item number 9, which is consideration of a proposed resolution adopting a regulation modifying water right ownership, notice requirements, and reporting dates. The state board regulations we are considering today pertain to amendments to California Code of Regulations, Title 23, Sections 831, 905, 915, 920, 924, 925, 929, and 930 concerning water rights notice requirements and reporting dates. Under the rulemaking provisions of the Administrative Procedures Act, or the APA, this is the time and place set for the presentation of statements, arguments, and contentions for or against the proposed rulemaking. Notice of this proposed rulemaking was previously sent by mail and email to interested parties through 3 LIRIS lists published in the California Regulatory Notice Register on July 15th, 2022, and posted to the State Water Board's website. The deadline to provide written comment on the proposed regulations as noted in the notice of proposed rulemaking and the staff workshop notice was August 31st, 2022. The proposed regulations were duly noticed more than 45 days prior to today's hearing. The notice was sent to all interested parties who requested rulemaking notices, as well as those parties required by the government code. The rulemaking documents are also posted on the board's website and are made available upon request. The purpose of this hearing is to obtain public comment on the staff recommendation to adopt the proposed resolution. Staff have currently compiled and responded to public comments to the August 23rd, 2023 staff workshop and to written public comments previously submitted. If the board adopts the proposed regulations, the board will respond to any comments in writing in response to comments document and in the final statement of reasons. Both documents will be available to the public once they are completed and submitted, as with all of our final rulemakings, and we file to the Office of Administrative Law. This hearing is being recorded, and recording and any exhibits, evidence, or comments presented during the hearing will be part of the rulemaking file. If you have not done so already and you wish to speak on the proposed regulation today, you can there are instructions at the top of the agenda for getting on the Zoom platform. I don't believe we have any in-person commenters. And with that, and as of today's date, the rulemaking file includes several items, including the notice of proposed rulemaking as published in the California Regulatory Notice Register on July 15th. And we can get on to our staff presentation, which we will have and followed by any public comment and then board consideration. Rosardo, if you'd like to kick us off.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Julie Rosardo. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director for the Division of Water Rights, and I'm here today with Michael George, the Delta Water Master. Our offices have worked together to develop proposed regulations to ensure better water rights administration throughout our state. Next slide, please. The proposed regulations modify water right ownership requirements and align water use reporting dates. Staff conducted extensive outreach throughout the process, and we value the collaboration from the water use community, which helped shape the proposal we are presenting today. As the chair mentioned, additional information and documents pertaining to the proposed rulemaking, including the regulatory text of the proposed regulations, is located on the State Water Board's website at the location noted at the bottom of this slide. Before we talk in depth about the water right ownership and reporting dates, I'd like to take a moment to explain why updating these regulations is so critical for administering water rights in California. Next slide. First, we need more timely water use data to be able to conduct water supply and demand analysis, particularly during times of drought. Second, we are all keenly aware of the communities that are running out of water and fire emergencies, which can render public water systems inoperable. In times of emergencies, other agencies, such as Office of Emergency Services and water right holders, rely on us for updated water ownership information to help identify temporary water sources and facilitate the use of those temporary water sources to meet emergency needs. Third, these changes simplify and streamline the reporting. This is a benefit for water right holders as well as administrators. And finally, these reporting and ownership updates align with changes that we are making to overhaul our water rights database. We are currently working on a large effort to simplify the water right holders' access online and make additional information available to the public through our water rights database. Next slide. And I'd like to hand it over to my colleague.
Thank you, Julie. Michael George, Delta Watermaster. And as we get into the specifics of the proposed regulation, I want to acknowledge the two gentlemen on my right from the Office of Chief Counsel, Garrett Lenahan and David Koop, who have been tireless in helping Julie and I navigate the rulemaking process. So this proposed rulemaking, this proposed regulation, is designed to address two specific problems. The first problem is with respect to failure of water right owners to update information when they make a change, when the water right transfers or when they appoint a new agent or where there is a change in contact information. The current regulations require that they provide that notice to the water board promptly or immediately after the change takes place. But in our current regulations, it's not exactly clear who has the responsibility. For instance, the transferor or the transferee of a real estate parcel that has a water right attached to it. Secondly, there's no clear consequence for failure. The result is that we are often dealing with outdated records that we find out about only when there's a missing report, that we then have to do some forensic analysis and track down the change. So the proposal in this regulation is to clarify the responsibility, the timing, and the consequences. Next slide, please. The second problem that we're dealing with is the fact that over a period of time in the statutes and in our regulations, we've developed inconsistent different periods and due dates for water use reports. So the water code itself was updated through a trailer bill in 2021 to consolidate reporting periods and due dates for many types of water rights and claims. And the proposed regulation here conforms and aligns those regulatory reporting dates, making our regulations fall in place with the intent and purpose of the legislative change in 2021. So licenses, permits, registrations, and certificates have different reporting periods and due dates. And so we get the problem of incomparability and the difficulty of comparing apples and oranges, because we've got some reports that are for a water year, some for a calendar year, some that are due in April, some that are due in July, et cetera. So that's why the second problem here is, or the regulation is aimed at consolidating and conforming those. Next slide, please. So the summary of the proposed changes: to address the first problem, we clarify the requirements for change in ownership and contact information, and clarify the board's authority to enforce timely notice. We clarify that enforcement would be aimed at the new owner or the surviving water right owner. In other words, anybody can provide the notice, but if the notice isn't provided, ultimately the responsibility goes with that entity that has the benefit of the change. To address the second problem, we update the report due dates in the regulations so that they all come, they're all for the water year, and they all come due at the same time, regardless of the kind of water right that's being reported. So we always use the water year, and all reports are due on February 1st of the ensuing year. So water year, as you know, goes from October 1st to the following September 30th. And then after that end of water year period at September 30th, the reports are due the following February 1st, by the following February 1st. Next slide, please. So the proposed revision of notice, who provides notice? The transferor, the transferee, the agent. Sometimes it's a trustee of a trust, but in any case, anybody can provide that notice. We ask that that notice come within 30 days. So we've created a grace period after the transaction that created the change to allow time to get that in. And then after that 30-day grace period, then the standard statutory enforcement provision works in. That's Water Code 1846, which says that the Water Board has the authority to impose civil liability for each day the notice is delinquent. Next slide, please. This slide just talks about how the alignment will come out as a result of the change. And the bottom line at the bottom of the slide is the proposed regulations make the water year the reporting period for all types of rights, claims, and filers. Next slide, please. Similarly, we propose consolidation of due dates. The list of the previous due dates are noted at the top. Then Senate Bill 155, which I've referred to as the 2021 change in legislation, which changed those items in the water code that needed to be changed. And now we're catching up with that. We're aligning with that through the proposed regulatory change, which will bring all reports due on February 1st. That's important, particularly for ag water users. It used to be that many of those reports came in the following July 1st. So you're already in the next irrigation season. And it was really too late to take that information and use it to make decisions about getting information out to the water community about what we expected to happen. You were already in the critical period of the ensuing year before you got data on the prior year. By moving the reporting period to the water year and the due date to February 1st, we've got a better chance of having data that we can actually use that is comparable, that can be measured against prior water years or prior periods. And we've gone through, as the board's well aware, a transition period last year to bring everybody into this new reporting regime. Next slide, please. So this is just a list of the proposed revised due dates and where they show up in the Code of California regulations. Next slide, please. So public comments, in addition to, as Julie said, a lot of outreach that we did beforehand to identify the problem, to bring water users, water lawyers, engineers, and other advisors and helpers to understand what the problem was and to work with us to develop a solution. We also had a virtual workshop on August 23rd. We had about 50 individuals in there, and we also got written comments that were due by the end of August, as Chair Esquivel mentioned at the introduction. We got 17 comment letters. We reviewed them all. There were a couple of comments that came in after the deadline, but we've also included them in the record, and those that came in right after the deadline, we responded to in the written response to comments. There's one that came in even later that we will respond to either today or in the written record before it goes to the Office of Administrative Law, assuming that the board decides to move forward. Many of the comments sought an extension to the grant period or the grace period. They wanted more than 30 days. And nonetheless, for reasons described in the response to comments, essentially trying to balance what Julie talked about and what the board has been driving for, which is better, more real-time, more accurate information. We think that the balance between allowing water users more time after they initiate or have advantage of the change, giving them more than 30 days after that point seems like the balance is better drawn by asking them to make that comment or make that change within 30 days in order to meet the public's need and the water board's need and the staff's need for more accurate, closer to real-time information. So staff recommends limiting that new grace period to 30 days. In the course of the comments, there were no objections to the alignment of the reporting periods or the due dates. In general, the community understood and agreed with us that that was probably a lower burden on them because everything would come in at once. There'd be greater opportunity for coordination and consistency. So we got no objections to that alignment. And then we got, as often happens, a number of comments that were very useful in terms of providing input from the water user community, but they were really outside the scope of the proposed rulemaking. And if we were going to do something to respond to those, it would really be in the context of a new regulatory process. Next slide, please. So the summary of the main proposed changes from the comments, a request to extend the 30-day grace period. For reasons that I've described, we as staff recommend sticking with the 30-day grace period. Second thing was a comment from a couple of commenters that would be unfair to enforce the regulations without first providing notice to the surviving or the new water right holder, give them notice of the regulation and an opportunity to cure. It really turned the notice provision on its head. It said that we should continue as staff and as the board to identify failure to provide notice by forensically investigating when the next report didn't come in. So kind of putting us back in the same situation of expending a lot of staff time to track it down, then to give notice to them that they had failed to provide the notice to us, give them an opportunity to cure, and only then make it subject to any enforcement. And the third point that was made, I think, generally in the comments was that the notion of a $500 per day fine seemed unfair, grossly out of proportion, draconian. Those were the kinds of words used. And yet, in our response to those comments, we tried to point out that Section 1846 is a statutory provision. We neither took nor had the authority to propose regulations to change that. And it is the general provision which, if there is a violation of a regulation, then the board has the authority in 1846 to impose fines up to $500 a day. In circumstance where that was grossly unfair or out of proportion or draconian, number one, there's no evidence of imposing those kinds of draconian fines in circumstances where we could, through less impactful measures, induce compliance, and that we have always been about gaining compliance, not maximizing fine revenue. In addition, in order to impose a fine under Section 1846, there are some due process and opportunity for hearing in Section 1055 of the Water Code. So to the extent that there was an attempted overreach or to egregiously impose fines, there are opportunities to request a hearing, request reconsideration, et cetera. Next slide, please. There were comments, as I've said, outside of the proposed rulemaking. Several commenters made the point with which staff agrees. It's not onerous or difficult or time-consuming to comply. And generally, when we encounter someone who's out of compliance, they're actually anxious to get into compliance. They recognize that having our records updated protects their water right. So it's never been a situation where people feel like it's expensive, time consuming, difficult, anything else. It's none of those things. The real problem here is understanding that there's the requirement in the first place. So commenters suggested additional outreach in addition to the outreach that we'd already done. And we are absolutely committed to that. If the board adopts the regulation and it gets approved by the Office of Administrative Law, we will have additional outreach, and there'll be good opportunities for that. We'll put things on the websites and direct people to this. We'll also be doing outreach at meetings. I know I'll go to the monthly Delta Water agency meetings, go to reclamation district meetings to bring people into awareness, but also recognize that there has been a lot of awareness, number one, because of the change in water law in 2021, and because we went through an adjustment period. We did a 9-month adjustment period last year. We got very good conformance with that. In addition, we're providing direct links to where you can find the change forms on the websites, and we provide additional assistance with people who need help filling out forms. We heard the typical issues. This right belongs to my grandmother, and she's not really up to speed. I try and help her, but I need more time, or I don't have a computer. Those kinds of things. So we do provide assistance. Next slide, please. So the current schedule, the proposed rulemaking would adopt the proposed rulemakings that we published in the Register on July 15th, which we walked people through at the workshop on August 23rd, and we provided response to all the comments that we received. If approved today, the regulations will be submitted to the Office of Administrative Law. There'll be additional notice, opportunities to be heard. And then if it's approved by the Office of Administrative Law by the end of November, then the regulations can be effective by January 1st. That's an important date because, of course, we want to have these regulations effective so that we get the consolidation of due dates before February 1st. So this is an important date for consideration. We think we've done the outreach. We think we've responded adequately to the comments. And obviously the board may hear additional comments today and have additional questions. Next slide, please. So the staff recommendation is that the board adopt the resolution and the proposed regulations as submitted. And that is the recommendation that the division and the Office of Delta Water Master jointly make today. Next slide, please. And so if you have questions, Julie and I are happy to answer. And if we get off the reservation, we got two lawyers here to straighten us out.
Thank you. I know that the thoroughness of the work, and here it can seem very ministerial that we're going about this, but it has real benefit to both the reporters and, to your point, and the points that have been made, our ability to make good use of the information, to apply it, and here in this drought and into the future, be able to better manage our water resources. So just thank you. I really appreciate the great care that's been done. And is reflective in just the thoroughness of the proposal and the good work in getting it through. So I have no further questions. I know we have a few commenters here, but just start off with a good acknowledgement of great work and its real benefit to our decision-making and water rights. Colleagues, anything to add? Any questions off the top? Hearing none, let's go ahead and go to our first commenter, Dan Namalini Jr.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
And good afternoon. So glad to have you with us on this.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you. My name is Dan Namalini Jr. I'm an attorney for the Central Delta Water Agency, and I've been involved in water reporting, including updating ownership info for approximately the last 23 years, which is scary. But when I carefully looked at the proposed regs pertaining to ownership updates, I quickly realized they are problematic on numerous grounds. I laid many of those grounds out in my written comments, but essentially they were all rejected by staff or deemed outside the scope of the current regulations, which was a head scratcher, and I don't have time to get into that. So at this point, with only a few minutes, the question is, what, if anything, can I do to help improve the situation? So the answer is to urge the state board to at least extend the 30-day compliance deadline to something more reasonable, like 90 days. If you read the public comments, there was a universal request to extend this deadline. The comments are from people like myself who work in the real world and have real world experience with property and water right transfers. Essentially, everyone came to the same conclusion that 30 days is way too short of a deadline for something as important as this. This needs to be handled very carefully and very accurately. We are talking about permanently disassociating people from water rights. Once people are removed from the state board's records, they will forever be left out of the loop regarding those rights. Thus, great care must be taken to not inadvertently leave out co-owners or otherwise make any mistakes in this process. The time provided to get this done should be at least 90 days. Now, what happens in 99% of the cases is the property itself transfers. Because water rights are associated with the property, the water rights transfer as well. As numerous people explained in their comments, given the hecticness and complexity of property transfers and their associated water rights, 30 days is simply impractical and unreasonable. In many cases, it is by no means a simple process to update ownership info. First, you need to figure out all of the registered statement numbers or permits or licenses or stock pond registrations, etc., that are associated with the property that has been transferred. If anyone thinks it's easy to go onto the state board's eRIMS website and figure out what registered water rights are associated with a particular piece of property, then I would submit they have never used eRIMS for that purpose. While it would be wonderful if the state board had a system that links parcel numbers to water rights, there unfortunately isn't any such system. There most certainly should be such a system, but there isn't. For example, for post-1914 rights, you essentially need to obtain a copy of the State Water Board's water right files and look at the place of use maps. That is a very tedious process to obtain those files and carefully review them. Many files contain dozens, if not hundreds of pages and are convoluted and difficult to process. For example, oftentimes the place of use has changed since the permit or license was first established. Thus, you have to carefully look at the entire file to see if that happened. Regarding stock pond registrations, I've personally spent hours trying to figure out what stock ponds go with what parcels of land in some of the foothills. It's not easy by any means. Once you figure out what water rights need to be updated and which don't, you need to figure out who wants to be the primary owner, the one that's responsible for receiving all future correspondence. Then you have to provide names and addresses for all other co-owners. Some of the co-owners could be the existing owner that's retaining some land that falls within the place of use of the water right. You then need to decide whether the owners want to designate an agent to receive all correspondence rather than the primary owner. All of this takes significant time to sort out. Haste makes waste is very real, and this is critical information that needs to be correct and not rushed. Another critical reason to expand the grace period from 30 days to 90 days is to address the fact that the State Water Board will be providing zero notice of this deadline to the new owner. The regulations provide no notice whatsoever to the new owner of this 30-day deadline. The regulations expect the new owner to either, one, scan the state board's regulations in its free time, and by freak chance stumble upon this deadline, or two, be informed about this 30-day deadline from the prior owner. Under the regulations, however, the prior owner has no incentive to so inform the new owner. Under the regulations, the prior owner cannot be penalized for not informing the new owner. Thus, another reason why the 30-day deadline should be extended to at least 90 days is to give more time to the new owner to somehow some way, by act of God or by freak chance or dumb luck, realize there is a deadline to update ownership info and try to comply with it. I don't see a timer, but I'm almost done. The bottom line is this 30-day deadline is unreasonably short in all but the simplest of cases. I respectfully submit that people who think 30 days is adequate for most situations have no experience in the real world on this topic. We strongly recommend at least 90 days. The complexity of property transfers, the complexity of ascertaining what water rights are associated with property, the complexity of sorting out who should be the primary owner and potential agent, and carefully identifying and providing contact info for all co-owners, and the gross lack of notice to the new owner all weigh in favor of increasing the deadline to carefully and, more importantly, accurately accomplish this important task of updating ownership info. While we strongly urge at least 90 days, if you want to compromise between what your staff wants and what the real world community is telling you they need, then please provide at least 60 days. 60 is far better than 30 days. It's a simple change to adjust this deadline in the proposed regulations. Doing so will make compliance much more reasonable and feasible and give a much larger number of water right holders a chance to be in compliance with the law. I could tell you from experience, people want to be in compliance, so they need adequate time to do that. I could go on about a lot of other stuff, but I'll stop there. Please consider extending that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nomalini. I'll respond on a couple of things, and I'll then kick it over to our folks. As you indicated, the ability to be able to quickly ascertain and here correlate parcel numbers with available water rights and all that is really important, so we can shorten the time and the hoops that need to be gone through, it sounds like, to be able to figure that out. We have our Upward project, which is an update of our water rights data system that is going to be able to have all of those capabilities and is very much part of our thinking. So there is a long-term solution to what is something we can't and won't be able to address. But I appreciate your good comment, though, but won't be able to address in this reg. When it comes to the 30 days and is that acceptable, and I think I would refer again to the comments that Mr. George made around this, and that this board isn't looking to be overly penalizing or harming folks, and have great discretion as to and here importantly, our first goal is to get people in compliance. I think the challenge with then your request, and it was mentioned earlier as well, with kind of putting the onus on the board to know, is we have no way of knowing if how to notice someone that is here, to your point, needing to know that there's a requirement that they have 30 days to transfer that property. There's I don't know how we would notice that person, because absent either the water right holder currently or them coming to us and saying, identifying themselves, we're still stuck in the same situation. So that is less, I feel, of an option as well. But I think ultimately it's about this 30 days, and I'm sure we'll have some back and forth as to maybe some of the appropriateness of that. What gives me, comfort, if you will, a bit in that is that I know that, on the 32nd day, on the 35th day, we're not going to be out with ACLs on a bunch of folks if they're coming to us and saying, here, and maybe even it's just, a notification that there's going to be a transfer is enough. You don't have to sort it all that out. I'm sure folks will be pretty flexible, I imagine. But I'll let Mr. Zardo or Mr. George actually speak further if they have anything else.
Thank you. Yes, we do have enforcement discretion when taking enforcement actions. So in particular, these type of batch enforcement actions, similar to our failure to file program, which has been well established. The 30 days effectively, does become a little bit more than 30 days. At that 30-day point, we would pull the data, assess the completeness, figure out, all the logistics associated with mail merge and email out and mail out. So I do think that as a practical matter, we're not going to be assessing penalties on day 31 or day 32. Certainly, there's going to be some time needed for us to catch up with that administrative process. Also, that being said, a big part of our enforcement discretion is if you contact us early when you get something and say, I'm going to need more time. I did receive the notice. I'm making an attempt to comply, but this initial year is going to be very difficult for me. We do work with people. So I do think that any new regulation such as this, as a practical matter, we will be working with folks. But the 30 days really is important to all the things that I mentioned, in particular emergency situations. I wanted to mention that earlier because I don't know how many folks understand that people come to us to find out who the current owner is, and that can affect entire communities if we don't have that correct information.
And I'd also say that certainly I have enormous respect for Dan Nomalini. He has been extremely helpful to us in terms of crafting responses to various problems along the way. And I certainly respect the fact that he does know that these things are complicated, they take a long time. Echoing Julie's point, if it's going to take longer, contact us, let us know, we'll work with you. We want to understand where the problem is and that somebody's working on it. I don't find evidence, either in my own experience as Delta Watermaster or in general in life, that a longer deadline necessarily means greater compliance. I do agree with many of the commenters who said the problem here is knowing that this is a requirement, not the difficulty of getting it. And I acknowledge Dan's point that sometimes you've got to develop a lot of information. Generally, though, that information is part of the due diligence of acquiring a parcel or a water right or anything else. This is a valuable right, and the right carries responsibilities. One of those responsibilities, as Julie says, is to let us know who is the owner, who's the agent, how do we get in touch with you? Because there are times when that's really important. And so with great respect for Dan's comments, I think the division and the Aus Delta Watermaster, based on experience and the fact that most things get done at deadline anyway, we're willing to work with people who are trying to comply, because I think Dan's right that most people want to be in compliance, and that's what we want as well.
And I appreciate that Mr. Nomalini's point is the reasonableness of the 30 days. And I think that, it's not there's a lot of other reasonableness in which that we would carry it out that gives me some comfort here. And as time goes here, if no one is able to make it within the 30 days, then I think fundamentally we'll know that there's something. Colleagues, any questions or further consideration on Mr. Nomalini's comments?
Yeah, I just had a question on, so for existing water rights holders, are there any requirements for, I guess as this is conceived, for them to notify us that they're transferring rights?
This is the only requirement, that when they take an action that makes a change, we have no knowledge of that, no insight into it. This is initiated by either someone who owns a water right. I mean, sometimes these changes take place because of a death or a change from personal ownership to a trust or something like that. But the point is, number one, the initiate is, the owner, controller, or agent for the water right, and the beneficiary is either the entity to whom the water right is transferred. And so it seems like they're the ones who have the intimate knowledge that something has happened. Now, if it takes longer than 30 days, as Julie and I have both said, we work with people who say, this is complicated, it's going to take me more time, I'm working on it, but I'll get to you it as soon as it is reasonable.
Or I guess I'm just wondering the idea that new people wouldn't know and it would just be on the existing water. I mean, it would almost be an incentive for existing water right holders to not tell the new buyers. Can you just help speak to that?
Yeah, I think it's actually the other way, which is one who is buying a piece of property generally recognizes that the water right is a valuable indicia of ownership. They're paying for it. It's part of the bargain and sale. Because they are the beneficiary, they've got both the natural incentive to let us know and to change the ownership on our records. And because they are the beneficiary of it, it's the only party that you can hold accountable. For instance, when the change is the result of a testamentary devise, you can't go back to the old owner. He, she, they're dead. And so it did seem to us in the outreach process that even though we should allow anybody who has the information to give us the notice, and we always check back on that, but let anybody give us the notice. That's what we want, is to understand who the owner is, what the proper contact information is. But it is the beneficiary of the water right who has the ongoing incentive, and it's that individual against whom we would, under the exercise of Water Code 1846, exercise ultimately, if necessary, if we can't get compliance in any other way, to do it through administrative civil liability.
So sorry, just the way that you would find out if they don't do that, the way that you would find out who to
It's the way we have always found out about it, because somebody who has reported like clockwork for year after year just doesn't show up. Now that's, some months removed from the transaction.
Right.
We go back to the person who used to own it. Staff contacts them and they say, "Oh, we sold that property in December." If we're lucky, they say the new owner is Joe Schmo and here's his telephone number. Oftentimes they say, it's an LLC that acquired it. I don't really know how to get in touch with them. The check cleared and we don't care.
Right. I guess I'm wondering, just for efficiency and help for our enforcement and follow-up purposes, and then also to this point of concern that new folks won't know what to do, that is there a way to require upon existing water rights holders to notify us of the contacts of recipients that they've transferred their water right to?
There's no requirement other than the regulation that we've got now, which says when it happens, you're supposed to tell us immediately. But it is not clear from our existing regulations whether that is a responsibility of the transferor or the transferee. And there's no clear consequences for that. But let me step back and again say, in any relatively complex statutory regulatory scheme, like the complex water right system that we have in California, it seems a little disingenuous to say, I know I've got a water right and I'm exercising it, but I'm totally unaware of any responsibilities that go with it. And frankly, in my experience, you rarely hear from somebody that I've got a water right and I don't have any responsibilities. Generally, when we catch up with them, they say, thank you, overlooked it. But the notion that you don't understand that there are responsibilities that go along with the water right, frankly, is not consistent with our experience.
Thank you. Let's move on to our second commenter, who will be Lindsay McLagan. And then we'll be rounded out here with Justin Fredrickson. Good afternoon.
Hello, Honorable Chair and members. My name is Lindsay McLagan, and I represent the California Cattlemen's Foundation on behalf of cattle ranchers throughout the state. Thank you for accepting my written comments. I would like to reiterate my concerns with the amendments to section 831, requiring a transfer or transferee to file change of ownership forms within 30 days of that transfer. While requiring updated contact information is appropriate at face value, the actual implementation of a 30-day transfer paperwork requirement will be problematic in many circumstances. Before imposing a strict civil liability on water rights holders, there should be a more forgiving and transitional process. Our goal would be to ensure rights holders know about this newly time-sensitive requirement. Turnaround time for change of ownership paperwork is not currently regulated, and we suggest clarity of expectation with a more reasonable timeline than the proposed 30 days. It often takes some regulatory event or intervention deadline to bring awareness that a change of ownership form is due. Given this reality, the California Cattlemen's Foundation would like to suggest amending the proposed regulation to require a change of ownership file notification by February 1st of that calendar year after which the transfer occurred, rather than within 30 days. Thank you for the consideration, and feel free to contact me at the California Cattlemen's Foundations with any questions about our position.
Thank you so much, Ms. McLagan. I appreciate your participation in today's discussion, the letters, and engagement on this. Yeah, I will just say that that sounds like a very long time to be able to comply with. Again, I appreciate it's a balance here, and I'll be interested, as we move to decide on this. And potentially move to implementation, that what that actual timeframe is looking like, how much of it is an issue, and we'll certainly see if there's like suddenly just a ton of ACLs that are going out because no one can meet a 30-day deadline. Again, I have still comfort here with our discretion on the enforcement side around it, and that it isn't a strict, it's 30 days, but we're here to help folks comply. Okay, but thank you. I appreciate your good comments. Next, I'd like to call up Justin Fredrickson. Good afternoon. Oh, I apologize. We can't hear you, but you are unmuted. So you might want to just click the small caret next to the microphone. You might just need to select a different microphone input. Apologize. Because it does say you're unmuted, but we just can't hear you.
Now?
We can.
Okay.
Hello.
Sorry, I just got a new laptop and there have been glitches. I'm Justin Fredrickson, Water and Environmental Policy Analyst at the California Farm Bureau. And I just wanted to weigh in with a few thoughts, having reviewed this item and read through some of the comments. So I think the board heard loud and clear, both in written comments and today, that there is concern about the 30-day period, the shortness of that, and the potential consequences of inadvertently failing to comply with that, up to $500 a day. So while it's true, as has been pointed out, that technically that's already possible under existing law, this seems to be sort of raising the profile on it and focusing in on this change of ownership issue in a way that the board had not previously done, and it's linking it to a specific procedure. So for those who could be potentially liable, understandably, there's some concern around that, which I think you're hearing today. The stated goal is the need for better water right information, and that's something that there's broad agreement on, as reflected in public comments. And so I want to invite the board a little bit to think about, how do we get to that goal, and beyond just these regulations and this in this fairly specific circumstance of a change of ownership, and also to point out that I think that this change alone, putting something in a regulation, and putting this, the stick out there, while there may be some effect from that in terms of getting to that broader goal of better information on water rights, I think it's also likely that many could continue to overlook this duty, not intentionally, but through inadvertence. And that raises somewhat of an equity issue, particularly when you consider the population affected, which in many cases is low income, rural, demographically older, often technologically or infrastructurally challenged, and in many cases, small diversions and impoundments, not just in the Delta. A lot of the discussion today is focused on the Delta, but you also hear concerns from up the hill in areas with ponds and stock watering needs, that sort of thing. So I have some other things I could say. There's some things that have been comforting, like the affirmations or the kind of the comments referring to the fact that staff would likely continue to work with, there would be some flexibility there. The $500 a day penalty is an upward limit. And so some of those things are would seem to provide some comfort. I wanted to put out there another theme that was echoed in some of the written comments I saw, and this just occurs to me. When you go to buy a house or something, you've got a stack of paper, and in that stack of paper you have real estate disclosures about everything from whether there was a violent killing or death in that household to whether it's in a floodplain, whether you need it, and on and on and on. It doesn't seem like it would be that difficult to have a disclosure of that kind of thing. But then, of course, the folks signing those papers, may just, gloss over that anyway, which is where it occurs to me that getting more eyes on this and including in your education and public outreach effort, not just outreach and education for the water rights holders themselves or the transferors and transferees of properties, but also to other people, frontline service providers who are really in some ways in a better position to know about these requirements and to educate the folks that are providing those services, everybody from real estate agents to estate planners to title companies to county recorders offices, trustees, all of those kinds of folks who would be routinely dealing with this, and where their agricultural properties, let's say, where water rights has been pointed out as a very important part of that asset. There could be some education on that end. And I don't want to belabor some other things I had written down here, so I'll just leave it at that. And thank you for the opportunity to comment.
No belabor in the least, Mr. Frederickson, and actually really appreciate your contribution to our discussion, especially around thinking about where we could be better informing those that are involved in these similar transactions, so that they can be assistance in this. I will note, particularly when it comes to property transactions, that to your good thought, we have thought. I know some of us have thought similar around things like quality of drinking water, or other really important things that you would think as you buy a property, and all these considerations are so important to the value and costs of such a transaction to be brought in. I know that in that discussion, there's not an appetite, surprisingly, to incorporate other things that I hear impact property values or do things like that. But I think in a non-official way, still official in outreach, but non-official in requirements, I think there's still an opportunity to figure out how we do that and help make sure others do know. And so I appreciate those good suggestions, and here still flagging, I know, the common concern around the 30 days and even the acknowledgement of some of our exchange around that. I really do appreciate good contribution. Mr. George, is there anything you'd like to follow up?
So first of all, we appreciate the comment from a number of people who commented in writing, as well as Mr. Frederickson. It does make sense to us to do outreach to the ag real estate community. In the outreach that we've already done, it became very clear to us that the real estate industry is very resistant to additional disclosures in connection with real estate transactions. And the real estate organizations made the point that out of all real estate transactions, it's a relatively small subset where the real estate transfers with a water right. So they didn't want the industry pushed back, and we respected that. However, as Mr. Frederickson points out, ag land trades hands often through a small number of real estate agencies, Peterson and I mean, there are some large ones in the state, and then there are regional ones. It certainly makes sense, and we will be doing outreach to those organizations who are typically involved in agricultural real estate and who are quite well aware that the water right that goes with the property is a substantial indicia of value in their listings and so forth. So we will definitely be reaching out to them, but we did determine through outreach that it was too much of a lift to ask the real estate industry to take this on as an additional disclosure. So we proposed to hunt with a rifle instead of a shotgun.
George. Anything further from fellow board colleagues? That was actually our last commenter. And so where does that leave us? I think here, what hearing and probably just most fundamental that, there may be further discussion or feeling around is the 30 days. I'll just say I feel pretty comfortable with it, even with, I know, some strong opinions from folks. I think that, especially the point has been made. You look at any of the deadlines that we set, people usually come in a few days before it. And so, 90 days versus 30 days, will we get more folks because of it or not? I think that here setting it at 30 days sends a clear message of the importance of the timeliness of the data. These, are often significant economic benefits that come from these transfers. So hopefully we can do well on the outreach part and we get folks that are reaching out, letting us know. And I think that's, again, we can always work with anyone as to, additional time that's needed because of the complexity of a project but it's really about getting in the door, letting us know so we can administer our program well. But Board Member McGuire, please.
Yes, thank you. As a good discussion and certainly one that I've been grappling with, trying to figure out what is the right answer here. And I concluded there really isn't a right answer. There's not a perfect date. There's not a perfect number of days that's going to solve the problem of how to document and properly report this under all circumstances. There's going to be so many different unique situations. So it's really about discretion, flexibility, and communication. So I think what you talk about in terms of outreach, working with the real estate community, maybe working with counties that are commonly engaged in these types of transactions with their recorder's office, I think was a great idea. It's really about education and training. In terms of, how long is appropriate and what it takes, I think 30 days is as good as any. It's certainly better than where we are right now, which is an unspecified period of time. So that is a bit untenable. But I pulled up your strike through your proposed regulation. And I do note that it does, the current regulation says that it's the existing owner of the water right that is actually obligated to initiate the transfer and file the report. And so I understand why you've added the flexibility. I just wanted to go on record as saying that in a perfect world, I would like there to be some responsibility for the existing right holder to be on the hook a bit to help, make sure that message is conveyed to the new water right owner. Again, I know all situations can't be addressed through that mechanism, and I don't know that I'm going to ask for a change formally today, but it's just one of those things where I can see where there's some merit to that, having that the previous owner have some responsibility here in that transaction because they do, and they're involved, and they know they have a water right. And then the last thing I want to say is I am empathetic to the concerns about penalties and $500 a day for something of this nature. It's important that we get the information. We can't make good decisions. We can't communicate to the water right holders if we don't know who they are. So there should be some consequences for an egregious violation. I don't know if $500 a day is the right one or not, as a maximum, that's what's in statute. So certainly that's what it says. I just wanted to flag that this is one of those things where if we had a water right enforcement policy, this would be a good opportunity to address some of those questions and provide clarity for different situations that might arise. So there is some consistency in handling different, situations such as a change of ownership. And so I know we're a ways away from having a policy like that in place, but this was just a good opportunity to mention it. Thanks.
Board Member Guerrero, I just say that having been around the board and the enforcement staff and so forth, I'm not aware in my 8 years as Delta Water Master of a single circumstance where we have come in and said, here's the max. This is what we're looking for. And in fact, in most instances that I'm aware of, the board has been very sympathetic when there has been an appeal, over the staff's imposing too large a fee. So we totally agree. You catch more bees with honey, and people want to comply, as Dan Nomalini said earlier. So yeah, we're working with them. It's a significant expenditure of staff time to propose an administrative civil liability, to issue an order, to potentially have that order appeal to the board or reconsideration and so forth. So we're very aware of using the tools that we've got judiciously rather than arbitrarily.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair Escobar, if I could just make 2 quick comments. Mr. George, of course, did a fantastic job. I just have 2 nits I want to pick. He left me a little opening to say something. Only 2 very quick nits. One specific to, he made a specific reference to opportunities to be heard in the context of the rulemaking when it's submitted to OAL. When the rulemaking is submitted to OAL, OAL does not allow for additional opportunity for notice and public comment. When it's submitted to OAL and the OAL deems it submitted, OAL has 30 working days from the time that the complete rulemaking file is submitted to decide whether they're going to adopt the regulations or not. So I just didn't want to create any misperception on behalf of the board that somehow folks get another opportunity to bite at the apple if the board adopts the proposed regulations as they're proposed today. And then just the second quick comment, and this is partly my mistake because I also had a hand in the PowerPoint presentation. There was a reference to February 1st for the deadlines. The actual deadline and as referenced in the regulations is before February 1st. And I know that seems a little bit awkward, but again, that was our intent to try and track SB 155 most closely. So just those 2 nits to pick. Again, I thought it was a great presentation overview. And of course, we're here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Further questions, thoughts? Perhaps prepared for a motion?
Okay, I'd be happy to make a motion to adopt if you're ready.
I'll second.
Thank you. And Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The item is adopted, and appreciate again everyone's good work around it and look forward to how implementation is going next year. So thank you. That concludes item number 9 and now brings us to our tranche of informational items and with item number 10. I'll note that I will need to duck out of here a little bit before 5 o'clock, meaning we won't get to our, I won't be able to participate in board member reports. There's a lot going on. I was in Copenhagen last week. I'm going to Santa Fe. Look forward to updating at some future point, but also wanted to acknowledge that the vice chair will be taking over at some point in there. So that we can go on to item number 10, Mr. George.
So I'm going to be very quick. My role here is only as the internal sponsor of the regular reports of the Delta lead scientist, Dr. Laurel Larson. And I know we've had a full agenda and I'm having had the opportunity to discuss with Dr. Larson her report. I think you're going to find it very interesting. Laurel, go ahead.
Thank you.
Always. And so good to have you here in person with us here for the first time now. So good to see you.
It's my pleasure, and it was great to meet all of you during the break. Happy to be here.
So I'm just going to be mindful of the time because I know we have a compressed agenda today, but if I could get the next slide, there are several items I'm excited to share with you in this quarterly report. Some of these are follow-ups on items I've previously reported to you on, including the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda, which was published in its final form back in April. But the update there is that the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee officially endorsed the Science Action Agenda in their June 2022 meeting. So we are excited to move on to the implementation phase. And for us, implementation predominantly takes the form of funding the science that's called for in the Science Action Agenda. The 2022 class of Delta Science Fellows, which were just announced in July, and which I have a few slides on a little bit later, are really the first step in implementing these science actions. All of the Delta Science Fellowship applications needed to be responsive to the Science Action Agenda. And so I'll report on how they are in a few more slides. We are also gearing up for another proposal solicitation notice in 2023 with the awards expected in 2024. So that will be another implementation strategy. And then as we gear up for the PSN, we've also been engaging in coordination with more funding partners at a range of agencies. And we have a meeting on the books for the end of the month, but one of the ideas that there's been a lot of enthusiasm around is convening a technical committee, a funding committee that would meet on a regular basis and could be a conduit for receiving funding pre-proposals. And this would be advantageous because it would allow for more coordination amongst the agencies, and it would also give us an extra step in which we could provide investigators with feedback to help their research potentially be more aligned with management needs and with agency needs. It could also help us direct the potential projects to appropriate funding sources, whether those are directed actions by individual agencies or competitive funding opportunities. So this is something that we're currently working on right now. And I'll move on to the next slide. So as I hinted, I'm really pleased to announce that we have selected 8 Delta Science Fellows for the class of 2022 fellows. And just to back up, the Delta Science Fellowship Program awards 2 years of funding to master's students, PhD students, and postdoctoral scholars who are completing work that is in alignment with the Science Action Agenda. One unique feature of the Delta Science Fellowship is that they're required to name a community mentor for their work, who's typically someone working in an agency or a nonprofit, but someone who's involved in the application of science to real world needs. And I believe some of our community mentors might come from the State Water Resources Control Board. The fellowship is administered through the California Sea Grant program, and they've been great partners with us over the years that we've run this funding program. And this year, the state water contractors also provided generous support for one of the postdoctoral fellows. The proposals go through a competitive review process. This year, we convened 2 separate review panels, one of which was focused on biological and physical sciences, and the second of which was focused on social sciences. And so I'm just going to provide you with a really quick preview of the projects that we are awarding. Next slide. So the first project is run by Andrea Kust at UC Berkeley. Andrea is a postdoc, and this project involves the use of new genomic techniques to identify and link cyanobacteria taxa that form harmful algal blooms and cyanotoxins to link the bacterial species with the cyanotoxins that they produce, which are often poorly understood and poorly characterized. The results are going to leverage existing monitoring data from the IEP in order to help identify the drivers of harmful algal blooms and impacts of harmful algal blooms and cyanotoxins. So really relevant to some of the recent news that's been in the headlines. Next
Yeah,
slide.
and definitely the programs at the board as we continue to get a handle on HABs through freshwater, but also the marine ecosystems and the
Yeah.
interplay therein, right? So awesome.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
I'll
Glad
have
for
a
that
little
work.
more to say about HABs and the way in which we're coordinating across the estuary after this set of slides. The second fellow is Nicole Parker, who is at UC Santa Barbara, where she's a PhD candidate. And this is also a project that I think would be of great interest to your board. Nicole is expanding upon a model that she developed through a previous Delta Science Fellowship. She's someone who applied for a cost extension and was successful in this competitive process. But in her previous work, she developed the pesticide management prioritization model. And she will expand upon that model by adding multi-species indices, information about how pesticides are transported under diverse irrigation practices, and information about how pesticides degrade in a range of soils that are found around the Bay Delta. So the target audience for this work is farmers and residents of agricultural areas within the Delta. And she expects that the results will help this audience to better understand their exposure to pesticides and also to identify some opportunities for potentially improving pesticide practices. So we're excited about this tool that she's producing that will help us to better engage with some of our Delta stakeholders. Next slide. The third project by Tara Pazzi, who is a UC Davis PhD student, is a social science project. Tara is working with Dr. Mark LaBelle, and she will conduct a survey and in-depth case studies to assess learning and cooperation within the governance system for climate adaptation within the Delta. So she's studying how decisions are made on these complex governance networks that we have within the Delta. And she expects that the results will inform governance strategies for adapting to climate change with particular what's the word I'm looking for, implications for climate vulnerable communities. Next slide.
I just want to say that's exactly how I envisioned it would look if we were to map out the governance of the Delta.
I think the IEP and other programs have kind of done it. The spigot, it's.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Delta Independent Science Board has also produced similar diagrams as part of their monitoring enterprise review report to look at how the different monitoring surveys are connected to each other. And you can really see some differences in terms of just how well connected to the agencies and interagency groups different surveys are. You could learn a lot from these diagrams, even if they do look like spaghetti. So the fourth project by Elsie Carrillo, who is a PhD candidate at UC Santa Cruz, is going to generate data that's fairly unique in the Delta. We don't have a lot of data about non-fish predators within the Delta, and Elsie will be measuring species diversity, habitat use, and diet of native snakes in the Delta. The panelists, the review panelists commented on just the value of the basic research that would be generated through this study, but there are also really intriguing applications. Elsie is expecting to learn more about the role that native species, native snake species in particular, could potentially play in controlling invasive pests, including crayfish, bullfrogs, and nutria. So we're really excited to see what comes out of this work. Next slide. The fifth project by Garfield Kwan at Scripps is focused on using laboratory experiments to measure the combined effects of temperature and hypoxia on Chinook salmon smolts and juvenile Delta smelt. He expects that the results will help managers determine habitat viability and conservation plans for these native species. And one of the really interesting things he'll be investigating is some of the sublethal effects, some of the physiological effects of hypoxia across the Delta, which can have an impact on the extent to which these species can see and function as effective predators. Next slide. The next project is by Maya Matsumura, who's a master's student at Cal State East Bay. And Maya is planning to collect field data on atmospheric and hydrologic carbon fluxes in restored tidal wetlands to construct a net carbon budget and better understand how much of the carbon that's sequestered within these marshes is actually exported laterally by flows. And this is something that will help us do more informed accounting for the carbon sequestration potential of different types of wetlands within the Delta. Next slide. The second to last project is Megan Pagliaro, who is a UC Berkeley PhD candidate, and she will be using stable isotopes to characterize and compare food webs in restored and referenced tidal marshes. So she's really addressing the question here of how marsh restoration directly can impact food webs and energy flows within the Delta. Next slide. And the final project is Parsa Saffarinia's project. He's a UC Berkeley postdoctoral scholar. And Parsa is planning on leveraging large data sets from 3 state and federal agencies to develop models that will examine whether the relationship between flow and the ecology of longfin smelt has changed over time. The results are expected to inform ongoing management and conservation actions for this threatened species, particularly with respect to environmental flows. So that is our class of 2022 Delta Science Fellows. They just had a kickoff meeting a couple of weeks ago and are diving into their research full speed ahead. Next slide. Just a couple of reminders. I reported on some of these workshops in the past, but I just wanted to flag for you that very soon approaching is the Science for Communities workshop. This is a workshop that has an in-person component and a virtual component, but it's really designed to better connect the Delta community to the community of Delta residents with scientists. The Delta Stewardship Council has recruited community-based organizations, agency and academic scientists, including scientists from the Water Board, as well as other interested parties for this event. And the goal here is, well, there's a few different goals. One is to build relationships between community-based organizations and scientists. Another goal is to promote awareness and improve access to environmental and social science data, and then to connect the community with scientists in order to share knowledge of the type of challenges these community groups are facing that could be addressed with science, and then to do matchmaking with scientists who have the data and the tools available to meet community needs and are willing to collaborate with community groups in order to address these low-hanging fruit challenges. The registration for this workshop is open right now. I think we're pretty close to being full for the in-person capacity, but virtual spaces are still available. Next slide. Another upcoming opportunity is the Bay Delta Social Science Community of Practices 2022 event. This event is being referred to as the Advancing Interdisciplinary Research Symposium, or AIR Symposium. This is really a 2-part event with 2 different objectives. And the first is to grow the capacity and literacy for social sciences to inform decision-making in the Bay Delta, and then to actually develop interdisciplinary working groups to address challenges that represent a merger of social sciences and biological and physical sciences in the Delta. So this 2-part workshop takes place on 2 separate weeks. On the first week, there's a training event on October 14th. It's a virtual 2-hour event. And it will provide training. So the intended audience here is really agency scientists, and it will provide training on different social science disciplines and some of the techniques that they use. And we'll also provide some examples of recent projects where these techniques and disciplines have been thoroughly integrated with other disciplines in order to address management challenges. And then on October 20th is a workshop. It's a virtual 3-hour workshop with an optional in-person portion. And the focus of this workshop is really this matchmaking event that I referred to earlier, in which agency scientists will be matched with social scientists and begin to work on mock interdisciplinary proposals that address outstanding actions in the science action agenda. And our hope here is that some of these proposals will actually be submitted to our 2023-24 PSN. And I know that the organizing team is also gathering information about other opportunities for funding this interdisciplinary workshop that they'll distribute at the meeting. So there's a registration link on the slide. And I encourage any of you who are interested to register for one or both of those days. And then the other update that I'd like to say pertains to the social science community of practice is that the Delta Residents Survey was recently funded by the Delta Stewardship Council. This is a research effort that's going to be led by California Sea Grant, the Delta Science Program, and Sacramento State's Institute for Social Science Research, as well as other collaborators from the community of practice. So the idea here is that the research team is designing a household survey to distribute to Delta residents in order to better understand their attitudes, values, experiences, and behaviors related to the Delta as a unique place. They're hoping to reach a demographically and geographically representative sample of Delta residents to ensure that the wide diversity of perspectives is surveyed. They hope to make this a repeat survey, so this will be the start of a long-term data collection effort. And through the summer, they've been working to beta test the survey with community members, and they plan to launch the full version of the survey post-election season and post-Delta conveyance EIR. So that will likely be in January of the new year. Next slide. Let me just see how I'm doing on time. Great. Okay. So I have mentioned the harmful algal blooms workshop in a previous update, but I think it's just really timely to remind you that planning for this workshop is underway. This is a workshop that's being planned by a multi-agency committee that includes membership from the State Water Resources Control Board. And the goal of the workshop is to develop a Delta region-specific harmful algal blooms strategy that would serve as a framework for monitoring in support of modeling efforts, and also as a way to address current knowledge gaps associated with harmful algal blooms. So the three sub-goals are to identify the challenges and gaps and the data synthesis needs for HABs monitoring across the different institutions that are making headway in this area. Also to identify opportunities for increased coordination, and then to provide a platform for information sharing on harmful algal bloom data collection and studies. Now, as you can imagine, with the recent harmful algal bloom event in the Bay, there's been a lot of interest in this type of coordination, particularly in coordination that transcends the boundaries of the Delta. And I think this recent event highlights why it is important to achieve coordination across that Bay Delta interface. At earlier stages of the heterosigma bloom in the Delta, there were a lot of questions as to whether or not that bloom would actually expand into Sassoon and into the Delta. And as scientists seek information about what triggered this particular bloom, there's been a lot of interest in understanding the role that nutrients have played and the extent to which the upgrade of the Sacramento Regional Sanitation District's wastewater treatment plant might diminish the frequency of these types of bloom events in the future, and whether that reduction in nitrogen loads is something that we need to put on the table for consideration to lower nutrient loads in the Bay as well. So there's a lot of interest in understanding the role that nutrients from the Delta versus from within the bay have played in triggering this event. And there's also thinking that sediment might have played a role in this particular bloom. And in particular, in the past decades, we've seen a clearing of the water column as a result of the diminishment of the hydraulic mining pulse, but also as a result of invasive bivalves and submersed aquatic vegetation within the delta. And so just understanding how processes occurring within the delta contribute to sediment loads in the bay is really at the crux of understanding what triggered this harmful algal bloom. And so as a result of these recent events, the planning committee for the harmful algal blooms workshop is looking to include representatives from the bay monitoring community and breakout discussions and just really explore how we might achieve better coordination across this geographic interface. Next slide. I also just wanted to flag that we are in the final production stages for the Fall Delta Breeze newsletter. This is a relatively new publication that was just launched last year. It's a quarterly publication that provides the most up-to-date information about the Delta Science Program. And so in the fall newsletter, we're highlighting the class of Delta Science Fellows that I introduced to you here today. There's also a pretty detailed description of an independent review panel that we just ran for the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation that evaluated their water temperature modeling program. So that's something that might be of interest here. There's a spotlight on understanding thiamine deficiency complex and Chinook salmon. There's some information about the upcoming release of the Delta Science Tracker, and then a list of recent publications from the Delta Science Program's funding efforts and by Delta Science Program staff scientists as well. And in my final two slides, I'll just briefly highlight two of these publications. So next slide. Recently, one of our two-time Delta Science Fellows, Denise Colombano, came out with a publication in Global Change Biology that leverages 4 decades of monitoring data from multiple fish surveys. And the purpose of this study was to look at how these different fish species have changed in abundance over time once you control for their variability in space. And it also looks at how interacting factors, namely flows and water temperatures, serve to control the abundance and stability of fish communities as well as individual fish species. This work is important because it helps us to understand how levers we could control, like inflows to the delta, as well as those that we can't control but are important to anticipate, such as water temperatures, might impact fish abundance. And so this was a pretty involved study, but I'll just break it up into a few parts. One part was just focused on the question of how juvenile fish abundance varies over space, time, and in response to freshwater flow and sea surface temperature. And to tackle this question, Denise and the team divided up the fish species into 3 different life histories. There are anadromous fish species that complete their life cycle in the ocean and then return to their natal watersheds. There are marine opportunist species that primarily live in the estuary but could take advantage of favorable conditions in the ocean. And then there are estuarine-dependent species, which are exactly as they sound. And what she found is that the anadromous species tend to be found in the upper estuary preferentially, and they decrease in abundance with lower freshwater flow. And that anadromous longfin smelt and striped bass have been decreasing over time. In contrast, the marine opportunists are more abundant in the lower estuary, and they've been increasing over time. Their populations tend to go up with lower freshwater flows and higher sea surface temperatures. And then meanwhile, the estuarine-dependent species are found throughout the estuary, and they exhibited diverse responses to flow and sea surface temperature. So the second question asked in this study is whether diversity in terms of species and life strategies, or in terms of how those species are distributed through space, lead to stability of the fish community overall. So in other words, do all or any of these types of diversity buffer fish communities from fluctuations in any one location or any one species? And the short answer was yes. And that's based on statistical modeling. And so in periods of drought, like the one that we're facing currently, these findings provide some insight into how fish communities might respond to the way that we manage the delta. They suggest that high flow pulses during drought can help sustain anadromous species. But on the other hand, expansion of warmer, saltier water into the system might benefit marine opportunist species. Historically, prior to water project operations, when the delta experienced even more variable flow conditions and more variable salinity, it's likely that trade-off type fluctuations among these different categories of species led to higher stability of fish communities overall. So that's a particularly interesting finding. And then finally, on the last slide, I will highlight a synthesis study produced by some staff of the Delta Science Program, among others, that came out of a workshop focused on climate change's impacts on Delta ecosystems. It's a huge topic, but this study broke up the topic really nicely by focusing on two species, one anadromous species and one estuarine-dependent species, the Sacramento splittail. They looked at several drivers that have been changing in association with climate change, including water temperature, salinity, suspended sediment, and flood pulses. And then they looked at how these different drivers impacted the two representative fish species in 3 different habitats within the delta. So I'm just going to very briefly go through some of the impacts. In the open water environment, warmer temperatures are really the main driver of changes to salmonid populations. They have lethal and sublethal effects on Chinook salmon. They can facilitate invasive species that have further cascading effects for salmon. Whereas for splittail, it's really changes in salinity that are the main driver of change in open water communities. And in particular, salinity intrusion during dry periods can prevent genetic mixing between geographically separated populations. In the tidal marsh environment, we don't really know how Chinook salmon use tidal marshes, but we do know that the Sacramento splittail access marshes for food and predator evasion. And marsh inundation or upstream shift in the low salinity zone might inhibit the access needed by these fish species. And then finally, in the floodplain, we do know that both Chinook salmon and Sacramento splittail utilize the floodplain for different reasons. And the main concern here is changing timing of floodplain inundation, which might cause a timing mismatch for when those species need to access the floodplain. Also, with climate change, we're expecting shorter, sharper flood pulses, which might shorten the amount of time that floodplains are inundated. And so the management actions that this understanding calls for are things that we're doing already. Notching of the Fremont Weir can expand the access of these species to floodplains, as well as large-scale restoration, such as the Lookout Slough restoration, can be quite beneficial for these species. So there's some encouraging news there. And with that, I think I'm at the end of my time.
Well, thank you, Dr. Larson. Chair Esquivel, as he indicated earlier, had to leave to catch a flight. It's always wonderful to hear from you, and especially with so much that's going on in this area anyway, with an update of the Bay Delta Plan and discussion of voluntary agreements and possible funding for important projects like this. So thank you so much for your report. Any questions or comments? Board Member McGuire.
Not too much, but thank you for bringing, well, first of all, good luck with the fellows. I think that's great. So exciting to hear about all their studies and the work that they're doing. It's really encouraging to hear about all this research that's going on. We don't often hear about it, frankly. And so I really appreciate your reports and bringing us, back to earth in terms of the good science that's happening out in the Delta. And so thank you also for sharing these papers, especially that last one on climate change influences. I'm going to go, thank you for putting the link on there so I can know where to find it.
There's a lot in that paper.
You piqued my curiosity, so I'm going to go take a look at that. So thank you very much.
Great. Thanks.
Right, thank you. And just double checking, we don't have any commenters on this, Ms. Tyler? Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to Mr. George, Office of the Delta Water Master Periodic Report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Diadamo. I'm going to be joined now by Diane Riddle from the Division of Water Rights. So, Diane, thank you for joining us. This is more in the theme today of coordination, cooperation, collaboration between the Office of Delta Water Master and the Division of Water Rights, because obviously, with respect to administering the water rights system, we're always cognizant of the fact that we've got one water rights system, and that there are differences in the Delta because the Delta is different, but we maintain pretty close coordination. So next slide, please. There are only two things that I really want to go over today. There's a lot going on. You've heard a lot about different things today, but I want to focus just on two things. One is the preliminary insights that we're getting from the Delta Dry Year Response Pilot Program that's in the field right now, and building on that, the plans we have for refining that program for the next water year. That's one thing we want to focus on. And then secondly, and this is really why I wanted Diane to join me, is the collaboration to improve water management in the Delta under persistent drought conditions. And here I want to talk about the legal Delta, the area in which I've got primary administration responsibility, but to recognize the connections with the legal Delta throughout the watershed, the much larger area of the Delta watershed, which Diane and the division have primary responsibility for. So next slide, focusing on that first issue, preliminary insights and plans for refining the program for next year. Next slide. I want to emphasize that the Delta Dry Year Response Pilot Program in the field right now came together extraordinarily quickly through rapid response to perceived risks at the beginning of the current water year. We're 10 days away from the end of this water year, but going into it, we had no idea what the hydrology was going to be, what the runoff was going to be, what general conditions were going to be. But we knew we headed into the year with pretty grave risk of the potential for persistence of the drought because we had low storage and the aridification that we've heard so much about. So these groups whose logos are up here came together to try and figure out what could we do proactively in the Delta to figure out dry year responses. Next slide, please. We got this program into the field pretty quickly. The grants were funded by the Department of Water Resources and administered by the Delta Conservancy. So there had to be an interagency cooperation agreement and the coordination of all the entities that you saw the logos for on the prior slide. Ultimately, the program through the Conservancy offered $900 per acre grants to agricultural water users in the Delta at selected project sites where they proposed actions that they thought could have a positive impact both on conserving water, but more importantly to the Delta, to protect against saltwater intrusion. In addition, because we didn't want bare soils in the Delta, we implemented as part of the grant process a requirement that farmers follow the California Department of Food and Agriculture's Healthy Soils programs. In response, Delta farmers very quickly organized and submitted 88 separate proposals, of which 34 received grants within the legal delta. In addition, the Department of Water Resources, in conjunction with the UC Davis, put in place a very robust monitoring program, primarily using OpenET, but also with a field level ground truthing program managed primarily by UC Davis. And then began a very extensive interactive program. Spent a lot of time out in the Delta, and I remember Julie in her comments this morning said, there is no substitute for getting out in the field to understand what's going on. And I often say, I learn a lot more riding shotgun in an F-150 than I do reading reports on the 25th floor of this building. And we really got a lot of that interactive back and forth where all of the agencies really learned a lot from the farmers, and the farmers were very anxious to help educate us. And we're grateful for the fact that the program was pretty open-ended. You tell us what you think will work in your fields. We'll fund it. We'll work together on ground truthing it, on identifying, monitoring it through OpenET, and specifically targeted the risk of salinity intrusion, because as you know, in last summer, we were all very focused on the high risk of salinity intrusion that we experienced. We went into the year with relatively low storage, and therefore wanted to make sure that we avoided salinity intrusion. And so this program will end in 10 days. Next slide, please. We identified a lot of anecdotal information, and we certainly developed a trove of delta that is currently being analyzed and is ripe for analysis. It's probably too early to draw conclusions from that, but there has been a good deal of anecdotal support or refutation of a variety of hypotheses that we had going into the year. We think we have significantly enhanced our insights and most certainly have enhanced our ability to learn from, cooperate with, and collaborate with water users in the Delta. And again, I want to go back to recognizing that the Delta water agencies helped launch this, but it's the farmers who really have helped implement it. So we recognize as we're going into the next water year, which starts in 10 days, that the risk of drought persists. We've heard a lot about that. Our storage is in better shape than last year, but not nearly as good as we'd like. And the pilot program in the field this year showed enough promise that DWR and the governor's budget funded the program for another year. So the direction that we're taking is to tweak the program. We're migrating to an earlier decision cycle. We expect to actually open up the grant application process on October 2nd. Pretty quick turnaround. So we've been doing a lot of outreach to get good responses. I'm sure that many of the people who are in the program this year will respond again next year. We're looking at a broader range of environmental benefits, primarily to advantage birds and terrestrial species, not just fish. And that's a result of recognizing through the program that a lot of the actions that farmers take in the winter can be very beneficial for birds, and that we could tweak their business as usual practices to enhance those benefits. So we brought into the program the Nature Conservancy Birds Returns Program, as well as identifying and trying to monitor the benefits to other terrestrial species. And then obviously to maintain that collaborative learning, but to do so with a greater efficiency here by introducing a reverse auction bid process. And I won't go into all that's involved in that. We have been doing a lot of outreach with the farmers to educate them about how the reverse auction process will work. But it's designed, I'll say just briefly, to get greater efficiency. We certainly intend to expend all the funds that have been allocated for the program and to maintain that learning to figure out more of what works. The idea here is to aim at predictable responses to future drought conditions and to improve our understanding of Delta farming, what works, what doesn't work, what the range of options really are. So that's the first thing we wanted to talk about. Before we go into the second thing, if there are questions, I'll stop. But otherwise, I think in light of the time, we'll go right into the second phase, which is on the next slide, collaboration to improve Delta water management under persistent drought conditions. So there are about 5 things that we want to talk about. The ongoing quest for better monitoring data, more timely information that can inform decisions in closer to real time when the need arises. Secondly, the need to reconcile the incompatible methods for allocating shortage between riparians and appropriators. Third, the challenge of rehabilitating the infrastructure throughout the Delta watershed that faces multiple threats, not only the climate change, but also just the fact that the infrastructure was designed for other purposes than it's being put to, and it's showing its age. Efforts to address the specific complexities of the tidal portion of the watershed, the estuary within the tidal legal delta, and then finally to highlight the trade-offs that we, between the division and our office, are focused on. What trade-offs, what uncertainties are embedded in the policy choices that some are made by staff, but many are for the board. So next slide, please. Going to the first of these, the continuing quest. We've made a lot of progress in getting better, more reliable data that everybody agrees on, so that we're not fighting about what the data are, what's actually going on. So we've done, and really the division has done an enormous amount of really good work in refining the water unavailability methodology. And that refinement continues, and it has been really amazing. The visualization tools, the ability to update decision-making quickly. You notice that last week, because of the precipitation we expected, we were able to roll out, the division in leadership, roll out suspensions of some of those prior curtailments. And then again today, as a result of pretty close to real-time information on what was going on with watershed and hydrology. In addition, we have implemented a great deal of remote sensing technology. We've done this in conjunction with the USGS, with the Delta Science Program, with DWR, the Bureau, as well as using OpenET to provide that new technology that gives us new insights. We have dramatically improved water use reporting and compliance. The adoption of the proposed regulation earlier in this meeting is an example along the line of what we've done to get better data more quickly and to reflect it to our various communities through various visualization tools, and in the longer run, improvements to the ERIM system as we move into the upwards environment. And we have done a lot to clarify the elements of water rights and the limits of the various water rights within the Delta. I've talked a lot about the overlap memo and the fact that we have focused a lot of our attention, as you will see in the report on our investigation of the complaint made by the Friant Water Authority and other export contractors into unlawful or unauthorized diversions of the Delta. That report and summary on that investigation is out for a second round of comments and feedback. We sent the first one out. We got great feedback. We decided that it made sense to take that feedback, refine the report, get it out again. Again, that was a collaborative effort. Matt Holland and Scott Laguerre were from the Division of Water Rights, were shoulder to shoulder with Lindsay Kammeyer and me in terms of the technical support for that investigation, along with the complainants themselves. So we've made a lot of progress, but there are remaining challenges, closing the gaps in gauges and monitoring throughout the watershed. I think we were all delighted to see in the governor's water supply strategy that item number 4, which includes, among other things, a commitment to install or refurbish more than 600 stream gauges throughout the state, many of them in the Delta watershed. Integrating available data across different platforms. We've made a lot of progress on that, the water data collaboration, the development of consistent data standards, that's ongoing. It remains a challenge. And addressing the complexities of the tidal system, the sloshing in and out twice a day of water into the estuary or into the legal delta. Next slide, please. This is an issue that I've mentioned before about our need to reconcile ultimately inconsistent methods of allocating shortage. We have this dual system of water allocation, which is an artifact of our history. At statehood in 1850, the legislature, as they got around to doing their legislating, they said, well, in the meantime, we're going to use the common law. And with the common law came the riparian water rights system, very well adapted to wetter areas where the common law had been developed, where you didn't have so much ephemeral streams. You had consistent flowing streams, and the water rights system on the flowing streams resulted in the riparians being required to absorb shortage on a correlative basis. That is, to share the shortage equally among themselves, whereas appropriators face shortage through the priority system, which is the dominant system in the state of California, which came out of the mining first in time, first in right, which was then adopted by the Supreme Court and ultimately codified. So we've got these two different systems. And in the Delta, those appropriators and riparians are in close proximity. And so the inconsistency or the apparent inconsistency between the way that shortage is allocated complicates the curtailment policy and implementation within the Delta. And understandably, water right claimants do all they can to arbitrage that inconsistency. So we end up, as we did to a greater extent in the 2015 drought, to a lesser extent, but still to a frustrating extent, playing a bit of whack-a-mole. You go to an appropriator and say you ought to cut back to such and such a date, and say, well, you don't know the date until you've gotten those riparians to cut back relatively. And of course, then the riparians say, well, you don't know how much our correlative cutback needs to be until you get those appropriators to cut back according to their priority. Next slide, please. So we're beset by these challenges in the face of multiple threats. We're administering water rights in a prolonged drought while also managing not just the water board, but users and players within the Delta, managing a dramatically altered landscape. And while we could argue about whether it was smart or not smart to alter the landscape so substantially as we have, we operate within that altered landscape. We operate with aging infrastructure, and I'm talking not just about export infrastructure or monitoring infrastructure, but also the levees and the other physical factors within the Delta. And we're very deep into the process, being led by the Stewardship Council, of assessing the vulnerability of the Delta to climate change and trying to figure out how we are going to manage those physical risks as we go forward. And it is really a bit of everything all at once throughout the Delta. Everything we do, everything you do, results in litigation. And and I'm a lawyer, so I get that. I've been involved in litigation for most of my career. I understand how important it is, but it takes 6 or 7 years to get to any resolution, and we have to act in that interim. As you're all well aware, just Monday, a week ago, we got the decision of the Court of Appeal on our curtailment strategies from 2015. So it's a long time before you get certainty. And of course, as we know, you never get certainty. We got some clarification, and we got a lot of other discussion about tools. We've been developing those tools in that interim. And so in a sense, the court saying, well, what you did in 2015 wasn't exactly right, but you ought to try this. We're trying that. We're deep into it. We're working on that. But there is litigation at every step of what we do. We've been sued on your emergency regulations in 2021, and now they've renewed them because you renewed the regulations in 2022. In addition, we're looking at new water supply infrastructure projects, a very significant Delta levee improvement strategy, which I think is an example of where we're getting cooperation. Everybody recognizes that no matter what else we do, we're living with old infrastructure, and we better upgrade those levees so that we maintain a freshwater estuary while we're dealing with these other challenges. And also from the board itself, among other things, you're dealing with the update of the water quality control plans. So it's a kind of moving target, emphasizing this fact that we're dealing with everything all at once that's interconnected. Next slide, please. The effort to address the complexities of the tidal estuary, and this is really where Diane and her team and me and my team have been going back and forth a lot to figure out how to manage consistent, predictable implementation and administration of the water rights system. So I've already mentioned the terrific work that's been done to refine the methodology, which is very well adapted to the major portions of the Delta watershed where the riverine influences are predominant. The tidal influences in the legal Delta has presented significant additional challenges that we're working through. And the current way the methodology works on this is basically to treat riparians as super seniors. Notwithstanding, there are two different ways of allocating shortage as among riparians and among appropriators. We've basically simplified that to say we're going to treat riparians as the super seniors in the system, effectively saying that until all appropriators are cut off, that is, until we get to the bottom of the priority system, as long as there's any water available for riparians, we're not going to curtail riparians. And so going forward, we believe as staff, we've got a responsibility to do more outreach, possibly to develop through workshops or other community and collaborative interactions, some ideas to come to the water board about what we might do going forward, or what solutions might come from the water users themselves. And again, you know, this is a recurring theme with your Delta Water Master. We can disagree about a lot. Let's let the lawyers work on that. In the meantime, are there things that we can do collaboratively, maybe even in short term, maybe through some of these dry year response programs where we've got short-term predictability and we can learn from them to figure out what can work. So I'm hoping that we will get additional insight from these programs, but we'll also get additional suggestions from the water use community that might be helpful to us in terms of addressing these specific complexities within the Delta. Next slide, please. And yet we recognize that inherent in what we're doing, there are trade-offs, and we're always going to be faced with uncertainties. I'm really pleased with the science action agenda that Dr. Larson described because of the tight connection between what we're trying to induce in the research community and what we need to do in the day-to-day process of working in the world we've got while we better understand it. But we're always going to be faced with those uncertainties, and we're going to have to make decisions, notwithstanding the fact that we're always going to be haunted by those uncertainties in making policy choices. We've got the whiplash between the impacts of intermittent floods and droughts. We've got the environmental impacts of anything we do. We've got the water supply impacts. And then again, as the science action agenda is focusing on the social, economic, and cultural impacts that we've got to deal with, all of which involve certain uncertainties. And sometimes as we learn more, we recognize more trade-offs. We can have better protection, let's say, for salinity repulsion, but maybe at the cost of less cold water in the upstream pool. There are those inherent trade-offs. No path that we've identified avoids those inherent trade-offs. We're going to be faced with them. And moreover, we're faced with the fact that our regulatory protocols take time, have a lot of input, result in litigation, and yet the question is always before us, can we implement our regulatory protocols fast enough to keep up with the pace of change that we're seeing? And then finally, we recognize that we have deferred for a very long time important issues of equity in allocating water resources through the state. So we're having to catch up with those equity issues at a time we're dealing with everything all at once in a complex system. So I want to conclude with the next slide, which is just that we are evolving new tools to meet evolving challenges. And yet we need to make decisions before we have all the data that we'd like. We can't be paralyzed with indecision because decisions in real time make real difference, whether to fish, farmers, exporters, or other values that California has. So that's the overall conclusion. And I think we feel very strongly the responsibility to continuing to look at how we can operate in this rapidly changing space with tools that we're always trying to refine. And so let me stop there, offer us for questions, and also give Diane an opportunity because I went through that pretty quickly, and she may have some additional insights that she'd like to share.
Thank you, Mr. George.
Thanks. I'll just quickly add, I know it's rather late in the day. I think Michael has gone over that there are some challenges that continue to exist in the curtailment arena. We are working on those issues. We're talking to stakeholders. We've had many meetings. We've been soliciting input on this. I think at the end of the day, the solutions that we're going to bring back are going to be a combination of technical and policy issues. The technical issues are no doubt extremely complex, but there's a policy component to all of those. We're continuing to work through those issues and very much have that in our plans for the upcoming months to continue to dialogue with you about those topics and make sure that you track the process and continue to work with our stakeholders who I think are engaged and really thinking hard on this problem as well with us.
I just want to take this as an opportunity to really thank you. Thank you, Mr. George, as the water master, and the division for working closely together. I know that the relationship probably wasn't as strong years back, and just compliments to all of you, your staff, for working closely. I know that there are very distinct functions, but it's important to be able to work together. And so I think that the work product really shows that, and as well as, improved communication with the stakeholders. Any questions? Okay, I have one on the Delta program. What was the total cost of the program? The grant funded by DWR and administered by the Conservancy.
The total budget for the current year program was $10 million, but only about a little over $8 million was available for grants. So at $900 an acre, we got about close to 9,000 acres into the program. The remaining $1.5 million went some to administration of the program, but mostly to the ground truthing contract between the Department of Water Resources and UC Davis. And I think that's going to be an investment that pays dividends for years to come. It's a 3-year program, even though we may not have actions in the Delta in response to the dry year. We're going to be monitoring it for 3 years. And importantly, that contract is between DWR and UC Davis, but with lots of oversight from the Office of Delta Water Master to make sure that the data we're getting from that meets the high standards of credibility of water users, because ultimately we need to know what's going on. So that's $10 million split about that way last year. In the current year's budget for the program that's going to start, it'll be in the field beginning October 2nd. I think it's October 2nd, maybe it's October 3rd. It's $10 million. Almost all of that will go to grants. And because of the reverse auction process, we're hopeful that we will get people who will see that if they just tweak their normal business practices a bit, they can have big positive impacts. Examples of that are people who flood up their fields for duck clubs or for salt leaching in the wintertime. With some tweaks of that, they can really make a difference to the birds returns program. In addition, they can make a difference to the water content of their soil profile and make different decisions about which crops to plant that can save more water in other periods. So we're really trying to say, you tell us what you can do and name that tune, tell us the lowest price that you can do it. We'll get people, we hope, to be more competitive in the bidding. But one of the ways you get people to be more competitive is to say, you bid as competitively as you can. We want to spend all this money to get as many actions as we can, and we'll pay everybody the market clearing price. So you won't be penalized for bidding aggressively. If you get into the program, if you're under that limbo stick, you'll get the market clearing price. So we think we're going to get more aggressive bidding. Obviously, this is something that we heard a lot from our grantees, and also those 88 people who made proposals, only 34 of them got grants. So we heard from people who said, I'm still going to do what I said I'd do because I'm really just tweaking some of the programs that I've done. I want you to really monitor, notwithstanding the fact that I'm not in the program. And we think we're going to get some more aggressive bidding. We hope more acres in the program to learn more.
Well, that's great. We look forward to hearing more about how the program can be changed in order to get additional participants. And also, I guess the question I would have, and it may be too early to tell, but what's the potential? If you had limitless funding, what's the potential? Or at a certain point, these are strategic actions and you only need so much?
So we're going to know a lot more about what actions work and where and how soil transmissivity and depth to water table and overlying crop and extent of subsidence, all those different things that are different throughout the Delta. So we'll have much more insight to use whatever funding we've got more intelligently to accomplish objectives. Now, again, as I said before, there are trade-offs, and we could find that the most water conservation efforts occur in a certain part of the Delta that is not as critical. We could find that when water gets saved may be as important as how much water gets saved. Again, in the Delta, the maximum risk is in the summer. Maximum risk of salinity intrusion is in the summer. Yet fish migration may benefit more in the winter. Those are the kinds of things that the program is giving us more data, more insight on. And importantly, having the farmers along for the ride makes it very different when you go back to them to say, we've identified this that works, and they've seen all the data. They've been involved from the beginning. It's got more credibility. It gets them, and I want to say they've been very creative in terms of proposing things to do in the Delta. Now, bottom line, honestly, the amount of water that we're saving is less than was projected. Now, those projections were basically, I'm going to forego growing tomatoes. I'm just going to leave the stubble from my wheat in the field. I won't irrigate. And therefore, I think I'm going to save 4 acre-feet per acre. We understood that that was probably a generous estimate, because by leaving the stubble in the field, you are going to have some evapotranspiration that offsets some of the savings that you would get by substituting crops. In addition, because in the Delta, the farming area is surrounded by water, there is a lot of diversion that doesn't come through a pump or through a siphon. It leaks in and it needs to be pumped back out. So the water conservation opportunities of fallowing or crop substitution are probably not as efficient in the Delta, which is surrounded by water. So again, we may be looking certainly at water conservation actions, but maybe more at salinity intrusion benefits. In addition, we had comments in the curtailment process this year that we should have quantified the savings from the dry year response program and therefore not curtail as early. Whereas the whole notion of the Delta dry year response program was neither to make more water available for export, but also you didn't want to say you save money on your farm so the next farmer in line can divert that water. So we're trying to make sure that when we get this savings, whatever conservation savings, whenever it is, it goes to be an additional buffer for the environment, for salinity intrusion, not to empower either greater exports or a transfer of water from somebody who's conserving to somebody else who therefore wouldn't have to.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And thanks again to Dr. Larson. And now we'll move on to board member reports. Board Member Morgan.
Oh, hi. So let's see. Last Friday, the 16th, I had the honor of attending a 50th anniversary event for the Clean Water Act. Also in attendance was US EPA Assistant Administrator Radhika Fox, US EPA Region 9 Administrator Martha Guzman, and our new Cal EPA Secretary Yana Garcia. It included in a tour. I mean, the tour was just absolutely amazing. We went to West County Partnership, with the San Francisco estuary and North Richmond planning to address the expected sea level rise. So I hear we're going to West County. So I'm thinking we're going to the wastewater treatment facility. Yeah, we didn't get a tour of the wastewater treatment facility, but we went. They have an area that they are doing some restoration work. It's a partnership with the San Francisco estuary, and they're talking about basically like a living levee. So first time hearing about that term and learning about it, it was really interesting. And they talked about their collaboration with the local community to bring in the community to understand the community's needs and also to provide access to the community to the waterfront. There is a disadvantaged community not far away, a Black community, and they do not have access to the waterfront. And so just bringing in that community, really working with them, while also looking at sea level rise, water quality, and just bringing in all different aspects to that project. So that was really, really interesting. Our next stop was at Urban Tillage. It's an urban farming and also green infrastructure area. Again, really interesting. It is it's an urban farm. They were talking about, again, partnerships with the community, also with the local agencies. They were doing some stormwater improvements near the urban farm. And so the urban farm, they were actually the ones that were leading the improvements to the stormwater flow that was flowing past their land there. And then also just bringing in, talking about, they have an amazing internship, an apprenticeship actually program. It's a paid internship program, and it's really holistic. It's teaching about the watershed and all various parts of being an advocate for the watershed, how to work within one, and just all different aspects of water quality, but they are on an urban farm. So that was just, again, really interesting and educational, just really inspiring work that they're doing there. Our last stop was at the Dotson Family Marsh, where the press conference was held. The Marsh received funding for water and quality improvements and added acreage to the park. The wetland was is the first line of defense against sea level rise. It's also near a disadvantaged community that's primarily Black. It began as a community for shipbuilders. It was the first in the region to sell homes to African Americans. So a lot of history there, also partnerships and water quality aspects, talking about sea level rise, climate change, and just different aspects of the Clean Water Act. So just really great day. And just looking at that bigger picture of the Clean Water Act and really working with communities. And then the next day on the 17th, I went down to Allensworth, and they were holding a community celebration to recognize recent investments that have been made. There was a great turnout. Many from the community were in attendance, as well as other state agencies and also academia. There was a tour of the historic town. They also provided a vision for the future. And so just really great just to see so many coming together to celebrate the town, to learn about the history, and just great conversations between just community members, storytelling, where you had state agencies, academia, and community coming together.
Great. Okay, Board Member Firestone, anything?
That sounds amazing. I don't really have anything to report. I'll just note that Sunday, I think, is the 10th anniversary of the human right to water. So excited about that. And I know we've been working on a celebration here at the board. So look forward to that as well.
Board Member Guire.
Just a couple quick notes. So last week on Tuesday, I went to the Water Reuse Conference in San Francisco, and I spoke on a panel there with Nancy Vogel and Nusha Ajami, and our moderator was Maven from Maven's notebooks. That was fun. But and we focused a lot on the California, the water strategy that was released by the governor. So a lot of interest there. But I just want to say that water reuse was bubbling with excitement. I mean, it's really all about direct potable reuse. It's all about how can we lean in water reuse to offset future drought impacts and the climate change unknowns. I even heard San Francisco is looking at direct potable reuse now, which was the first I had heard of that. So that's very exciting. So much so that they oversubscribed by a couple hundred people. They ran out of name tags. They were just, there was a lot of energy at the conference. So it was, from that perspective, a really good experience, just being able to share thoughts and ideas about where we might be going here in the future in terms of water reuse. Lots of opportunity there. And then the next day, conveniently, was the San Francisco Bay Regional Board meeting. And they, of course, had some updates on the algal bloom, which we heard a little bit about earlier, and some of the good efforts that they're undertaking to address those issues from the regional board perspective. But I also just wanted to note that it was the former chair, Jim McGrath's, he's already stepped down from the board. So it was really a celebration, and the board adopted a resolution commending his service. He was on the board for over 15 years. And I just wanted to put a shout out there for him and all his work and service and contributions he's made to, not only the regional board, but he's been with EPA, and actually since since the beginning of the Clean Water Act, he's been involved in environmental protection for either the federal or state level. So he's really accomplished a ton in his career. So really, it's a loss, but really just recognizing all of his contributions was a great moment there to share with the board. So I'm glad that was the first board meeting I'd made it to in person since I've been the liaison there. So it was a good one.
Great. And then I've got several here. So on the beginning of the month, I participated in AES, the facility that runs Los Alamitos and Redondo Beach and others. They provided for a $1.5 million grant. And I was at their kickoff celebration, and the grant goes to Los Cerritos Wetland Authority, $1 million to the authority for planning, engineering, restoration, and permitting for nearby wetlands, and 500,000 combined going to Tree People and Bolsa Chica Conservancy. And the exciting part about this is that that power plant is in an area where there are a lot of disadvantaged communities. And so it's just, it was exciting for me to be there and learn more about the community and the efforts that they're making with the environmental support for the wetlands, but then also bringing in the youth so that they can better understand the value that Board Member Morgan, you just talked about for the wetlands. And so, educating the next generation to do more to protect and restore wetlands. And then I spoke at a conference, the Bay Area Coalition. They had a energy and water nexus conference, and they asked for an update on drought, very much interested in desal. And so this was just really good timing with the governor's announcement and the water supply strategy, and using it as an opportunity to educate the participants about just the broad array of what's out there for desal. It's not just big ocean desal. And just really want to thank Mr. Bishop and Ms. Sobek for helping me to get better prepared for that event. It was a really good discussion. And then yesterday, our communications office, along with Save Our Water, they were in search of someone to represent the board at a roundtable discussion in San Bernardino County. And then what followed was a press conference by Save Our Water. Really good discussion, hearing from the local regional participants in a program that they call Watershed Connect. And so it's in San Bernardino County with a number of different water agencies that have come together to work collectively for additional water recycling, groundwater recharge, stormwater capture. And they've got not just one, but 2 HCPs that they're working on. So lots going on there. And I just really appreciated the opportunity to learn more about what's going on. Okay, and with that, we're on our final item, Executive Director's Report. Ms. Sobek.
I don't have anything to call out other than the report, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, and I actually had a question, and that has to do with Chrome 6. Can you provide an update? And I just sent you an email to give you a heads up that I was going to ask you this. Anything new on that? I did meet with a coalition of environmental justice advocates, and they had expressed concern about potential delay. And I hadn't heard anything about a delay, so wanted to see if there's any updates.
I don't have anything right now. I'm going to have to get back to you. We have been, we do have some key staff that are working on multiple projects that have deadlines, and so we're trying to figure that out. So I don't have anything right now, but Mr. Polimas or I will get back to everybody on that as soon as we can.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. And with that, we are adjourned, and our next board meeting is October 3rd. Have a good night.